fictional character.
Well, it's
the best sports fictional character, right? So,
yeah, because he didn't actually
he didn't
play for the Steelers.
Right, exactly.
He destroyed the
He
stadium.
destroyed the stadium. Yes,
yeah.
exactly. Yeah. Phil and Davidson, what's up?
Hey, how about Ty Webb from Caddyshack, the best putter ever? No.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you like him better or Danny Noonan?
He doesn't even have to look at the ball, the hole. He just hits the ball. It goes in.
Yeah, but Al Chervik. Yeah, he was great, too. Thanks, Phil. that was a good Ty Webb there. Let's go to Kurt and Lapierre. What's up?
Hey, fellas, great show. Love the topic.
Thank you.
Anyways, who really needs the most right now is the greatest Michigan State linebacker ever, Bateman, from the Replacements. Somebody mentioned Shane Falco.
Right.
But you got to go John Favreau's character.
Oh, he went to Michigan State?
Yeah, he's from Michigan State, Bateman. He was a linebacker in that movie.
Okay. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Rob in White Lake, you're 97 on the ticket.
How's it going, guys? I got Goldberg and the Bash Brothers from the Mighty Ducks.
Oh, yeah. Goldberg, by the way, in real life, he's got his act together.
Goldberg is a great dude.
I've seen that. He had some major issues going on, but yeah, he got his act together.
Yes, indeed. All right, thanks for the call. I'll take two more. Let's go to Tim in Lake Orion. You're 97 on the ticket.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
I have a Kenny Powers, Eastbound and Down.
Oh, God.
Oh, Lord, what a horrible, horrible human. He might be the worst one of the bunch.
So you obviously like Danny McBride. Have you ever watched The Righteous Gemstones?
No. I'm going to have to look into
Check it out. It is just hysterical. John Goodman's in it. It is just, it's wacky. And finally, let's go to Jesse in Detroit.
Hey, guys. Good morning. How you doing?
Good.
So my favorite fictional character is Will Ferrell as Chaz Michael Michaels in Blaze of Glory. That counts, right?
Yeah.
It's a sport, right? That counts, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Will Ferrell as Chaz Michael Michaels.
Absolutely.
That could be Chaz, Michelle's.
That's true. If he was from France, he would be Michel.
Yes, could be Miguel's.
By the way, I looked it up on the YouTube pronunciation thing, and they said Miguel, but some people do say Miguel.
Yeah,
but
they just added that a minute ago.
No, but they said, but that would be wrong.
Oh, okay.
But it is somewhat used every once in a while.
Miguel.
Yes, indeed. All right, coming up after Jeff Lesson's update, we'll tell you how you can win some Lions-Panthers tickets. 97 won the ticket.
And we're brought to you by the good people at Northville Lumber. 2 current MSU football staffers and 1 former assistant coach may offer key testimony today in the first of 2 days of Mel Tucker's Title IX hearing at Michigan State regarding the sexual harassment allegations that got him fired. MLB playoffs yesterday, 14 moving on, each sweeping the wild card series 2-0. Texas eliminating Tampa Bay 7-1. Twins 2, Blue Jays nothing. Arizona 5, Milwaukee 2, and the Phillies all over the Marlins 7-1. Daniel Sprong and Simon Edmondson, the goal scorers for Detroit, and their second preseason victory over Pittsburgh, 2-1 last night. Wings in Toronto tonight at 7, right here on 97.1 the ticket. And the more injuries they have, the more they're favored. Lions are now favored by 10 at Ford Field Sunday against winless Carolina. Despite injuries, among those missing practice yesterday were Brian Branch, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Frank Ragnow, Jason Kabinda. Then there are those who are limited at practice. Taylor Decker, Kirby Joseph, Emmanuel Mosley, Julian Acquara, Josh Reynolds, and Hal Vaitai. Jamison Williams, though, was a full participant. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more, 97.1 theticket or Odyssey.com.
Two 248-539-9797. The Lions are home on Sunday against the winless Carolina Panthers. But because they have not won a game does not mean you don't want to be there. You want to be there at Ford Field because it's been rollicking. So your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see the Lions Sunday take on Carolina, plus passes to the Lions VIP tailgate at Eastern Market by the Bullseye Group. The Lions VIP tailgate, it's back, as you know. All you can eat and open bar for 3 hours before the kickoff. Go to bullseyeeventgroup.com for tickets today. Be the 7th caller when you hear Heather say, touchdown Highlanders. For alma mater Rochester Adams.
Who won that game, by the way?
West Bloomfield did win that game, but both Adams and West Bloomfield not having great seasons.
Okay.
That the OAA, I think it's the red. Lake Orion is back being really good. Clarkson's coming back, and Southfield is pretty damn good as well. All right. We have a Twitter poll that we would like you to participate in, and we'll tell you how you could do that in a second, but we're going to tell you why the Twitter poll even exists on this topic. As everybody knows, Jalen Hurts and the Philadelphia Eagles have been very proficient at something that is called the tush push, or in Philly they call it the brotherly shove, where it's, short yardage situations. Hurts gets the snap. The offensive line goes low. Players push him forward, and hopefully they get the first down, or in some cases the touchdown. And it's pretty damn successful. It works probably for them about 95% of the time. I don't have the complete stats in front of me.
No.
So yesterday we were talking to Dan Campbell, and I asked Dan if the tush push is part of the Lions repertoire. And a few hours after we spoke to Dan Campbell, the aforementioned Jared Goff was on with Carson Anderson, and they asked him about the tush push. I always thought that, he was able to, or the Lions should use, and I thought this about Michigan as well, that they should use just a regular quarterback sneak more than they do.
Yeah.
It's because Brady was so good at it, in New England and in a short time in Tampa, that it's not used enough. It seems like that's also successful a good amount of time, and I can't stand when it's 4th and 1, or even sometimes 4th and 2, when they go either empty or shotgun. I don't understand that philosophy.
I'm not a big fan of it either.
That said, there's talk that around the football world, I disagree with it, I believe John does as well, that the tush push should be illegal. They should ban it because it's too easy. Well, I don't know. I think it's a cool innovation.
I think so as well. If an offense finds something, it could be one play. It could be a situation like this is, where they come up with something, they're innovative, and it works. Just because they're so successful as it doesn't mean it should be banned.
No.
And so we put this Twitter poll out there. Should the tush push be illegal in the NFL? You have two choices. Yes, it should be banned, or no, keep it legal. You can find it at Stoney and Jansen with Heather on the aforementioned Twitter, X. But
I suppose there is a third option, which we didn't put on, was Tony Romo saying, "Oh, I don't know, Jim."
Yeah, there's but you can leave a reply.
Yeah.
For those, and it's a little bit closer than I expected. I thought most people would say no, keep it legal. For those 38% currently that say no, or that say yes, it should be banned. Why?
Yeah.
I don't understand why it should be banned.
Me neither. 248-539-9797. Are you cool with the tush push, or should they ban it? Here's some responses on Twitter. Every time a team does a tush push, the fans in the stadium should also be allowed to do a tush push. Waka Flocka Bach says, Pretty sure last weekend 4 teams, including the Eagles, tried the tush push. The Eagles were successful. The other 3 were 0-3. It takes skill. It's not a cheat code or gimme. It's something they practice a lot, and that's why they are successful.
I agree.
And somebody else says it should be illegal only because for the safety of the players.
Okay, then hey, as an offensive coordinator, don't call it. If you're worried about the safety of your players, don't call it. If you're worried about your safety, don't play.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, when the Wildcat came in the NFL in 2008?
Yeah.
I love, by the way, when the Dolphins, I can't remember their
Ronnie
coach.
Brown was the player who did it first.
All right, I was going to bring up their coach.
Oh.
That he's the one that devised that. And the fact that he blitzkrieged Bill Belichick in Foxborough is still one of my favorite coaching moments ever. He seriously, they just had no answer in that because it was the second game of the year. They hadn't shown it. It was one of my favorite just surprise attacks coaching-wise ever. But when the Wildcat came in, the Dolphins were the best at it. You know, just like the Eagles are with the tush push.
Right.
They had the personnel, what you said with Ronnie Brown. The
Right.
fact that he was a running back and he was left-handed. And that's what really threw things off because he could actually throw the ball out of it. He was a threat to throw it. He didn't do it a ton, but they had to respect it. You know, this is stupid that people are against this. I've heard some people equate it to the shift in baseball, which is just absolutely
No, I don't think
that doesn't make any sense. My argument against the shift always was exactly the NFL argument, which is you must put yourself into a defensive or offensive formation before you start the play.
Yeah.
The tush push is not breaking any of those rules.
No.
You have the mandatory people that have to be on the line
Yep.
in order to snap the ball.
Yeah.
What's wrong with it?
Nothing.
From that point on, behind the line of scrimmage, you can do anything you want.
Yeah. I mean, they have something, and you know, one of the responses on Twitter was accurate. Like there are other teams that do it.
The Giants got 2 of their players hurt doing it last week.
Right.
Believe it or not.
And hey, if you're worried about getting hurt, all right, then don't call the play.
Go play intramurals, brother.
Yeah. Go play soccer.
Yeah. I mean, you're right.
It's just one of those things where, hey, you do have to execute it right for it to be successful.
Right, because
And
the offensive line has to go low, right?
Right. Well, yeah. The offensive line has to be low. It's timing with the quarterback, which side, which gap they're picking, who's pushing them actually in the back. All of those different things have to be timed up perfectly for it to be successful. Now, here's the thing. Defensively, if you feel you can't stop it, then don't get into 3rd and short, 4th and short situations. Be better on 1st and 2nd down.
Right.
Or find a way to stop it if you get to 4th down.
I don't know how. Do they? The NFL is not like college where there's a time limit of how much you can actually practice on the field during a week.
In the NFL?
Yeah.
No, not during the season.
Right. Okay. So, you know what? You're going up against a team that you might play, whether it's Philadelphia or somebody else. Practice defending it.
Yeah. But the problem, the difficulty in trying to defend it or practice it, because there is risk of injury offensively. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say it's the safest to play in football. There is obviously risk of injury. You're on a football field.
Right.
In practice, it's hard to practice defending it because of the risk of injury. Same thing.
Right. But, I mean, there's risk of injury from making a crossing route and getting popped by a defensive back.
Right, yeah. We're gonna outlaw the crossing route now?
Right, I know. It makes no sense to
Yes.
me. It's become part of if somebody wants to be innovative, you know, that's it. It's fine. The Lions should do the tush push and we should dub it the Detroit People Mover.
Sure.
Yeah, well, at least that would work. Wouldn't be a waste of money. Illegal. Laughed my ass off. Giants just got stuff running it. Exactly.
Yeah.
It should be illegal, just like jumping over the line of scrimmage to block a field goal is illegal. I don't, she brings up a good point. I don't understand why that's illegal.
Well, it's illegal, especially, I understand on a play where your long snapper is in a vulnerable position. It's like a defenseless receiver. All right, you don't line up somebody on the center and hit them while their head is down. A lot of the guys, some are, they do it without looking. Others look. And I had Ethan Albright, my teammate for 9 years, roommate for 9 years at Washington. I forget who the player was. It was a Dallas Cowboy, but he gave him the karate chop on the back and actually broke one of the transverse processes on his spine, like snapped it off.
Wow.
And so there is great risk and there's different reasons why they have rules to protect you.
But like what Quay Walker did, and thankfully he did for the Lions.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
He stepped on a guy's, if you're athletic enough and can do that, I don't know.
Well, I don't think he stepped on him. He just jumped over the line.
He jumped up, but he touched one of the guys. That's why it was a penalty too.
Right.
The other thing that I don't understand why they've outlawed is like if you have a guy who can really jump high to like deflect field goals from under the goalpost, why should that have been banned?
They haven't banned that. You just can't land on the offense. You could
also,
jump.
The ball has to
vertical.
cross the line.
No, I'm talking about it. I'm talking about at the goalpost.
You're talking about Ben Wallace here.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about at the goalpost.
Yes. I mean, like if Calvin Johnson, could swat away a field goal, why not?
Yes. Okay. So
because
in Lions
they did
history,
ban that. It used to be you used to be able to do that.
I know. Just imagine. I mean, if they'd been able to do that against Tucker against Baltimore,
I know.
like that's the only situation where that would have been successful.
I understand that.
The rest of the time, it's way.
But why ban it? Is my point.
Yeah, I don't know.
Most people don't know how strong Hurts is. He can deadlift and squat 600 pounds. He's stronger than almost anyone on the team. That's why the tush push works. That's definitely part of it. The tush push will be banned as soon as a star quarterback gets badly injured. Yes, it should be banned. This play used to be illegal and should be now. I hope Hurts gets broken in half. Okay.
So they want if we run it, they want to call it the people mover formation.
Yeah.
So you bring in the sixth offensive lineman, and then they can call it the Q line.
Yeah.
Instead of the O line.
Yes, exactly. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, Detroit, are you tired of damaging your drains with that liquid drain opener? That's right. That liquid drain solution can make your problem even worse. That's why Carter's Plumbing is here to help. Carter's Plumbing specializes in all types of drain cleaning and repair. They also offer a free camera inspection with every drain they open. So don't go back to the store this month. Just do what I did and go to callcartersplumbing.com today. And their licensed technicians are going to come to your home and they're going to get your drains flowing the right way. Visit callcartersplumbing.com today and mention me, Heather, for $50 off your drain clearing solution.
This team it's 4 games and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is. Mm-hmm. They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk. Right. They're getting all this amazing pressure. on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more towards the middle of the league. So that area can be improved upon, but they're remarkably consistent. And this is how you go from being average to good and then go from good to great. It's how consistent are you?
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them? 248-539-9797.
I would say
Evan
as
Neal
good.
plays for the New York Giants, a New York Giant team that has been very disappointing thus far this season. They are 1-3. They've not scored a touchdown in their 2 home games yet. And the other night, they got blown out by Seattle, 24-3. And Evan Neal, who was the 7th overall pick in the draft 2 years ago, Thibodeau was the 5th pick, and Evan Neal was the 7th pick, offensive lineman out of Alabama. And he had a little problem with the fans booing the New York Giants after Sunday's performance. Quote, "Why would a lion concern himself with the opinion of sheep? The person that's commenting on my performance, what does he do? Flip hot dogs and hamburgers somewhere?" Because this just shows that people are fair weather fans. A lot of fans are bandwagoners. I mean, I get it. They want to see us perform well, and I respect all of that. But no one wants us to perform well more than we do. And how can you say you're really a fan when you're out there battling? We're out there battling our asses off, and the game wasn't going well. But the best you can do is boo your home team. So how much of a fan are you really? Well, that didn't go over well in New York, or it probably wouldn't go over well here either, in most places, but especially in the Northeast, where they're a lot, shall we say, more bombastic than we are here, as Mike can attest. Here is ESPN Radio New York's Don LaGreca responding to Evan Neal's quotes right after receiving them. Well, that wasn't enough. He continued. That was very entertaining.
It is.
And he has every right to, rant like that. I do wonder if he was somebody who visits the Giants locker room on a regular basis, if he would have said that, but who knows?
Who knows?
But that's
but he's not far off. I don't know if I'd have gone after him with
human
the
trash.
exact words.
Yes.
But when you are a guy that, and when I watch him play, I thought he was going to be better, and he could still develop to be a good
It's
player.
only a second year.
It's only a second year, but it's the lack of effort, and it looks like the lack of caring. If he would use his words, and you don't want to necessarily use them against him, but he did say them. The whole lion and sheep thing, I think, is disgusting. When people do pay hard-earned money to come and they're expecting more. When he says no one wants us to perform well more than we do, well, find a way to be better. And it's not just execution. Some of it, when I watch him, is effort. When I watch his effort, and you watch some of the highlights, he's using just poor technique. If you get beat using good technique, okay, hey, you're trying it. You're trying to do it the right way. But when you get beat using bad technique over and over and over again, and then you make the claim, well, nobody wants us to be better than us, then be better.
Look, I definitely do not want to lose you from this show, but you should be an offensive line coach somewhere.
I do enjoy the game of football.
Should. I know you do.
I know I can get a little excited from time to time.
That's good. Finally, I do want to point out that the human piece of waste, as he was called, Evan Neal, did apologize on social media late last night. Quote, "I'm wrong for lashing out at the fans who are just as passionate and frustrated as I am. I let my frustrations in my play plus desire to win get the best of me. I had no right to make light of anyone's job, and I deeply regret the things I said. We are working day in and day out to grow as a team, and this was an unnecessary distraction. I apologize." As far as not that it makes a difference, as apologies go, He didn't say he was taken out of context. He manned up.
Didn't blame somebody else for it.
Right.
And here's the thing. I know we got to get to news in just a second, but hey, you can make a mistake. You could say something wrong. You can also apologize. But the best apology that he can have is go out there and play better.
And kick ass on Sunday. All right. It's time for news, and here's Heather.
So a trial date has been set for James and Jennifer Crumbley after the Michigan Supreme Court denied their appeal. They are both set to stand trial on January 23rd of 2024. They both face up to 15 years in prison if convicted. Mm-hmm. Detroit police have taken the father of an 8-year-old into custody after the child was shot in the head with an unsecured gun. Police say that several weapons were recovered from the home, and now they are working with the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office on charges. He's currently being held on a second-degree child neglect charge, but of course they do say they anticipate more charges to come. The child remains in critical condition.
Yeah.
2 Ann Arbor store clerks were injured, and one man is facing assault charges after they confronted this guy who walked in and just started eating food right off of the store shelves. So when police arrived, they found the 2 store employees restraining this man on the ground, and they say the altercation between the 3 of them occurred after the man walked into the store, just started opening food items, eating them, putting them back, or not finishing them. The employees then told the man, "Hey, you got to get out of here. This is pay for the items or not, but you need to leave. But the man lashed out, punched one of the guys, the clerks, several times, and then attempted to grab an aluminum baseball bat that was behind the counter. He was ready to fight. Thankfully, both clerks are okay. They sustained minor injuries, and the man was arrested. A sad story here. LSU defensive back Greg Brooks Jr. was diagnosed with a rare form of brain cancer.
Terrible.
Man, the school announced Wednesday that Brooks underwent surgery in September to remove a brain tumor and had been awaiting results from a biopsy. Just devastating. He had been dealing with bouts of vertigo in the offseason, and he hadn't appeared on the field for LSU since the team's Week 2 home win over Grambling State. They did set up a GoFundMe or a fund for all of his medical expenses.
Yeah, it's a young kid, and he came in and played right away as a freshman now, or as a transfer, I think he was, and a major contributor, played 2 games to get this diagnosis. I mean, and I know it's a rare, I don't know how treatable it is or not, but you hear, brain cancer.
Brain cancer.
Yes.
That's your brain. When you hear cancer in general, hearing that C word is never great, but brain cancer on a young individual, man, does not sound good. A man in North Dakota refused to buy this random guy a Big Mac and a Happy Meal at McDonald's and told him, hey, go get a job, buy yourself your own food. And that didn't go over very well with the man who was asking, pulled out a gun, threatened the other guy with it, and then got arrested. So this guy who pulled out a gun was at McDonald's with his daughter, a young daughter in a stroller, also there with a female. And after he was denied this meal by a customer, police were able to catch up with the guy, and they found the gun hidden in his daughter's stroller. Caught him. He's facing a felony charge for terrorizing with a dangerous weapon. And then the woman he was with was also arrested because she ultimately gave the officers a fake name. So she got in trouble too. Not nearly as much trouble.
Wow.
Clearly, she pleaded guilty. She got 10 days, but the guy with the gun's not looking too good.
No.
Halloween right around the corner.
Yeah.
So that means almost everyone is going to be out buying candy, unless you don't hand out candy, but almost everybody does. So candystore.com just reviewed candy purchases from the past 16 years, and they put together like a ranking of the top 3 candies in every state. And they basically released, they did every state, but they also did the top 10 candies overall.
Yeah.
And it's everything you'd imagine.
Please, no candy corn. No candy corn.
Yeah, I know. It's terrible.
Well, no, it's
Not
not in the
high
top
on the
5.
list.
No, it's
Okay,
not high
good.
on the list.
Good.
Reese's Peanut Butter Cups,
Oh.
number 1. You
Yes.
got to hand those out, right?
Yep.
Then M&M's
Yep.
were
Okay.
next. I was kind of surprised by number 3. I like them. I don't think many people do. Hot tamales.
Oh, I love those.
Oh, good.
Oh, yeah.
They're all right.
Little gummies. Yeah, with a little
Well, yeah, they're
spice,
like
cinnamon
Mike
to
and
them.
Ike's,
Yeah.
but they're spicy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I like those. And you get the little boxes on Halloween.
Oh, yeah.
Skittles came in at number 4.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sour Patch Kids, number 5. And then Starburst, which is actually number 1 here in Michigan.
Oh, I'm good with all of those.
Me too.
If
Pretty
I come back with a sack full
I'm
of
surprised
those,
I'm surprised Swedish Fish wasn't involved.
Me too, because I like those. Candy corn was number 8.
Not a fan.
And it was only number 1 in one state, Utah.
I figured.
Ha.
All right. Thank you very much, Heather. Still ahead. A chance to win some Lions tickets. Also, speaking of the Lions, they might be a little beat up here. Are you concerned about that? 97 won the ticket.
Did you tear up?
No, I didn't. I was like, that's emotional. I think my hair on the back of my neck stood up a little bit, the goosebumpy. I did not actually physically get tears, but I could tell I was like, wow, this is.
I thought we
wow,
went out
this
to
is more
first
than
base. That would have gotten you.
More than I expected.
Because I know you wanted him to play first base really badly, and then when it happened, I thought, oh, that'll get Doug. King, did you get emotional at all?
I got emotional, but not like teary. I emotionalized in the fact that it was sad and happiness at the same time, if that makes any sense, right? You know, you're like, you get to see the great send-off, which made you happy, but the sadness is this is the end, and it's over.
Yep.
And I talked to Doug about this last week. You don't really, we're not going to really appreciate it, I don't think, for like a year or two, and just realize how legendary Miguel Cabrera was. I mean, this greatest right-handed hitter, greatest hitter of my generation as far as I'm watching, you know, as a Tiger. It's unfortunate that I had to go out without a playoff or a meaningful at-bat. But,
that sucks.
Yeah, but other than that, though, yeah, it was really cool. I think Tigers were first class. The whole thing really great. The whole weekend, not just yesterday. If you got down there this weekend, you know, you got to see everything. And it was really cool.
Two 248-539-9797. By the way, nobody won the Powerball last night.
In the game still.
Yes. We had as a group at the radio station, looks like 173 tickets purchased.
Yeah.
$31 out of the 173 tickets.
Not a great return on the investment.
No. You roll them over, and maybe the one out of that 31 will be the winner next time.
Yep, you never know.
You never know unless you play, right? Is
yep.
that the way they
Can't
say?
win if you don't play the game.
Exactly. Lions, Panthers coming up Sunday from Ford Field. Carolina has not won a game yet. Lions, a little banged up on the injury front from yesterday. Brian Branch, ankle, still hasn't played, so hasn't practiced. Obviously, they haven't played since the last a week from tonight, a week previous to tonight in Green Bay. And also, Amon-Ra St. Brown. Amon-Ra's got a abdomen deal. We don't know how severe, but we thought it was the toe. That seems to be okay. So we'll find out. They practice later today. We'll see what the practice report comes out. And usually, John, you know better than anyone. If you're on that list on Friday as didn't practice, chances are you're not playing.
Yeah, it becomes very difficult to get back on the field. And if you haven't practiced all week, and some coaches will have a policy, it varies in terms of in regards to how old you are as a player, your veteran status. But if you don't get a chance to get on the field by Friday, even if it's just a jog around, walk around, they don't have a lot of faith that you're going to be able to do the real deal, the real thing by Sunday.
Right.
So, yeah, it becomes ominous.
They obviously need both of them. I mean, they can still beat Carolina without them, and they can still lose with them too. That's the way the NFL is. But you got to hope that both of them can play. Okay, let me ask you this: which one do you think is more vital, Branch or St. Brown?
St. Brown, because I think defensively, and we don't know about Mosley yet, Emmanuel Mosley. if he's able to come back, then you're basically trading one for one. There's no trade with Amon-Ra St. Brown. There's nobody that can fill his shoes. Now, there's by committee, and here's what I think the benefit of Ben Johnson's offense, the benefit of having a veteran quarterback like Jared Goff is you can spread the ball around more. Hopefully, J-Mo can contribute a little bit more than maybe they were expecting him to. Oh,
No,
yeah.
we want him to be a
touchdown Lions.
Exactly.
Yes, but that's a great call, Heather. Great call.
Thank you.
But I think that's the bigger loss between those two. I think, and I don't even know that it's close.
All right. So at the quarter pole, as we like to say, the Lions are 3-1. They're a very good team. What's their biggest deficiency in your mind?
I'm sticking with what I said at the beginning of the year, what I'm riding with now, and it is wide receiver. If Amon-Ra St. Brown can't go, you don't have a lot of guys that you could turn to fill his shoes, fill that production. And again, I'll repeat. I think Ben Johnson, there's other offensive minds who can create opportunities for other players. But when you take out a huge piece like Amon-Ra St. Brown of this offense, and you don't have a guy that can go in there and replace him, not necessarily the same level, because guys you don't have that type of depth generally at any position, but especially a wide receiver where you're going to replace your number one.
Correct. The other thing is, you mentioned the depth that they have in the secondary. We're not 100% sure. Mosley coming back, he hasn't played in almost a year, right?
Yeah.
So we're not exactly if he's completely up to speed. He will play, and they do have depth, like you mentioned. We had Jerry Jacobs, Melifonwu, a lot of players out there. I mean, the fact that they are able to be still really good back there without Gardner Johnson is pretty damn impressive. But you're right, and especially for me, when you get into the red zone, they really don't have that guy who you can just throw it up and he can go grab it up, high point the ball, as they like to say. I mean, they've been successful in the red zone with the short little route where he's throwing to St. Brown and some other player, Josh Reynolds for one. But yeah, that's what I think going in, regardless of injury, for this game going forward. I think that's their biggest weakness right now. Things can change, obviously, but having that big play receiver in the red zone is mine.
And maybe Jameson Williams, that could be an area where he excels.
Right.
He does have a special set of skills. Now we just need to see it. And here's the difference is if Mosley comes back, he hasn't played in about a year, but he does have NFL experience.
Yes.
He has had success. And while he may have some rust, and I would anticipate that he would, I think even a rusty Emmanuel Mosley, I'll take that over a guy like Jameson Williams, who we just don't know. He's not done it before. Can he do it? No one's going to argue that. He just hasn't at the NFL level.
And you got it. And the defensive backs. I mean, Carolina. When we're looking just at this week, Thielen, he's been okay. He's been banged up, and he plays and he doesn't play. And former Lion DJ Chark, who's, he gets hurt every year.
Yeah, but he's not on the injury list.
No, he'll be playing. So, and you got Bryce Young. The key to the game, and we'll get into this more tomorrow. Carolina's offensive line is considered to be really, really weak. Just pressure the hell out of him.
Oh, yeah. There's no question. And here's the beautiful thing with what we saw them do last week against Jordan Love. And we saw him do it against, who's the quarterback for Atlanta? I forget now.
Desmond Ridder.
Yeah, Desmond Ridder. Like, they're able to put pressure on with four guys.
Yeah.
So if Bryce Young is struggling to just stay alive against a four-man rush, can you imagine looking downfield and seeing 7 defenders?
Yeah.
And trying to avoid a rush, trying to find somebody in that mess, in that clutter, that's the key for the Lions.
You could have an Andy Dalton sighting by halftime.
It's very possible.
Congratulations, by the way, go out to Matthew in St. Clair. Matthew heard Heather's rendition of Touchdown Highlanders. He was the correct caller, and he wins a 4-pack of tickets to see the Lions take on the Carolina Panthers and passes to the Lions VIP tailgate at Eastern Market by the Bullseye Group. The Lions VIP tailgate is back by the Bullseye Event Group. All you can eat and open bar for 3 hours before kickoff. By my math, that's what, 10 o'clock?
Yes.
10 o'clock. Start drinking, baby. Go to bullseyeeventgroup.com for tickets today. And you have a game to watch?
Yeah. Yeah, they're going to be in London again. Jacksonville is there. And, hey, you can't drink all day if you don't start in the morning.
You know what? That's a great point.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, if you have a certain goal, you have to start right when the day starts.
Yeah, that's one of the benefits of having noon starts in college football. If you get there early, you can tailgate from 9 o'clock in the morning or in
earlier.
some cases earlier.
Yep.
Like I know you would if you didn't have to work.
Yes.
3 hours. That's a lot of time. That's what 1,800 JMO catches.
Oh, at least. I mean, and that's. I mean, he could even, if he gets in a certain rhythm, he could pick up the pace. It could be even more.
Mm-hmm.
Just imagine how good he would be if he had 3 hours like that every single day. That's a lot of balls.
Shut the. You know what? Really?
I mean, just think about
Really?
it. Like, and so here's the other thing too. And I was going back to that whole. It'll only take 10 minutes. Like, okay. That's if you have, okay, first of all, he's got to have somebody loading the jugs machine. They don't have an automatic loader.
I assume
And
he would have
second of all, I doubt that he's sitting there with 100 balls. So it's going to take longer than 10 minutes because you have to catch him. Maybe say he's got 20 balls. Got to catch him. Got to have to take them all back.
If I do 100 free throws, I'm getting my own shot. I don't have anybody feeding me the basketball.
I would be shocked if you could get 100 free throws in 10 minutes, getting your own rebound.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, we'll do that one day.
I will set the timer.
Okay.
I would be shocked. And it can't be.
No, I
it's
know.
got to be your normal rhythm of
Right.
shooting a free throw.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, there's no chance.
Yes.
No
the last
chance.
time somebody questioned my free throw ability,
I'm not
made more
questioning
than
your free throw ability. I'm
Your
questioning your
speed.
concept of time.
my time management issues.
Just your concept of time.
Okay. 10 free throws would be how long do you think?
I mean, if you're
A
getting your
minute?
own rebound, 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes.
Well, maybe
Because you got to get your own rebound. I mean, I don't know what your, dribble, spin the ball, take a deep breath.
No, I just dribble twice and just shoot.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then get your own
That's
rebound.
why I'm not an NBA player.
All right. The problem is you're getting your own rebound.
True.
And getting back, getting set. And it can't just be throw it up.
No,
You got to
no.
actually try and make it.
I know. Hey, Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone. I wish you would have a judgment-free zone on me. Here's the deal with Planet Fitness.
Not what we do.
They have a great deal right now through October 13th. $1 down, $10 a month, and no commitment. It's a great way to get in shape. And when you get in shape, you feel better about yourself, not just physically, but mentally as well. I've lost over 30 pounds. Love it at Planet Fitness. Love the cardio machines. There's tons of them. Big TVs. You have a blast. And if you want to upgrade to the Planet Fitness Black Card, you do that and sit in the massage chairs and just chill out. It's a great experience. Over 50 locations in the Metro Detroit area and some new equipment. You got the all-new cardio, Dearborn and Ford Road, Taylor and Telegraph, Belleville, Oak Park, Southfield, and Royal Oak locations. They have new strength equipment in Woodhaven, Livonia's 5-mile location, Commerce and Shelby Township on 23 Road. Sterling Heights 15-mile road location has been completely remodeled. So go online right now, www.planetfitness.com. It's a judgment-free zone. I didn't say 23 miles.
All right, let's get to work. It's a Tuesday. It's October. It's 85 degrees out. And I have no football to watch. All right, Rico, we can start a multitude of ways. We're going to get to University of Michigan a little bit later. Let's burn it down before we build it up, I guess. Lions, a little bit after that. You have things you want to say about Saturday. I want to hit the fan portal. I can't do this the rest of the fall.
Yeah.
As a Spartans and Giants fan, if I can't continue to do this flaccid penis offense that we watch constantly. 60 minutes on Saturday, 60 minutes on Sunday. Nobody can block a soul. Nobody can throw the ball. Nobody can do anything. Clown car effort. Arguments on the sidelines.
teams that look like they're on Quaaludes. I want to hit the fan portal. But see, you have something else you want to say today.
No.
And you won't share.
No,
So
no.
I said, fine. I'll sit here and just let you go ahead. Go ahead and shoot. This team it's 4 games, and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is. They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk.
Right.
They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more towards the middle of the league. So that area can be improved upon. But they're remarkably consistent, and this is how you go from being average to good, and then go from good to great. It's how consistent are you?
sure she has.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We still have a couple minutes left for our Twitter poll. You can find it Stoney and Jansen with Heather if you'd like to vote. Should the tush push be illegal in the NFL? Right now, the no's are leading that competition. The Athletic has come out with their quarter poll all-rookie team. John, how many Lions do you think made the team?
I would say 2.
2. Okay, and who would they be in your opinion?
Well, Brian Branch and Sam Laporta.
You can add Jack Campbell to that list.
Okay.
And Jahmyr Gibbs made honorable mention. So,
Okay. All right.
You know,
I
based
think-
on that, I think it was a pretty good draft by Brad Holmes thus far.
I agree. And I also think a lot of the numbers and a lot of the moments or the things that Jack Campbell is doing right now goes underappreciated and unnoticed. There's also probably not a lot that they're picking from, I would guess.
Yeah. I mean, there's not a lot of great rookies.
It's not discounting what he's done. I
Right.
think he's been really good.
Yes. So, yeah, Gibbs was an honorable mention. All right. Earlier today, and I hope Gator's here. Is he here? Is Gator here? Okay. So he wouldn't know. We had a 2 Grand Slam, and for the first time in a long time, John Odyssey has to write a check for $2,000. Ladies and gentlemen, here's how it went down with caller Frank. He whispered one answer, which is fine. It's great. Use all your resources. There's no rule against that.
Yeah, you can phone a friend. You can ask a friend.
Absolutely.
You only have 60 seconds, so it's not like you could do it on every question.
Right. And he passed very quickly on the Laporta thing. So
Yes.
that was good. Use his time wisely.
That replay, you're it was like slow motion almost.
It's kind of like one of Valenti's reads for FanDuel or whatever, the one that's slowed down.
Yeah.
Anyway, Greg Hargrave has notified me that in our discussion about 100 balls from a jugs gun, and I kind of said that's a big deal about it. But Greg says there's actually somebody who backs me up on this.
That's correct. Now, the genesis of this was I was trying to find some like sound effects for catching a jugs machine, so we could use it actually as our 2 Grand Slam music, and then the buzzer would be J-Mo laughing. But what I came across was an NFL Films feature on the jugs machine, and I thought that there was a very interesting comment from Hall of Famer Chris Carter on his jugs machine routine.
Okay. Okay.
Bad day.
Yeah. It took him halfway through his career. Glad J-Bo got there earlier.
No,
He's dissing a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. All he does is
No,
all he does is
I'm
score
propping up
touchdowns.
our own guy.
Think he's jealous.
You want
Yeah.
you know,
If he played in Michigan, it'd be so different. But because he's a Buckeye, he's dismissive.
he dismisses potential Hall of Famer T.J. Lang all the time because he's a guard.
I know. It's incredible. If T.J. Lang went to Michigan instead of the other Washtenaw college,
Yeah, right down the road.
yeah,
The team down the road,
it would
up
be
the road,
so
around
different.
the road.
Their relationship would be so much closer than it is.
Sure.
You're such a freaking homer.
Okay. Just glad that he got there. I mean, maybe he'll have I'm not going to sit here and predict that he has a Chris Carter career.
Right.
But, he is, and maybe he will have to say, well, halfway through my career, if it's only 4 years long, we're expecting it to be longer than that.
Yes.
So, yeah.
We do hope so. That's for damn sure. Our final tabulations on the Twitter poll. Should the tush push be illegal in the NFL? 39% said yes, it should be banned.
I don't get that.
61% says no, keep it legal. To me, it makes. I mean, it's simple.
Yeah,
it's a play. It's somebody nobody knows how to defend it.
Yeah, you know what? That's just somebody who says, I don't want anybody to get hurt playing a game of football. They should play with flags on instead of tackle.
I think it's more than that. I think people don't
I think that's a large part of it. I mean, all the comments on it, like the dissenters always said it should be outlawed because we're worried that someone's going to get hurt. If that's the case, outlaw the game.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I truly believe that most people that don't like it, they think it's like a cheat code more than anything else. I don't think the general public really gives a rat's ass about the injuries.
Stop it. Christian McCaffrey's a cheat code.
I know. I
Christian
agree with
McCaffrey's
you.
a cheat code. Oh, should we ban him from the game of football?
No, I agree with you. Don't get
No,
angry
sir.
at me when I agree with you. Only get angry with me when we disagree.
Yes,
Gator,
I know.
how are you?
I'm all right. How are you guys?
Good.
A lot of pressure today.
We got pressure today.
We had
a winner.
10 of 10.
Congratulations. That's awesome.
Yes.
Frank.
Frank
Way
the
to go,
Tank.
Frank.
I think you can do this too, though. I think this is pretty simple, if you ask me.
Okay.
All right, here you go, Gabe.
Yes,
You ready? Who does Michigan play in football this coming Saturday night?
Minnesota.
The Minnesota Twins snapped their 18-game playoff losing streak against this team.
Tirana.
Bo Bichette plays for this MLB team.
Tirana.
This rapper, whose real first name is Aubrey, was born in Toronto.
Drake.
Drake May is the starting quarterback for this college team.
North Carolina.
What is the nickname of Wake Forest University?
The Demon Deacons.
Sam Hartman is the starting quarterback for this college team.
Notre Dame.
Who wears jersey number 87 for the Lions?
Sam Laporta.
He played Jules Winfield in the movie Pulp Fiction.
Samuel Jackson.
What is the state capital of Mississippi?
Jackson.
Yeah! I knew you'd do it. Come on!
Well done.
Well
Is Heather
done.
allowed to say go Highlanders or no?
What's that?
Is Heather allowed to say go Highlanders or no?
Yeah.
Sure.
How about a live version?
That was, well, it was live when I did it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, why-
Go Highlanders!
Yeah. There it goes.
It's a good thing Doug didn't do that because he would have said Denzel Washington.
No, Doug would have gotten Samuel Jackson. Doug would have gotten that one.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well done.
Thank
Well
you.
done. There's a lot of pressure
Way to
when
go, Frank.
when somebody says, well, this one's super easy.
Yeah. Well,
And then you miss one, you're like,
well,
oh,
there's
man.
pressure on me, but there's pressure on Frank. Frank's going for money.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Wow, Frank did a yeoman's job.
Yeah.
Way to go, Frank.
Absolutely.
Where was Frank from? Do we know?
West Bloomfield, actually.
Oh,
Yeah.
the mean streets.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
He's got a view of the castle.
There you go. Does he?
Yes, he does.
Does he have
he said-
access across the moat?
I don't think so. I mean, that's a rare thing. Not many
Nah,
have
he's got
access.
10 out of 10, though.
Yeah.
I know. He'll get the code.
Yeah, everybody gets it. Yeah.
What do you guys got going today?
Football and stuff.
Okay. Beautiful.
Thank
Carson Anderson next. Have a wonderful day, everyone. 97 won the ticket.
And we're brought to you by the good people at CGC Water Treatment. Former Michigan State University head football coach Mel Tucker's sexual harassment hearing supposed to start today in East Lansing. The disciplinary hearing would weigh allegations whether or not Tucker violated the school's harassment policy regarding sexual harassment in his communications with Brenda Tracy. Today, Tucker's attorneys, in a letter on the date of the hearing, said that Tucker will not attend the hearing due to an unspecified serious medical condition. They further say they have new evidence that would contradict Miss Tracy's claims. Keep it right here on 97.1 The Ticket for the latest. Meanwhile, according to several reports, former college and NFL head coach Urban Meyer has no interest in the vacant Michigan State head coaching job that has been vacant since the firing of Mel Tucker. MLB playoffs, 4 teams move on, each sweeping their wild card series 2-0. Texas eliminating Tampa Bay 7-1. It was the Twins 2-0 over the Jays. Arizona beats Milwaukee 5-2. Phillies beat up the Marlins 7-1. Preseason hockey, Red Wings over Pittsburgh 2-1. Daniel Sprong, Simon Edmondson, the goal scorers for Detroit. Wings in Toronto tonight, 7 p.m. right here on 97.1 The Ticket. And the more injuries they have, the more they seem to be favored. Lions are favored now by 10 at Ford Field Sunday against winless Carolina. Yeah, Lions are banged up. Among
Obviously, we
those missing
know on
practice
any given
yesterday,
Sunday, anybody
Brian Branch, Amon-Ra St.
San
Brown,
Francisco,
Frank
Lions better
Ragnow,
than
and
them?
Jason Convinda.
Not yet.
How about
Philly.
Taylor Decker, Kirby Joseph,
I
Emmanuel
would
Mosley,
say
Julian
as
Aquara,
good.
Josh Reynolds, and Hal Vitae? No, they didn't miss practice,
Can
but
I
they
say
were
as
all
good?
Yeah, you can
limited.
say whatever you want.
Jamison
It's your
Williams was
mouth.
a full
I would
participant.
say slightly below
At
right
the
now.
Ticket Update
Slightly.
desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For
Buffalo.
more 97.1 The Ticket, are you ready, DougKarsh.com?
I am ready.
Gosh,
You always are.
I mean, honestly, I would say as
good.
good.
Yeah.
If it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was
Okay.
there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now
All right,
this
more
one,
studio
they
renovations.
obviously beat them, but Kansas
Here's the
City
problem.
now.
I can't find the billiards
Yeah, the
channel
Kelsey,
anymore.
Chris Jones equation, but
That is a problem.
We got a lovely new studio renovation, and they put in some new monitors. But the two monitors that worked were stuck on one network. I don't even know what it was, and the other was the billiards channel, and we couldn't change it. So for the last 2 weeks, we've watched nothing but billiards in here during the show.
Nothing but Minnesota Fats, William Mosconi, Steve Miserak, and Jeanette Lee, the Black Widow.
But now
Are you
they've-
impressed at all? I mean, that's 4 billiards.
Yeah, I actually am impressed. Well done.
Okay.
How are you today?
I'm all right.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm all right. Well rested.
Good. Glad to hear it.
Yeah, that new bed's working out, so that's good.
Great.
Yes.
Fantastic then.
And dog didn't get me out of bed today until like 7:30. So that was really good.
Nice.
As the year goes on, it's later and later, which is good. I think it's because the sun situation.
Yeah.
We'll check.
What, did you get to sleep in later and later? You think the
Yeah,
dog
I think
sleeps?
I think with the lack of light, the sun rising later and later, I think that helps with the dog to keep her asleep for longer.
Yeah.
Because like early summer, I mean that dog is up at sometimes before 6 o'clock, and that's not good, Doug.
Yeah.
It's not good for me.
Well.
Which means it's not good for you, and it's not good for the audience.
It's not good for anybody.
Nobody wins.
Gator needs his rest. Look, you heard in the update there the Mel Tucker story. First of all, he won't be at the hearing today. We were reading this release from the lawyer, Mel Tucker's lawyer. This stuff's really uncomfortable and really complicated. The lawyer's trying to establish a relationship between Mel Tucker and Brenda Tracy. Now another college coach has kind of caught a stray in all this, as it's implied that she had a relationship with Georgia Tech head basketball coach Damon Stoudemire. And they're trying to establish motive for her going after his money. And I mean, this is I don't know. It's uncomfortable to talk about. It's like all their dirty laundry is being aired. And
Was there a lawsuit with Stoudemire?
no, they were just pointing out that she had a consensual relationship with another coach, saying she was dating him.
So
I had a good thing with Damon. I don't.
I mean, I'm going to step aside. Just let this one play out.
I'm right. I mean,
I'm
with you.
I'm not sure what's relevant, what isn't relevant. This is out of my area of, I'm not even going to say expertise, out of my area of real concern here. I just don't know. This case is just one that I shake my head at and throw my arms up, and I don't know.
How would you feel about Michigan State saying how much to just make this go away? Mel Tucker to drop the case and just go away so they can move forward.
Yeah, that'd be nice, but then it never works out that way, though.
Yeah, I mean, let's go back to, they fired him, a week ago officially, 10 days ago, 14 days ago, whenever it was.
It was like a week ago yesterday, I think.
Before the hearing. And we have said multiple times, I continue to think that they have to have the most buttoned up case of all time to do it before the hearing. Otherwise, he's going to go wrongful termination and try and get as much money as he can, as this is likely his last money cannon job. And he will have to, I'm sure he can coach again, whether it be in the NFL, position coach or whatever. Hugh Freeze coached again and he got a head coaching position. Nick Saban is a place for wayward coaches who've lost their way.
Yeah, and he's got a relationship with Nick. If that were to take place.
But the only thing at issue here is they are going to say there should have been a hearing. Tucker's camp is clearly going to say there should have been a hearing.
Well, before he got fired.
And Michigan State, again, if you have a strong legal team, contract lawyers, then you don't, because the one thing about firing him when they did, I don't think there was an upside that would be worth it unless you are 100% sure you're going to get out of this scot-free.
Well, I think their hand was forced when the story came out.
Right, but could they have just suspended him, let it linger, have this hearing, and
I don't
when
know.
the hearing closes, fire him as soon as it's done, saying, hey, we did all the due process?
I don't know. Because I don't know how long this would drag out. Is this something that obviously when you've got a football season that's ongoing here, he coached the first 2 games of the season, and then the story broke and he was dropped immediately, suspended without pay. It just became a mess. So you had to do something because the story was out there. You couldn't possibly have left him coaching.
No.
So if you've got him sitting on, not even on the sidelines, he's sitting away from the team, suspended without pay, and everyone's looking at the details of the contract, and I don't know if they were forced to do it because the clock starts ticking on when you can do this, or if they were eager as hell to do this. Like, let's just do it, get it out of the way so we can get a head start on our coaching search and get our ducks in a row with that. I don't know. I don't know who leaked the story in the first place.
That's a whole nother story.
But it's all these things. It's such an intricate, detailed story, and there's lots to it. I've got certain opinions and theories, but there's no point in giving that out because it's irresponsible.
There's a reason why we tend to say with cases like this, let them play itself out. We'll comment when they're done. And we go back to that here. For Michigan State football and Michigan State, the university, I have to think my gut tells me they want this over quickly, and that might be all of this is posturing to come up with a buyout and just say, all right, here's $10 million, here's $25 million, here's $5 million, whatever. I don't even know.
Yeah, I don't know what the appropriate price is either. But I mean, you mentioned Damon Stoudemire's catching a stray here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if that's already out there now, I can only imagine this is going to get worse. That other names are going to be brought up, other perhaps instances are going to be brought up. I don't know. I don't like where this is. I really wish that this could have been settled behind closed doors. And yeah, you had some kind of, there was a story that you knew had to get out. It got out. You handled it. You took care of it. And that both parties involved, or all three, if you look at Mel Tucker, Michigan State, and Brenda Tracy, that everybody can walk away not feeling good about it, because you're not going to feel good about it.
But with a resolution.
But at least there's closure on it, and you're accepting of what the closure is. But this doesn't sound like that's the case.
Well, I was kind of excited because we may get word on the Big Ten's future football schedules, and one website has come out and reported at least about Michigan's schedule next year. Let's just say it's the opposite of this year's schedule, what's being reported.
Well, this year's schedule is horrible.
Next year's schedule?
That's
according to this report,
good to quite good.
Maybe the toughest Michigan schedule of all time, if this report is true, and that schedule may come out today. We will get to that, plus the Y9 Omaha 4-Down Around League Blitz thingy coming your way at 10:30. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, get ready to kick the NFL weekend off right, because right now FanDuel's got some special offers for our listeners. Be sure to look for 97.1 the tickets odds boost this weekend. It'll be live on the app before the Panthers-Lions game kicks off Sunday. So a special Lions-Panthers odds boost. Check it out on the FanDuel app. Plus, right now, all customers can get a no-sweat same-game parlay for Thursday Night Football. So that's tonight, Bears and Commanders. So a lot to choose from there with FanDuel. Build your own same-game parlay or take one of the pre-built ones for you on FanDuel's top-rated sportsbook app. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug so you don't miss out on your chance to get a no-sweat same-game parlay on America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. Refund issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Maximum refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
This team it's 4 games, and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is. They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk. Right. They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more towards the middle of the league. So that area can be improved upon. But they're remarkably consistent. And this is how you go from being average to good and then go from good to great. It's how consistent are you?
All right, so we may get word on everyone's Big Ten schedule soon. College football. And, of course, the Big Ten next year adds USC, UCLA, Oregon, Washington, the Kansas City Chiefs, the Dallas Cowboys, Real Madrid, and the Lakers, all joining the Big Ten.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, so it's going to be a hard schedule. The Wolverine this week reported a couple things. One is that Jim Harbaugh might be close to getting that contract extension, which might be a sign that the NCAA could be on the brink of accepting their self-imposed penalties. But the other thing they report is that the Big Ten schedule is coming out very soon, and there's stuff percolating that it might even be today. But the Wolverines reporting that Michigan's home schedule next year includes non-conference games. I think the opener is Fresno State. Fresno State, this year, I believe they're ranked. Now they're not that clearly isn't a brand name, but that's not a pushover team. Texas is coming into Ann Arbor, and Arkansas State. But the Big Ten schedule, according to the Wolverine.com, will include home games with Michigan State, Oregon, and USC. Road games will include at Ohio State, and the story says probably Washington. So if this is accurate, they've got Michigan will play at home next year, Oregon, USC, Texas, and Michigan State, amongst others, Fresno and Arkansas State. And Big Ten road games, one would be at Ohio State, and they say probably Washington. So there's a few things about this. One is, and that's the only reporting I've seen, although there is a Twitter account that's leaking stuff.
Yeah, I'm seeing something here, but it does not. It's not the same that you said.
Well, College Football
Report. Some of it is, but some of it
College Football Report included, I believe, Penn State and UCLA on Michigan's schedule.
The one I see, which does not, it's not attributed to anything. I just see it on the message board. It says leaked Michigan schedule. Mentions home against US. The home schedule would be Rutgers, USC, Michigan State, Maryland, UCLA.
That's the home schedule?
That's the Big Ten schedule, the home Big Ten schedule.
Well, that's this.
I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying that's what I'm seeing here. But I don't know if I buy it because there's nothing attributed to where it was leaked from.
Right. College Football Report says Michigan's expected schedule next year: Ohio State, Texas, USC, Oregon, Washington, but then also includes Penn State, UCLA, and Wisconsin. So, look, that's going to be one that you do not navigate without losing games. But the thing about it is, how many losses can you absorb and still make the college football playoff now? Because the college football playoff will have 12 teams. And so we're entering an era where losses aren't one loss, and even two losses don't spell doom. But I mean, this is what the networks want, right? They want,
right.
Well, so the golden number is 4 million. There's I can't remember which writer did a story on it, that the networks are always seeking 4 million viewers. And Michigan might be playing a schedule next year that has 6 or 7 games that get 4 million viewers, which is the golden ticket to big TV ratings and money and all that.
The golden ticket. Yeah, well, look, this bringing in the schools from the Pac-12 is going to be huge for ratings. I mean, it just is, because people have there's that interest, and certainly in a school like USC, UCLA has that national flavor, even though they're not a great team or a great program. But Washington's built themselves to being a really good program. Oregon's built themselves to being just outside of great. These are good things for the Big Ten moving forward with schedule. For people that love college football, the scheduling is going to be great. Now, the everyday, for the actual people that have to be students and deal with this, it's not so great. But as a fan, it's not my concern.
What am I missing? Why is it not great for the students?
Because it's all the travel and everything else. And to try to be a student athlete, I think that's just not the same.
The cross-country travel.
All that stuff is going to be just a nightmare. And for athletic departments to try to navigate through all that, I think that's going to be nightmarish too. But as a fan, I don't care. As a fan, I want the big matchup. I want to look forward to Saturday football and say, well, who's on the schedule this week? Oh, my God, Michigan State's taking on USC and Michigan's at Oregon. This is pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
And, then we got Ohio State taking on Penn State. That's fine. And whatever. It's the matchups are fantastic for the fans. And for college football in general, it's going to be great. But logistically, it's going to be an issue.
Yeah, I mean, I made the comment to somebody in athletics. Hey, am I wrong thinking that a lot of travel from West Coast to East Coast is going to really take its toll on Pac-12 Big Ten members? On Pac-12 Big Ten members.
Right.
And the answer I got was, yeah.
Yeah.
And
who knows how long this is going to last anyway. there are other rumors still flying fast and furious that there are other teams that could be invited from the ACC.
Yeah.
That Clemson and Florida State might have something to say about joining another conference.
I haven't seen any credible media go
Right.
with that. It's message board and social media fodder, and it's been out there for.
It has been up for a while, but it kind of heated up again a few days ago.
Yeah. Who knows why? So look, it's feeling like an NFL type model in terms of you can still make the playoff with 2, and I'm sure there are going to be 3 lost teams that get in. But I'm hoping. I've loved college football for so long, Gator, and probably the biggest reason was I think it has the best regular season in all of sports. But maybe this will be better. I'm going to do my best to be as open-minded about it because the matchups are going to be great. I think sort of the intensity of, so what, we lost is not great. But.
Well, here's where it should be great. And you're going to have, I hope they get the SEC involved with this as well to make it even greater. Is just have more conference games.
Yep.
Because you want, the Power 5 taking on Power 5. Well, what's better than your own conference? And when you've added powerhouses from the Pac-12, yeah, this is great. Let's make it a 10-game conference schedule. But you got to get the SEC on board to do it too. Because ultimately when you have 12 teams in a college football playoff, well, that's where the greed comes in, and that's where the conference, a conference like the SEC, is going to try to protect themselves to make sure that there's not enough cannibalism going on from their own conference, and that they can still feed on, the non-Power 5 even conferences that they'll take on.
Well, that's like the give and take, right, guys? I mean, you want each game to mean a lot still, but you want better matchups because you don't. The NFL. They don't have, I don't care what you think about the Houston Texans or the Bears. They don't have D2 schools on their schedule. They're playing tough teams, whether it's in the division or
any
whatever.
given Sunday.
Exactly. And college football is going to get to that at some point, so you got to get rid of, I'm sorry for the, what Appalachian State used to be or whatever. Those schools aren't going to get a shot, but when you.
FCS schools.
Yeah, exactly. I mean.
The Citadel.
Yeah.
That's your go-to.
William and Mary.
You'll be able to lose games 1, 2, maybe even 3 and still make the playoff. I don't know what the answer is. Just give automatic bids to conference winners, things like that. But yeah, because they'll be worried about cannibalizing themselves. But at least you'll get way better matchups.
Well, there may be news today, and when there is, we'll pass along if what Michigan's actual schedule looks like, what Michigan State's actual schedule looks like, because with the addition of Washington and Oregon, everything's out the door, and they're starting all over, and there's smoke out there that we may hear something today, if not today, very soon. 248-539-9797. All right, NFL. Every Thursday, we swing around the league with the Wide Night Omaha 4 Down Around League Blitz thing, and we'll do that next here on 97.1.
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say whatever you want.
Yeah,
It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's
Gosh,
I mean, honestly, I would say as
good.
good.
Okay.
If it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was
Okay.
there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now, this one, they obviously beat them, but Kansas City. Now, if they had the Kelsey-Chris Jones equation, but
Oh, so you're going with the.
no, I'm not saying it's an asterisk, but we're looking at them right now.
What, did you have dinner with Tirico the other
No.
day?
I'd say
Well,
right here,
now.
right now, yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
They are.
Okay.
You didn't say that about Philly, but you said about.
I said the Eagles. I said Jalen Hurts aren't playing that good. Isn't playing that well.
He always shows his true colors.
No. Miami.
I think as good as.
Did you tear up?
No, I didn't. I was like, that's emotional. I think my hair on the back of my neck stood up a little bit, the goosebumpy. I did not actually physically get tears, but I could tell I was like, wow, this is.
I thought we
wow,
went out
this
to
is more
first
than
base. That would have gotten you.
More than I expected.
Because I know you wanted him to play first base
did
really
want him to
badly. And then when it happened, I thought, oh, that'll get Doug. King, did you get emotional at all?
I got emotional, but not like teary. I emotional as in the fact that it was sad and happiness at the same time, if that makes any sense, right? You know, you're like, you get to see the great send off, which made you happy, but the sadness is this is the end and it's over.
Yep.
And I talked to Doug about this last week.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket.
We're not going to really appreciate.
Good to be
I
with
don't
you on a
think.
Thursday in Detroit. Got some Lions stuff we'll get to. If you want to keep talking college football, feel free at 248-539-9797. You ready to talk NFL?
Oh, yeah.
Let's swing around the league. Six pack of questions. I asked Gator who went first yesterday. He couldn't remember. Kang, do you remember who went first yesterday?
Who are you, Doug? I don't remember anything anymore.
All right,
I have two little kids, man.
That's a good point.
I have no sleep.
Yeah. Okay, I'll go first.
All right, here we go. The Bears, they're 0-4, and Justin Fields overall hasn't really played well, although he played better last Sunday. Is it time for the Bears to move on from Fields? And if so, what team should pursue Justin Fields?
So rumors are Atlanta, and I think that would make maybe some sense, and they try and build around Justin Fields. Look, Chicago has historic offensive ineptitude. It's been well documented, not just this regime, but it seems like every regime. And they just don't develop quarterbacks. So if I were another team, I think it might make some sense to take a look at Justin Fields and get him out of Chicago and give him a chance with some people who are not inept, but who are very apt.
Oh.
On top of that, if you're Chicago, this allows you the chance to jump at Caleb Williams, both feet in. Just all in for Caleb Williams. Trade your quarterback.
Yeah, I think there's just too much talent there with Justin Fields. I'm not ready to give up on him. You see flashes of what he can do when he throws the ball, when he's got time, and he can just plant it up and gun it. He's got a cannon. His talent with his legs is second to none. I mean, he's just a phenomenal talent. It takes time. It takes time to build it. I think you got to start with the offensive line in Chicago and then see how much better he can be. Also, maybe a quarterback-friendly coach is friendly with him. That would help out for the Bears as well. I wouldn't give up on it. But if he is going to go somewhere, I agree with you that Atlanta would be a great choice.
Yeah, I mean, so the question is, should the Bears trade Fields, and what team should pursue him if they do? I say yes. I think this is just best for both parties. I don't think the fit just doesn't work. I believe in Justin Fields as well, Gator. I think he's a tremendous amount of talent, but whatever they're doing to help develop him is not working, and he's not helping the Bears win games, obviously. I don't know why Atlanta didn't go after Lamar Jackson. That was dumb to me, but now you have a chance at Justin Fields. I think you absolutely do it. Desmond Ridder is not the answer. They have the offensive weapon with Pitts, Bijan Robinson, Drake London. They have no one to get them the ball. And Justin Fields can be a better passer with better coaching. Arthur Smith did it with Ryan Tannehill and Derrick Henry with the Titans. I think he can do it with a better quarterback in Justin Fields. Bill Belichick and the Patriots are 1-3. They just lost by 35 points last Sunday. That's the most ever in Belichick's 29-year coaching career. Is it over for Bill Belichick?
I mean, write him off at your own peril. I have a hard time doing that, a real hard time doing that, except then you look up his age, and he's 71 years old. And he's trying to get it done with Mac Jones at quarterback. I loved Mac Jones in college, but Mac Jones is so vanilla as a quarterback at the NFL level. I just don't think it's there. And if you're going to wait for the draft, and the Patriots could very well have a top 10 pick and be able to have one of those top 3 quarterbacks if they wanted to. Again, at the age of 71, I don't want to say it's done for him because Bill Belichick's the greatest coach of my lifetime, but I think it might be done.
Yeah, so done. What is the definition of done? I think he's done winning Super Bowls.
That's done then.
So I think it's done. At 71, there's so much that would have to go right for him quickly for them to win another Super Bowl. And it doesn't appear that it's going to work out with Mac Jones. And so the next question is, does he have time to go? Maybe he should trade for Justin Fields.
Bill Belichick, he's still a great coach. He's still a defensive mind. He can game plan. The problem is, like I've always said in this league and most leagues, it's a players' league. And when you don't have the players, I don't care how genius you are, how much you scheme things up, you're just not going to be able to win week in and week out. Specifically, it's not just a players' league in the NFL. It's a quarterback league. And right now, he doesn't have the quarterback. I'm going to say it's over as far as winning Super Bowls. And as far as just winning in general, I'm going to say it's over as well. Another team that's 1-3, the Bengals. They do not look good. Are the 2023 Bengals done?
I'm going to go no here. Joe Burrow says he's closer to 100% now. They need him to return to form. Cincinnati, okay? The last 2 years in total offense. 2021, they finished 7th in total offense. 2022, 7th in total offense. This year, they're dead last in total offense. So they need to get Burrow back to 100%. They're only 2 games out. It's early. I don't think it's over for the Bengals.
I agree. It's too early to say that it's over. And if you look at their schedule, they play Arizona this week on the road. They can get healthier as a team feeling that way if they can win that game. But then they've got a murderer's row coming up with Seattle, at San Francisco, and home against Buffalo. That's 3-game stretch. Beyond that, it's not that bad the rest of the way. They can find themselves on a serious run and win like 8 games, 9 games down the stretch and get back into the playoffs. This thing is not over by a long shot. It's all dependent on the health of Joe Burrow's calf.
So I still believe in Joe Burrow. He's a very good quarterback, but clearly he has not been 100% this year. Of course, it's too early to call him done, but you don't get credit unless you call it early. They're done, okay? They've started slowly the last few years. You can't keep doing that every year, and he just doesn't look healthy. Luckily for them, 7 teams do make the playoffs. I think they will be fighting for that final spot, but in the end, I think someone like the Browns will edge them out. No playoffs for the Bengals this year.
Wow.
Apparently, the Carolina Panthers are heavy in the trade market for a number 1 receiver to pair up for Bryce Young. Who should they go after?
It's an interesting question. First of all, the fact that the Carolina Panthers are interested in the number 1 receiver, great. You're still a bad team right now, but you think that would be reserved for teams that are looking to make that playoff push. But if I were the Panthers and I was looking to find that receiver, I would look to find somebody that was kind of buddy-buddy with Bryce Young. And the guy I look at, if I'm Carolina, not if I'm Detroit, but if I'm Carolina, I'm calling Detroit and I'm saying, can we get Jameson Williams?
Whoa.
I think you go back to what worked with him in college, and clearly it worked. JMO had over almost 1,600 yards receiving and 15 touchdowns playing with Bryce Young. I mean, that's where I'd go if I were Carolina.
Here's what they should do if they're looking for a number 1 wide receiver. They should draft Marvin Harrison Jr. I can't believe it makes sense to go after a guy right here, right now. They're 0-4. Getting a number 1 receiver now isn't going to change this season. So why not invest in that guy in the draft? But, okay, I'm not into giving up anything future assets for a veteran that's going to cost a lot of money. So when Chicago can't trade Chase Claypool, sign him when he gets released. That's what I'd do if I were them.
You're kind of on the right track, Gator. I'm going with a former Alabama receiver as well, but this one goes by the name of Jerry Jeudy of the Broncos. The Broncos, Peyton, they're looking to clean house already. Just got rid of Randy Gregory, which they signed to a huge contract. Sean Payton they're not going to have a good year this year, so they're going to have to get more draft capital and assets to move forward. He's a talented young receiver who hasn't had good quarterback play in Denver, so I think moving him to Carolina, he could be a legit number one in this league, and you don't have to give up the world for him. The 21-day window has been open for both Cooper Kupp and Jonathan Taylor to return, 2 stars in this league. Whose return will help their team the most?
You know what's crazy is both these teams have actually held up reasonably well offensively without their star weapon. The Rams are second in the NFL in passing offense without Cooper Kupp, and the Colts, they're running the ball. They're top half of the league without Taylor. But I'm going to go with the Colts getting more of a kickstart because defensive coordinators are going to have to account for Jonathan Taylor way more than they have to account for, say, a Zach Moss.
Yeah, it's Jonathan Taylor. I mean, no offense to Zach Moss. It's a nice story this year, and he's getting 4.2 yards a carry. It's great, but you got to have the horse, and the biggest horse out there is, without a doubt, Jonathan Taylor. This guy's used to having the heavy workload, getting the big yards for the team, and him back in the backfield with Anthony Richardson would look great. Plus, Colts are 2-2. And that tops their division. Their division is not a good division in football. And 2-2 right now that they have leads the division. Add to that strength, it makes more sense him helping them out than it does adding another wide receiver for Matthew Stafford, which may screw up some things there because he's developed this great relationship with Nakua right now. Plus, the Rams have too hard. The road to get to the playoffs is harder for them than it is for the Colts.
Well, I don't think adding Cooper Kupp would mess things up for Stafford. I mean, they have a great relationship. But Puka Nacua has been a fantastic find this year. But I agree with you guys. Make it 3 for 3. Jonathan Taylor will help out the Colts more. Basically because Richardson, a rookie quarterback who's done nothing in this league, who needs to learn and needs help. And then you have Matthew Stafford, who's been in this league forever, a veteran, won Super Bowls. Stafford can get by with whatever receivers you have out there and kind of at least compete every Sunday. Richardson's the one that needs the help. Jonathan Taylor would help him up so much more. The RPO, just having someone you can hand it off to, play action. Taylor and the Colts. Bigger get back if he actually does play for the Colts. All right, Travis Kelce said yesterday on his podcast with his brother that the NFL is, quote, overdoing it a bit on the coverage of Taylor Swift and him. Is the NFL overdoing it, or are they just giving the people what they want, guys?
I don't enjoy it, but I don't think the NFL is overdoing it. I think they are doing exactly that. They're trying to tap into a fan base that is, basically it's virgin territory there. So go ahead and do it. And it makes sense for the NFL to do that. As far as Travis Kelce is concerned, STFU, dude. Seriously. You're on every other commercial right now. So if you think the NFL is overdoing it, how about your agent? Is he overdoing it because you're everywhere all the time? Perhaps that's it. When you guys concocted this scheme, hey, let's let everybody know what's going on. Look who I'm dating or maybe not dating or whatever the hell's going on there. It's getting out of control and it's on you.
I think both things can be true. I think they are overdoing it, but they also are giving people what they want. By people, I'm not sure I mean anyone who's listening to our show right now, but there are people out there that clearly have a great interest in that, and it's a business decision being made by the NFL.
Doug, the question is, are they overdoing it, and are they giving the people what they want? Yes, on both. They're definitely overdoing it, in my opinion, but the numbers show it's working. The ratings, the engagements, the views, the clicks, the likes, the etc. I don't personally like it. I don't think you two really enjoy it that much, but it's helping the league out, and so I think you just keep giving the people what they want.
And those people might not be anybody listening to us. All right, Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. That concludes the Wide 9 Omaha 4 Down Around the League Blitz thingy. Got a Lions question to get to today at 10:56 about whether or not this guy is elite. It's an interesting question. Somebody thinks so. We'll get to that at 10:56 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, I mentioned this to start the show. I got a great night's sleep last night, and I'm glad I did because I made the right decision a few months ago when I went into a True Sleep store looking to get that better night's sleep. Went over to the True Sleep store in Shelby. I talked with Paul. Went on about a dozen different mattresses. I found the one that was best for me. Not that it just felt great. I mean, that's going to help, but it's got to fit me right. And I found the one that fit me right. It was the Posh and Lavish. It's amazing. You couple that with one of these adjustable bases, and I'm telling you, they are game changers. Get the adjustable base. You will not regret it at all. True Sleep has reasonable pricing for high-quality mattresses. Find out for yourself. Check them out. You can find your perfect sleep system at True Sleep. It's Michigan's largest Nectar dealer, and they're in Troy, Warren, Shelby, or Lake Orion. This team it's 4 games, and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is.
Mm-hmm.
They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk. Right. They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more towards the middle of the league. So that area can be improved upon. But they're remarkably consistent. And this is how you go from being average to good, and then go from good to great. It's how consistent are you?
I have news.
Do you?
There is news.
This is woe?
Well, for somebody today, it's going to be a woe. We got Lions tickets to give away.
Whoa.
Yeah. Yep.
Lions hot tickets, man.
Yep, to give away for their game coming up on Sunday against Carolina. We're going to do it with a Carson Anderson quiz question today at 1:40. 1:40. So start the clock right now at 10:47. If you are listening to the station between now and 1:40, the answer will be something said on the air. Something that, like, which team do we suggest Justin Fields got? Which team do we suggest should pursue Justin Fields? The answer would be like Atlanta, for instance. That's an example of a question. It'll be more buttoned up than that. But something that said on the air will be the answer to the question. Hopefully you'll be listening between now and 1:40. And then at 1:40, when we ask whatever question we ask, the first one with the correct answer, you get a pair of tickets to Lions of Carolina in the Miller Lite Tap Room. If you do not win, stop by Buffalo Wild Wings in Troy on Big Beaver, Royal Oak on Main Street, a couple of places. Tonight, for Thursday night, the football feast with Wojo and Rieger from 6 to 8, and another chance to win, courtesy of Miller Lite and Buffalo Wild Wings. All right. Did we make that clear?
I think so.
Okay, good. Sounds good. So tonight, Thursday Night Football, it is, I've stated this before, but I am enjoying the Lions being what the Lions are, because now I'm really enjoying watching teams in the division play, especially those that lose a lot.
Oh.
The Bears are at Washington.
Not exactly your marquee matchup on Thursday Night Football.
It is not. But I'll be watching. Go Foot Commanders.
Yeah, no, I'll be watching for sure.
Mm-hmm.
It's the divisional game definitely helps, without a doubt. We talked about Justin Fields in the football questions.
Yep.
And what needs to happen with the Bears. And I still will always maintain this when it comes to building your football team. And if you've got a young quarterback that you like and you're trying to get the most out of him, you will never get the most out of that quarterback until you protect that quarterback. It's the number one thing teams need to do. When you've got someone young, draft offensive linemen. Draft them early, draft them often, draft them every year. Get them to protect the quarterback. Then you can get things going. I think we just look here in Detroit. We've got a quarterback in Jared Goff who is having a heck of a career resurgence, and I don't think it's any small part. It's because the offensive line is there to protect him and give him the time. And then you can see what he can do. It showcases the fact that he can make the throws. And we're looking forward to seeing this offensive line hopefully healthy again on Sunday, where you get to see the 5 original starting offensive linemen out there. And maybe Jamison Williams is out there as well, and we'll see what kind of wrinkle that throws with the offense. Are they going to start throwing downfield even more than what they've done this year? Because they have gone downfield this year. But you got to protect guys. Give them the chance to survive.
Well, the Bears up front have a 5th-round pick, a 3rd-round pick, a 2nd-round pick, an undrafted free agent, and a 1st-round pick. That's the constellation of their offensive line.
Not good.
No, it's not a lot invested in. Now, New England did that, and I think it's Dante Scarnecchia is their offensive line coach. It's a bit of a ledge, and he dialed those guys in, and they didn't invest 1st-round picks in the Brady era, and still were able to get those guys to play at a high level. Lions have invested in the offensive line, and you can invest, but you can invest wrong.
Sure, you can invest poorly. You got to hit on them.
Hey, we got a 1st-round pick, Gosder Cherilus, right? I mean, you can swing and miss. The Lions have not missed. They have done very well. The Bears, I mean, it's heavy duress, and so yeah, I think you tend to be right to give the guy a fighting chance, even if he is mobile. Now, there are also examples of stuff floating around, a film study of him just missing open receivers.
There is that. And the Bears, this past draft, is the one where they drafted their 1st-round pick. They got Darnell Wright.
And by missing for open receivers, I don't mean throwing it to them and for incompletions. I'm talking about not even being able to find him. Goff said something to us yesterday about being in the league for so long that he just kind of recognizes everything, which means he knows where to go with the football. He knows the counter to what defenses are trying to do to him, and that's what happens when you're 27, 28 years old and you've started a million games. And Justin Fields here doesn't have that kind of experience. But, I mean, look, he's got 2 more years on a contract. So, actually, he's got 1 more after this. 1 more after this. So we'll see what happens with the Bears. In the meantime, where are you with the Lions' injuries? You worried?
Well, when I hear that Amon-Ra St. Brown is still out, and I'm really curious to see who's on the field today,
in limited practice. I think Amon-Ra needs to be out there today for limited practice, and then I'll feel better about it. Same thing with Brian Branch. Although, if Brian Branch isn't able to go, I think I'm okay with that because I feel like Emmanuel Mosley is. E-Man, I feel like he's ready to go. And if that's the case, then I shouldn't worry too much about the secondary. But if St. Brown isn't, that's a big hit. That's the most reliable guy in the receiving core that they have. So they need him.
The guys who didn't practice yesterday were Brian Branch, Jason Kabinda, Frank Ragnow, and Amon-Ra. Frank Ragnow is going to play.
Yeah, we know what Frank's deal is.
It even says in the injury report, toe/resting player.
Yeah.
Amon-Ra and Branch are the issue. Yes, seeing LP next to their names on Thursday's practice report is a much bigger deal. Everybody else that's listed on the practice report, I expect to play. Taylor Decker, Kirby Joseph, Emmanuel Mosley, Julian Okwara, Josh Reynolds, Hal Vaitai. I think they're going to play. In the meantime, Jamison Williams was at full practice yesterday. He's got a bunch of boxes to check here before he can get on the field. And Dan Campbell has stressed these are the things he needs to do, which are a lot of minutia, lining up and running the correct routes in practice. Gets him playing time. But if he's ready to go, is the obvious answer Marvin Jones is deactivated?
No.
No.
I don't think that's the obvious one because Antoine Green's been on the roster. He just hasn't played a whole lot. So is it Antoine Green? I'm not sure what the special teams situation is with these guys, how many of these guys are counted on to play special teams. But I think it comes down to those two.
Yeah.
One of them sits. But Marvin Jones Jr. has been a disappointment this year. And it's really kind of surprising for me because this guy has been steady his whole career. He's a professional, goes about his business, makes the catches, the tough catches. I'm not expecting him to run blazing speed he used blazing speed to run these routes. But I expect when the ball's thrown to him that he's going to hang on to it. And that hasn't happened this year. And it's really surprising. Great guy, great professional, but maybe it's the end.
Yep. And, maybe he'll surprise us at some point.
Maybe.
But yeah, they're at a point right now where if it applies to everybody else, it's not about developing this guy or getting that guy the ball. It's just about winning the game. It obviously goes for a veteran who's in his mid-30s who hasn't really produced at all. They're not going to force feed him anything. Okay, Gator, I found a story here written by an out-of-towner saying it's just like a paragraph saying that this guy makes the Lions elite. This guy makes the Lions elite. Let's take 10 texts right now.
Oh, it's getting cloudy out there.
Who do you think this guy is? 10 texts right now. First 10 that come through. And we'll read the story coming up today at 11:05. But I want the 10 texts right now at 248-539-9797. Remember to sign your text.
You want them now?
I want them now.
Sure.
Not later.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Get them in. Yeah. And we will compare your answers. Gato, get your answer, Kang's answer, and then we'll see what this NFL insider says. This guy makes the Lions elite. 248-539-9797. That is next here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say
Yeah.
whatever you want.
Yeah,
It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's
Gosh,
I mean, honestly, I would say as
as
good.
good.
If
Yeah.
it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was
Okay.
there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now, this one, they obviously beat them, but Kansas City. Now, if they had the Kelsey Chris Jones equation, but
Oh, so you're going with the.
no, I'm not saying it's an asterisk, but we're looking at
Yeah.
them right now.
What, did you have dinner with Tirico the other
No.
day?
I'd say
Well,
right
right
here,
now.
right now, yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
They are.
Okay.
You didn't say that about Philly, but you said about.
I said the Eagles. I said Jalen Hurts aren't playing that good. Isn't playing that well.
He always shows his true colors.
No. Miami.
I think as good as.
Did you tear up?
No, I didn't. I was like, that's emotional. I think my hair on the back of my neck stood up a little bit, the goosebumpy. I did not actually physically get tears, but I could tell I was like, wow, this is.
I thought we
wow,
went out
this
to
is more
first
than
base. That would have gotten you.
More than I expected.
Because I know you wanted him to play first base
did
really
want him to
badly. And then when it happened, I thought, oh, that'll get Doug.
Yeah.
King, did you get emotional at all?
I got emotional, but not like teary. I emotional as in the fact that it was sad and happiness at the same time, if that makes any sense, right? You know, you're like, you get to see the great send off, which made you happy, but the sadness is this is the end and it's over.
Yep.
And I talked to Doug about this last week. You don't really, we're not going to really appreciate it, I don't think, for like a year or two, and just realize how legendary Miguel Cabrera was. I mean, this greatest right-handed hitter, greatest hitter of my generation as far as I'm watching, you know, as a Tiger. It's unfortunate that I had to go out without a playoff or a meaningful at bat.
Yeah, that
sucks. Yeah, but
Don't
other than
forget,
that, though, yeah, it
we're
was
giving
really
away
cool.
Lions
I think
tickets a little bit
Tigers
later
were
on.
First class. The whole thing really great. The
Hey,
whole weekend,
Carson
not
Anderson
just
quiz
yesterday.
question coming up
If
today
you got down there
at
this
1:40.
weekend, you know, you got to see
Hopefully you'll be listening to this program. Am I correct? Nobody won the Powerball again?
That's correct.
I mean, this is getting to the point where what's going to be the take home? Like the take home is finally going to be.
Well, it's 1.4 billion they're saying right now. So let's use that as being accurate. Let me see what the actual lump sum payout is right now, because I think it's going to be close to 600 million at least.
So taxes, you cut that right pretty
so
much in
it's
half.
$643.7 million for the cash value. And then you got to cut that. I think it's like 55% of that would be the take home. So whatever 55% of 643 million is. So roughly
325 million ish would be your
somewhere
take
in
home.
there, maybe a little more than that.
Yeah. Here's the thing: is it's pretty amazing when the jackpot's 1.4 billion, but the take home's only 300. I say only 325,
No, I know.
330
it
million.
seems criminal. That
It is criminal
that
because
goes up.
explain this to me, Gator. Not that you know the answer. I'm just venting. Why is the cash value 643 million? The cash value is 1.4 billion.
Right.
What cash value?
Well,
is that
because-
fake money in there or something?
Because the jackpot would be paid out over, I think it's 30 years. That's how you do that. So everybody says the financial advisors will tell you that they would advise you to get the lump sum payout because you get
My
this
point is,
money
why
up
is the
front
lump
and then
sum
you
so
invest it.
low? That's my question.
Because those who run the lottery, I assume
Are
that
criminals.
Well, I'm not saying criminals. 'Cause where does that money go? Where does the rest of the money go? Does it go to programs, which I assume it does, which helps out and benefits lots of people? I mean, it doesn't go. There's not some big fat cat out there going, yeah. Well, they had to give up $643 million. We made, 1.4 whatever the heck.
It's not one.
$800 million off this.
So, Gator, your horse farm is going to have to wait. Actually, you didn't say you wanted a horse farm.
No,
you said
I said
you
I
wanted
wouldn't mind visiting one and
yeah.
have somebody take me, horseback riding.
Your harness racing career is put on hold.
It is put on hold. Can you imagine if I was an actual harness racer? Guy my size trying to.
I'd freaking love it.
Well, I don't think I'd win. Even though with it being in my opinion, as fixed as that sport is, I don't think I'd win.
Wait, you think harness racing's fixed?
You ever been to harness racing before?
I have not. Okay.
Have you ever seen it live and in person?
I have not.
Kang, you ever been to harness racing?
Yeah, over at Hazel Park when they used that.
I love it. It's fantastic. But when you watch that and they come down to stretch and you see some jockeys in some races pull back on the reins and the horse slows down significantly and another horse goes forward, I'm just saying.
It's quite an accusation.
Well, I've seen it.
Okay, fair enough. All right, here are the 10 texts. Got a story by a national writer, and he said this guy makes the Lions elite. Patrick in Westland says Aiden Hutchinson. Dave in East Point says Sam Laporta. Gary in South Carolina, Brian Branch. Joe painting fields, says Brian Branch. Think he's lining fields, like football fields?
Sure.
Cody in a truck says Devontae Adams. Ryan in Bloomfield says Aleem McNeil. Joe in Chesterfield says Max Crosby. Christian in Plymouth says Penei Sewell for sure. Dan in a car says Amon-Ra St. Brown. Parker says Mike Evans. Gator, who do you think? This has turned into a guessing game. Who do you think this writer says makes the Lions elite?
Brad Holmes.
Great answer. Gang, who do you think makes the Lions elite?
Jamison Williams.
Okay. Here is what Jeff Kerr of CBS Sports wrote. And nobody said this name. And Kang, you see more than 10 texts. So I'm wondering if anybody said this name.
I have a second name.
Let's hear it.
Ben Johnson.
Okay. Nobody has said the name yet. Kang, did anybody text over the name David Montgomery?
I don't think so.
Wild. Jeff Kerr of CBS Sports says David Montgomery makes this team elite. Montgomery has been a battering ram for the Lions in his 3 games he's played for Detroit, showcasing what he brings to the offense in Thursday's blowout win over the Packers. God, that sounds good. Continuing, he wrote, he rushed for 121 yards and 3 touchdowns on 32 carries, giving him 69 through 3 games. Giving him 69 carries, I think he means.
Nice.
When Montgomery plays, the Lions average 395.7 yards per game. They can score without Montgomery on the field, but Detroit is more complete on offense when he's healthy. Montgomery's presence is why Detroit is the best team in the NFC North. I'm a big David Montgomery fan.
As am I. But.
Not this big.
Come on.
I mean, this guy, it's cool. Everybody's got their own opinion. This one caught me off guard a little bit.
I want to give credit to the people that did text in. I went back and looked, guys, just real quick. So,
okay.
Just a couple guys that did. Now I'm looking at it. Jordan in a car. Heath. There's another one. Jason in a truck. Those guys said Montgomery.
Okay.
Julian, Montgomery.
Well played, Heath and Jordan and Julian. And
yep. That's it, though. Nobody else, right?
All right.
Even though there's more, I'm not reading all of them.
Well, good job. Are we either undervaluing him or do you think Kerr here is overvaluing him?
I think Kerr's overvaluing him. I understand what he's saying.
Mm-hmm.
The running game for the Lions certainly is, I think, kind of what it helps to set them apart from other teams. But last week they had over 200 yards rushing. They got 40 of it on the one play, and it was the end around.
Right.
Montgomery carried the ball 32 times in that game, and that was impressive to be that kind of a workhorse. But it was for like 115 yards. It wasn't like he had it 32 times for 195 yards and 3 touchdowns.
I don't really want to do this, but I mean, I
don't want to do this either.
He's in the top 15 in the NFL in rushing with the lowest yards per carry.
And that's going to change. He'll have more yards per carry as the season goes on. He's better than that. I mean, but I don't think he's the straw that stirs the drink here with the Lions. I think this team it's like remarkable how few elite players they have on this team, or guys who would put in that category, but how many guys they have that are maybe in that second tier, or guys that you could see in a year or two being in that category. Because it's a young team. I think Aiden Hutchinson is very good, but he's not elite, but he's very good. Jared Goff is very good. He's not elite, but he's very good. He's like that next tier. I mean, I think he's a top 10 quarterback, but he's not a top 3 or 4 quarterback.
It's a collection of a bunch of above average to really, really good players. I mean, I don't know what the scale is, but the Lions aren't showing to be really average anywhere except maybe kicker.
Right. And I think what's happened here, and why I said Brad Holmes, is Brad Holmes has totally transformed this team where you look at it's the bottom part of this team over the last few years that is rising up. Wow. That talent level in the bottom group is no longer it's not awful, god awful. Nobody wants these players. It's risen to the level where the bottom talent level on this team is average.
Yeah, I was about to say, and it's because it's populated by guys that used to start.
Yeah.
They are starters that are now backups. I can make the case that the wide receiving room is average, but the passing game isn't.
Correct.
Yeah, so I wouldn't even say that the wide receivers, I don't know, maybe we need to start putting more respect on the name of Josh Reynolds and Khalif Raymond and Amon-Ra St. Brown collectively as a whole. So I think St. Brown gets a lot of love, but maybe the rest of them, we are not giving them enough love.
Perhaps.
They get the job done, and that's why it's not flashy, and that's why maybe they're not getting the love, right? Because the flashiness, the splash plays, the home runs, that's where people draw their attention and give love to those guys. St. Brown's just so damn consistent, you can't help but see it every week. But that's why if Jahmyr Gibbs makes a splash play or Jameson Williams comes back and stretches the field, everyone's going to be like, wow, the receiver is really good because he made a great play, but you forget the Khalif Raymonds and Reynolds. They make the plays that you need to keep the drives going.
It's amazing. Like if you watch Red Zone, I've not watched Red Zone when the Lions are playing, right? Because I'm watching the Lions game. But I would imagine that when they cut in and show highlights of the Lions game, like here, the Lions are in Red Zone, let's go, to Octobox or whatever, that it's either getting touchdowns from 5 yards out or 10 yards out. You don't see we got this highlight from the Minnesota Vikings. This just happened. Kirk Cousins finding Justin Jefferson 47 yards down the field. Or here's Devontae Adams, catch and run. There he goes in the end zone. And Tyreek Hill and the Miami Dolphins. Here's another one there. Nope, backed up by 2 plays later. They get the ball back, and Jalen Waddle. They don't have that right now. Now, maybe that happens moving forward when we see Jameson Williams and maybe Jahmyr Gibbs will break free. We'll have some of those highlights. But game in and game out, they don't have those highlights. And it's okay because they're winning games.
248-539-9797. Your phone calls and feedback. A couple of new things that'll be on your television. Are you in? We will get to that today at 11:35. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, next time you go to a party or you're going to go to a tailgate, do not go empty-handed. It's a terrible feeling when you show up and you see other friends of yours are showing at the same party and they got a bottle of something to bring. Well, show them up. Show up with a bottle of Flying Ace Spirits bourbon. It's really going to put a smile on people's faces. People will love Flying Ace Spirits bourbon. It's made in Holland, Michigan. It's part of that Coppercraft family, so you know that it's quality. There's nothing pretentious about Flying Ace. It's just real approachable American-made whiskey for the maverick at heart. There's no gimmicks at all. And listen, it's just $30 a bottle. It's not going to bust your budget at all. And of course, the best part of Flying Ace Spirits bourbon is the taste. It's got hints of vanilla, ripe stone fruit. It's so smooth. You're going to want to come back for more. Check it out. It's very versatile. You can do shots of it. You can have it straight, neat, on the rocks, mix it with cola or ginger ale. However you want to have your bourbon, give it a try, and you'll be a fan of Flying Ace Spirits for life. Follow them at Flying Ace Spirits on Instagram and stay up to date on all of their upcoming releases. And as always, please drink responsibly and never drink and drive.
Everything. It was really cool.
All right, let's get to work. It's a Tuesday. It's October. It's 85 degrees out. And I have no football to watch. All right, Rico, we can start a multitude of ways. We're going to get to University of Michigan a little bit later. Let's burn it down before we build it up, I guess. Lions, a little bit after that. You have things you want to say about Saturday. I want to hit the fan portal. I can't do this the rest of the fall. Yeah. As a Spartans and Giants fan, if I can't continue to do this flaccid penis offense that we watch constantly. 60 minutes on Saturday, 60 minutes on Sunday. Nobody can block a soul. Nobody can throw the ball. Nobody can do anything. Clown car effort, arguments on the sidelines, teams that look like they're on Quaaludes. I want to hit the fan
Doug Carr,
board.
Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Good Thursday, everybody. 248-539-9797.
And you won't share.
Let's get back to your open line calls. We got a Bob.
I'll sit here and just let you go ahead. Go ahead and
Hey, good
shoot.
morning, guys. I just wanted to say about David Montgomery, the thing that I love about him the most is he gives us those 5 and 6 yard runs on first and second down. And that keeps Goff out of being stuck with like 3rd and 9 or 3rd and 10 or 3rd and 11. It opens up the whole playbook for him. You know, I mean, I'd really rather have a back like that than a back that breaks off a 75-yard run twice a game, but the rest of the time he gains 1 yard.
And I'll take 2 touchdowns on 150 yards, but I understand what you're saying. You'd like to have more consistency and be able to wear a team away, and it's kind of what the Lions' running game certainly did against the Packers. They just wore him down.
I have been a giant David Montgomery fan since he was at Iowa State.
Yes, you have.
And I've talked about him forever. I will admit, though, at 3.8 yards a carry, I thought his yards per carry behind this offensive line would far exceed anything he's done in Chicago, and it's not the case. In Chicago, his rookie year, he averaged 3.7 yards a carry, then 4.3, 3.8, 4.0. So this is slightly disappointing to me, but I'm not making a federal case out of it. I mean, it's slightly disappointing.
Well, I mean, you can talk statistics all you want, but what I'm seeing when the Lions are on offense is there's not that many times when Goff is stuck in a long yardage situation and they know the pass is coming. And that's the thing I really like. I like it when they keep the whole playbook open. They don't know whether they're going to pass it, run a sweep, whatever they're going to. The whole playbook's open, and I think that it's like a pitcher that he can get his curveball over, which means he can throw his fastball.
Well, I agree with you because the only stat that matters is 3-1. Like we get wrapped up in the minutia of the game and don't talk enough about the stats that matter. And the stat that matters is 3 wins, 1 loss. And poised to get to 4-1. Hey, appreciate the phone call. And he's part of it.
Yeah, I think Montgomery is. I think he's right now underappreciated by Lions fans a little bit.
Yeah.
He's doing exactly what Jamal Williams did last year. Be steady, get a touchdown a game and 70 yards rushing a game. That's what Jamal Williams did. Or maybe actually less than just under 70 yards a game. But get it going, and I think he's got more potential to break out and bust a run that's going to go for 40 or 50 yards. I think he's more able to do that than Jamal Williams was. But that's also why you have Jahmyr Gibbs. I mean, they swapped out the running back room.
Yeah. Yeah, last year, Jamal Williams with 62 yards a game, and what do you have, 17 touchdowns?
Yeah.
And right now, Montgomery has 5 through 4 weeks.
And he missed a game.
Yeah, he's picking up where Jamal Williams left off.
Montgomery's doing the job because that's the type of games they've been in. There's going to be games where you need that 70-yard touchdown run when, hey, we need a big play, and that's where Jahmyr Gibbs comes in. Maybe that's where Jameson Williams comes in the passing game, but I think they complement each other. And so right now, Montgomery maybe getting that national love, and maybe in the next 3-4 weeks it's Jahmyr Gibbs, but it just shows you the Lions' offense is versatile, and Ben Johnson he's got a lot to work with, and hopefully a lot more this upcoming Sunday if JMO suits up too.
248-539-9797. Tom is next. What's up, Tom?
I have a comment, and it's just my personal opinion, but I believe that the Lions aren't getting the recognition or the credit that's so deserved for 2 reasons. One, it's pretty early. 2, I think it's SOL. I mean, come on. You've got to agree with me. For years, they were the laughing stock of the NFL. You know, I mean, they will start to show highlights of spectacular plays. I'm sure of it. And you know what? I read an article in Sports Illustrated years ago when Bobby Ross came here. He said he'd like to bring Junior Seau. Junior Seau said in Sports Illustrated that he could round up 11 kids in his neighborhood that could beat Detroit. Now, that's
well, but Tom,
I
the
don't know if
national
I agree
media,
with that.
the
You know,
national
but-
media
but-
isn't soured on the Detroit
these
Lions.
days,
Tom,
the
Tom,
game is
Tom,
numbers. It's
Tom.
a game of numbers.
All right. The national media has not soured on the Detroit Lions, and the Detroit Lions are kind of the darling of the national
Yeah,
media.
you think the Lions aren't getting enough love?
I know, I don't. But I'll tell you what, I do believe if they continue to go the way that they are going, gentlemen, one of these days, the road to the Super Bowl will go right through Detroit, Michigan. You better believe
Okay,
that.
well, I will
Them
tell you, we have a
guys- them
fundamental.
guys-
All right, Tom. We have a fundamental disagreement with the Lions aren't getting enough love.
I think they're getting plenty
getting
of love.
Plenty of love.
They just got flexed to the 4 o'clock game
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
the games suck on 4 o'clock and they needed a good one.
They played 2 nationally televised games already.
If we're not seeing many highlights right now, my point is with Red Zone is that they're just kind of boring because they're not.
You think
getting
that's
these,
what he's?
Well, yeah, and they're not getting these spectacular plays. Typically, I mean, we've seen them, and they got plenty of love for it. I mean, opening night, you get Brian Branch with a pick 6. Doesn't get better than a pick 6 for defense. You know, but it was the only game in town. Everybody saw that. I mean,
I feel like he's just talking about old stuff. He seemed like
Right.
an older caller and just going back to like
Hanging on to.
yeah, like
Dude, he's hanging
the
on to a
cliche,
Sports
yeah.
Illustrated article from 35 years ago.
Well, remember when Junior Seau said, "I'm like, Junior Seau."
Yeah.
I don't care what Junior Seau said in 1998. I don't.
248-539-9797. We go to Greg. You're next. Hi, Greg.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good, Greg.
Hey, so I think it's telling that Monty is the one that they picked as being elite.
Yeah.
Because you kind of look at like this team and what they're made out of. They're made out of guys that are good to great, or maybe have a chip on their shoulder. Like I mean, you've seen what Goff's been doing. I mean, I would say he's been playing at an elite level. And then you got Fitzmagic there calling him a poor man's Matt Ryan, which was laughable. And he did laugh at it. And then you got ASB with, the chip on his shoulder where he was picked and all the guys he knows that are ahead of him. I think that's kind of the secret to the success is that, we're not built with, guys that are considered, elite. We're built with, guys that, are a bunch of guys where you don't know where it's going to come from.
It's really interesting because I mean, now let's not forget that he didn't say David Montgomery was elite. He said David Montgomery makes this team elite. And so it's a slightly different definition. But the whole concept of really no weaknesses and the ability to kind of do a little bit of everything offensively and stop. We have you know what we've undervalued? Is how linebacker has quickly become a strength. There was real concern over the last 2-3 years about the linebacking spot. I'm not concerned at all anymore.
No, I'm not. And I think it's because, again, you talk about that basement level of talent that you have and the kind of play you're getting out of it I think it was below average, even with Anzalone first getting here. But as it's grown, Anzalone has gotten better. Rodriguez last year coming in and starting, got all that experience. He's better. And Derek Barnes has definitely improved in his third year here. And then, of course, you got Jack Campbell, and that's the one who's maybe his talent level is the one that starts right off a little bit above average for being an NFL guy, first-round pick. But these other guys have elevated their game to now that is a position group that we don't worry about.
No, we don't. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Talking about this story that says Lions, David Montgomery makes him elite. King, does anybody agree with the dude that called and said the Lions aren't getting enough love?
One text said they've only played on 2 Sundays. I don't know if that's referring to the prime time or,
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. No one's. I don't know. I think, like I said, I think he's holding on to old cliches.
Yeah.
I think that the media is on top of the Lions. They
somebody,
know.
Somebody sent
nationally
some feedback that said this dude's time machine just landed. Okay. Straight ahead. Will you be watching this? But first, our question that we ask, if you won the Powerball, what would you do?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody just asked a Lions coach, if he won the Powerball, what would he do? We'll have his response today at 11:30. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, it's another big football weekend here in Michigan, and listeners are loving the Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. Tired of the other apps? Try something new. This is the only app I recommend right here in Michigan. Odds, bets, slots, and games. Download the Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app right now and play all your favorite casino games right at your fingertips. The casino and the sportsbook are right in your pocket and go wherever you go in the state of Michigan. Play popular online slots like 88 Fortunes, Cleopatra's Gold, and Wheel of Fortune. New slots like Atomic Meltdown, Imperial Wealth. Play with a live dealer on your phone. Enjoy blackjack, roulette, baccarat. Check out Ultimate Texas Hold'em on the Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. Great offer right now for new users. Download the Play Gun Lake app right now and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. The Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's your time to play. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. See website at playgunlake.com for details. You must be 21 and in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or the Michigan Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
This team it's 4 games, and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is.
Mm-hmm.
They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk. Right. They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch.
Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
20.3 points per game. This
Have
is
you
20.8. Years past,
have you driven to Minnesota?
The middle of the
Never
league.
done that, no.
Yeah, that's a long drive. So that area, I know you improved upon. You used to like to
I used
drive
to like to
everywhere.
drive. I did a lot of driving around the Big Ten, but yeah, probably the longest trip I have made is Iowa. Rutgers.
No, you drove. I was going to say you drove to Rutgers in
Drove to
Maryland, didn't you? That's a 10-hour drive.
The drive to California is going to be rough, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, game of USC.
He's going to have to leave right after the show.
Yeah, like Monday.
No. Right.
Gator, I'm sorry.
No.
You can do it while on the road, maybe, you know. Nowadays, hey.
This is why he flies.
Mm-hmm.
Now you can fly.
Yes, I can.
Imagine Monday. I got to leave right now, guys.
All right, so it's been good.
I'll call in. I'll update you on the drive. I will give you a heads up. If Michigan and Penn State are both undefeated, if I may do the show from State College that Friday, I may be there for that one.
Would you drive to that one?
I would, yes. Drive most of the way Thursday night and then go the rest of the way, do the show there Friday. Big game, potentially. We'll see.
Oh, it's potentially a big game.
Potentially a huge game, yeah.
You got, when is that one?
November 11th, sorry.
Okay, so it's after the Michigan game, which is also after the Ohio State-Penn State game.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot to happen in college football still.
Okay, so Lions special teams coach Dave Phipp.
The Fipper.
Yep, according to Nolan Bianchi, a reporter for the Detroit News, says special teams coach Dave Phipp notes the lottery is up to $1.4 billion and said he's been fantasizing about hitting it.
Oh.
Question: what would
Hang on a second.
That's more than dreaming.
I mean, okay. Do we still want to hear the rest of this?
I'm reading the tweet.
Do we want to hear the rest of this? Who does Dave Phipp fantasize about?
Is this Chesty Doug coming?
I mean, what do we got here?
He fantasizes about hitting the lottery. But
Winning the lottery.
Nolan Bianchi said he fantasizes about hitting it. What would he do if he won? Dave Phipp's answer: I'd probably call more fakes. Figures job security or income security, maybe is the way to put it. He'd take a few more chances.
And he'd do it from like a throne made out of gold.
No,
with a
what
gold
would-
headset.
Gator, it'd be like, see, he wouldn't come forward right away. So, you know, you kind of keep it on DL, right? We all agree that if you win it, you got to kind of act
Absolutely,
natural
yeah.
for a few weeks, months, whatever.
Yeah.
So he's going to keep his job, and then he's just going to call more fakes, and then we're going to know, like, dude, Phipp won the power.
Phipp
Yeah, he
must have
won.
won.
Yes. Why is he calling these
In fact,
crazy
if they fake anything this weekend, we're all going to jump to that conclusion. It was the Fipper.
Hey. Foxy, get that arm warmed up.
The punter.
Yeah.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. All right, so the other thing is, will this be on your TV? ESPN is launching something with the National Hockey League. It'll be hosted by John Buccigross. It's called Frozen Frenzy. It would allow fans to see key highlights and happenings throughout the night when all 32 teams are in action. And a new game is slated to begin every 15 minutes. Program will be presented on ESPN2 starting at 8 p.m. after beginning on ESPN Plus in the preceding hour.
So this is their reaction to like NFL Red Zone.
Yep.
What they're trying to do.
Yep.
Which I can appreciate.
They're going to stagger start times too, it sounds like.
But the problem is that hockey is a game of turnovers.
Yep.
And not a lot of scoring. So I don't know how you can't do it like you would Red Zone. I don't mind a highlight package of what's going on in the NHL.
Well, power plays, right? I mean, you can go to.
I suppose that would be one way. Hey, let's go to the Octobox. We got there's a 2-man advantage in Ottawa.
Yep.
Florida Panthers going to try to secure a goal.
So, but it's hockey's answer to Red Zone.
I'm all for it. You know, I love hockey.
Yes.
And if it's something they're going to try, and hockey ratings aren't really there at all. So if you're going to do something that might create some interest, somebody's just flipping through channels and it ends up being fast paced. Like the game's amazing. If you watch it like we do, we love it because it's fast paced. But in a highlight package, if you're watching it and then they're switching over to other games every couple minutes, there's definitely appeal to that. I could see that.
I like it. If the Red Wings aren't on and I want to watch hockey, I'm not going to sit and watch, the Sabres and Coyotes or whatever.
Right.
I'm just not, okay? But I might watch it if they're on a power play. If it's at the red zone and they only show me the power plays, a scoring chance, I'd love that.
Plus, they can, they know what's going on. And we see it with red zone, things are delayed and, you can finagle it. Same thing goes in hockey, right? You're watching one game, you got a goal. And, okay, let's back the tape up. We're not going to go right to it. We're going to back it up to 2 minutes, and you get to see the 2 minutes leading up to that goal as opposed to just watching the goal and being a highlight package. You're watching minutes at a time.
This just happened in Phoenix, that kind of thing. Tempe, I guess they play in Tempe, whatever. Okay, the other thing, will this be on your TV? ESPN has struck a multimedia rights with Tiger Woods and Rory McIlroy's TGL Golf League.
All right, this one's weird because it's like virtual golf.
For people who don't know, and this is according to a release, this is going to feature 6 teams of 3 PGA Tour players competing head-to-head in an 18-hole match played on a virtual course with a special short game area.
So they're building like a stadium for this.
Yep. There'll be 15 matches, each lasting 2 hours and played in prime time on Monday and Tuesday nights. I'm not sure if they're building a stadium for it or they're going from arena to arena, so it could come here and they could play it like, say, LCA. But it looks like you basically hit your drive into a computer simulated drive and maybe a computer simulated approach shot, and then the actual short game, you'll be able to see them play.
That's what it sounds like. Now, it's kind of convoluted here.
I agree.
But they are going with this promotes the very latest technology for golf simulators and stuff like that, which it's amazing how far it's come.
Mm-hmm.
And the one knock I think there is on the simulators is the short game, right? A lot of people just go to the simulators and they'll put the automatic putt on and it'll do probabilities and all that, when really you kind of want to putt.
Right.
But in a simulator, it's hard to do that. So when you get to the short game aspect of this is kind of cool to hear that they're going to do this. However, I'm not sure I want to watch the pros hit at a simulator. I need to, but will I watch the first one? Absolutely. You have my interest.
Curiosity.
I doubt that it's going to keep my interest, but I'm curious about how this is going to come about.
I am too.
Would you be, Kang? I mean, Tiger's supposed to play.
I'm curious how Tiger interacts with the service staff. Are they getting drinks and apps too? Is this like a Top Golf thing, or like how does it work? Is it during happy hour?
5-iron golf. We got it right here.
Exactly, 5-iron. Is that kind of style? I mean, the first time you're always interested. It's the question: is it going to keep you coming back?
Yeah.
So I don't know how this is going to play out. I'll watch the first time, but
Well,
I'm not sure if I'll come back.
Yeah, I mean, you got teams that got what would you say? There's 6 3-man teams.
Yeah,
They're with really good golfers have been committed to doing this. Tiger and Rory specifically; those are the guys that are definitely on board. I think they had a list of the other players. Yeah, you have my interest. I'm just not sure you're going to be able to keep it.
It's weird. The investors, the list of investors is incredible.
They're not Saudis, are they?
Steph Curry, Andre Iguodala, Shaq, Dwayne Wade, Kevin Durant, Lewis Hamilton, Alex Morgan, Shohei Ohtani, Mike Trout, Josh Allen, Serena Williams, Diana Taurasi, Justin Timberlake, to name a few.
They're going all over the world, all over the world of sports and entertainment.
But these people, you'd have to think that they have a pretty good business plan to get these people, but I guess athletes don't always make the best investments. It sounds like, though, they got a lot of people to invest in this thing. Wild, huh?
Sounds like a great celebrity party.
Yeah, exactly.
Be, yeah.
Well, the PGA's invested.
Well, be interesting to see what this does, if anything. 248-539-9797. It will be carried on ESPN. So I'm with you. I'll take. I'm sure curiosity will get me at first.
Curiosity is there for sure.
What are the odds of coming back? I'm not sure.
And Tiger's supposed to be physically ready to go by then, right?
Yep. 248-539-9797. Justin, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Justin?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I just wanted to make a point on the article. I think that he not necessarily that David Montgomery is an elite player necessarily, but that he gives us the ability to be elite as a team.
Yes.
And I think it's his underrated ability he's a bell cow. He's a true horse. I mean, if you look at carries, and I like to compare him to Jamal Williams, I mean, he had 32 carries last game. I mean, Jamal Williams has been in the league for 2 years longer, and David Montgomery still has more total carries in his career. So, and they have pretty much the same yards per carry. So I think the ability to give him the ball that many times is really what distinguishes him from what we had last year.
I wonder how much, too, last year defense coordinators talked about slowing or having to account for Jamal Williams as opposed to David Montgomery.
Probably not much. I mean, just even their whole careers, I mean, coming out of college, Montgomery was a much higher prospect than Jamal Williams, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
He's just much more talented back.
I think
so I mean, just yeah. Go ahead, David.
I was just going to say, I mean, the difference between Jamal Williams and David Montgomery, and with the carries that you point out, Jamal Williams wasn't the number one guy with the Packers when he was there, but he was the number one guy with the Lions. But to his point, all last year with the Lions, the highest rush total that Jamal Williams had, number of carries in the game, was 24. In an ugly win over Green Bay, 15-9. He won 24 carries for 81 yards and no touchdowns. He carried the ball more than 20 yards only on one other occasion, and that was second to last game of the season against the Bears when he went 22 for 144. He had 2 games last year which were over 100 yards. So they're different running backs, but he's right. They use David Montgomery differently. I don't think the Lions have any qualms about handing the ball off to David Montgomery 20 times a game. You know, Jamal Williams, that only happened 3 times in the season last year. He had it 20 or more.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. A snap into action this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action than right now. The app, it's so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. And check this out. Right now, FanDuel's got something special for our listeners. Be sure to look for the 97.1 The Ticket odds boost this weekend. It'll be live on the app before the Panthers-Lions game kicks off this Sunday. So you win more kind of deal. Check it out for yourself. Go to FanDuel.com/Doug and download the app. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems, call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
Remarkably consistent. And this is how you go from being average to good and then go from good to great. It's how consistent are you?
All right, let's get to work. It's a Tuesday. It's October. It's 85 degrees out. And I have no football to watch. All right, Rico, we can start a multitude of ways. We're going to get to University of Michigan a little bit later. Let's burn it down before we build it up, I guess. Lions, a little bit after that. You have things you want to say about Saturday. I want to hit the fan portal. I can't do this the rest of the fall. Yeah. As a Spartans and Giants fan, if I can't continue to do this flaccid penis offense that we watch constantly. 60 minutes on Saturday, 60 minutes on Sunday. Nobody can block a soul. Nobody can throw the ball. Nobody can do anything. Clown car effort, arguments on the sidelines, teams that look like they're on Quaaludes. I want to hit the fan portal. But see, you have something else you want to say today. No. And you won't share. No. So I said, fine. I'll sit here and just let you go ahead. Go ahead and shoot.
I'm gonna see if I can find it. I can't believe you hadn't seen it, and I'm disappointed we haven't talked about it because I knew you'd get worked up.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I did not know that. Well, my mind was elsewhere on Saturday night, but that's
so
that's crazy.
Saturday, I was really surprised by this. Let me see if I can find the highlight because I really want to show it to you. Saturday, Northwestern's playing Penn State. And I don't know what the particulars were with the point spread. It was late in the game. And Penn State was up big. They blew up a close game open in the second half. Really dominated the second half.
They were up 31. This is against West Virginia? Or
No, against
I'm thinking a difference. I'm looking
against
at
Northwestern.
Okay.
All right. I've got here
34-13 they were up.
They're up 34-13. So the point spread on that game was Penn State minus 27. So they weren't going to cover. And it was late in the game. And their quarterback, they called a play where he faked taking a knee and they threw a touchdown pass.
On 1st and 10 with 2:24 to go and the ball at what, the 10-yard line? Something like that?
At the Northwestern 30.
Oh, 30. Sorry.
Yep. Yeah, they
Sorry,
faked,
I see the Big Ten logo as well.
it's okay. They faked taking a knee and he threw a touchdown pass to get the cover.
With 2:24 to go on 1st down.
Yep.
Northwestern had 2 timeouts left. I don't think they're going to be calling timeouts left when they're down by 21 points.
No. So what do you make of that?
That James Franklin's a scumbag.
Do you want to see the highlight?
I got it. I just watched
it. Oh, did you?
Yeah. I typed in Penn State, kneel down, and it comes right away. Kneel down video.
Yep.
That's crap. That's a backup quarterback?
Yeah. Do you think they know do you think that coach knows the point spread?
I think he does.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, come on. The
whether he
fake
does
kneel
it-
down when you're up by 21 points and 2:24 to go and you got the ball at the other team's 30 and
the only time
just run out the clock.
I mean, there are strategic uses of a fake kneel down, like at the end of the first half. If you have the ball like on your own 30 and you want to fake a knee, fake like you're taking a knee to go in at halftime and then throw deep, I'd have no issue with that.
At the end of the half, I don't mind. The end of a game?
Yeah.
When you're up by 3 touchdowns?
This is how you get players hurt, honestly. You don't do crap like that. You know when guys are kneeling down at the end of the game?
You don't do that.
No, but my point is you just kneel down right away. But if you want to go and dance around and get a few more seconds, then I'm going to come after you the next play. Because if we have an unspoken agreement here. You're just going to take a knee, right?
Or not even, you don't have to take, like the fact that he was going to fake take.
That's a fake knee. That's worse.
Awful. That's
way
worse.
worse.
Like just, you're going to try to score, run the ball and get the 30 yards by running the ball.
And guess what? If you get a first down or whatever, then you want to take a knee after that again, I'm coming after your quarterback. I'm jumping the pile, whatever. You know, this is where people get pissed off,
It's
man.
like with Kenny Pickett.
Oh,
when
the fake
he was
slide?
at Pitt and he did the fake slide.
Yeah.
And kept going for the touchdown. It was an amazing highlight. Now, I think Kenny Pickett regretted it immediately, and he was like, oh, yeah, sorry. It was just, I think it was an honest mistake on his part. But there's nothing honest about this. This is a backup quarterback up by 3 scores. I mean, unless the quarterback went rogue, which I can't imagine that's the case, because if the quarterback went rogue, then guess who's under investigation?
Well, they ran a play, Gator. Like, do you used to have to run routes?
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah,
Well, but I'm saying the quarterback gets the play and he gets in the huddle and he's like, screw this, guys. Let's score. We're gonna
like he did the fake knee on
like
his
I
own
said,
without,
if the quarterback went rogue, that's something else. Did Franklin say anything about it after the game? Was he questioned about it? Because that's crap, dude. That is absolute crap. A fake knee?
When the game's over.
You're up at 21 points.
Yeah.
And half the ball with 2:20 to go. And you're going to do a fake knee, throw it for a 30-yard touchdown pass?
Yep.
What a terrible human being. I don't like James Franklin, and this just adds to it. I mean, honestly, how do you defend that?
I don't know.
Hey, we're just trying. We're always working on things.
We don't get often. We don't have much opportunity to work on this in practice.
I'm a Penn State fan, and I'm not as worked up as you are. I'd be worked up about why did we use it then? Nobody's going to fall for the knee anymore. We're not going to catch anybody off guard. And this didn't really help us.
Maybe save this for 2 weeks down the road when we take on Ohio State.
Yeah. Well, do you remember when was it Greg Schiano who, when he was coaching Tampa, had his defensive line firing off the ball, trying to when the other team was taking a knee, they were just running out the clock, and his guys defensively were still going 100% when they were down big and the other team was taking a knee, and that really kind of broke an unwritten code.
Yeah, because it's crap. Yeah. Look at it, in a sport that's as violent as it is, right? Yeah. And we all love the violence of football, but nobody wants anybody to get hurt.
No,
why take that extra risk and doing something that's just a clown move in the first place, where everyone's going to look at you and go, dude, what was that about?
Yep.
And then they dig a little deeper and say, oh, I get it. A 26-point spread, and this puts you up by 28 points.
It does.
Extra point.
A, it gives you no strategic advantage in terms of winning and losing the game. B, it brings probably unwanted scrutiny into why you made that decision, right?
Yeah. This guy. I mean, come on. You're allowed to get worked up over it, Doug. Get worked up about it. This is ridiculous. It's James Franklin.
I know. I'm just not as worked up as you are. I do think it's a low-class move.
Very low class.
No.
It's a clown move, bro.
Clown move, bro.
Bryce Harper's not happy about this.
No. But, I mean, James Franklin's the guy. Remember they had the 4th and 5 against Ohio State last drive, chance to win the game. 4th and 5, and he tried a draw play, and they lost 2 yards.
That's too bad.
Yeah.
The guy's a terrible coach. He's a hell of a recruiter. Might be a hell of a motivator.
Well, he's got Penn State in a really good position, and then he does things that are, I think,
very
icky.
Dislikable. Yeah, yeah. Well, he is. Would you agree with this? He's the Tom Crean of the NFL or of college football.
I could see that.
He's just irritating.
Yeah.
And look, say that as a Spartan. Love Tom Crean as an assistant for Michigan State, but when Tom Crean got the job at Indiana, it was just cringeworthy.
And it was really weird. There's something about it. He was, it seemed like a bad fit.
Your kid's an awesome football player, but he only has 2 options: Penn State or Indiana. You want to play for Tom Allen or for James Franklin?
We're walking on somewhere, man.
No, this is Squid Games, man, or you die.
You're right, or you die.
Indiana.
Because Tom Allen's that same. Well, Tom Allen's just irritating with his antics.
The one thing I'm pretty sure about is that my kid, if he commits to Indiana, at least he'll probably have a new head coach soon.
Right.
Hugh's on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Hugh.
Hey, how are you guys?
Okay.
Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Yeah.
You were talking about the Penn State situation, and I can't even think of one possible explanation why they would do that. Even if you were trying to practice it for later in a bigger game, you just let the other team prepare for that.
Yep.
And the second point, real quick, is you know how they have the analyst that talks about the questionable plays and whether it should be a penalty. He implied that just when a quarterback in a situation like that pretends to take a knee, that they should have actually stopped the play dead right then. I thought that was interesting.
Were you watching a game and that's what happened?
Exactly. I was watching, and he got on and the TV and actually talked about it, that the refs didn't even know the rule there. But
didn't know.
Yeah, what a Bush move. You know, the game was close early, but
so here's it. You get to use that play once, and he wasted it up 27-13 or 31-13 or whatever it was.
I'm trying to find a highlight again and see, are they rushing to the line of scrimmage? Of course they're not, because there's plenty of time. They got the big lead. Now, if you're rushing to the line of scrimmage because it's the end of the half or the end of the game even, right? And you're down less than a score, or you're down a score, right? You're down by 4 points. You need to get the touchdown, and you're rushing to the line of scrimmage, and you're going to fake the knee. That's one thing, right? Because that makes sense in a context because you're trying to get the defense to think, hey, he's going to clock it here.
Or he's not even clocking because you're taking a knee. It's
you
not
wouldn't
even
take
that.
a knee. You wouldn't even. The only
Yeah,
time
it's
you
not
take
even
a
that.
knee.
This is even worse.
You could do it at the end of the half, whatever the score is, because you're still trying to score in the first half. Or you can do it at the end of regulation in a tie game when you're looking at overtime and you're trying to sell that we're going to go to overtime, and then you fake the knee and throw deep. You can use it once, and he wasted it.
What a jerk.
It was classless.
Totally classless.
Let's go to James next up. Hi, James.
Hey, so if you're mad at this guy for doing it to cover, would you still be upset at Patrick Mahomes for sliding and not covering?
No.
He's still affecting the play.
He made a winning play by sliding. He
Yeah,
basically
look, I
ended
lost money on Mahomes doing that, but I understand why Mahomes did it. I didn't like it, but I understood why he did it. There's no explanation for this.
Yeah, but they would have gone up 2 scores.
No, I understand what it would have been. It would have been 10 points, but the problem is that there was still over a minute left. I think
Yeah, they
at
could
that
run out the
point.
clock.
If the other team ends up scoring, if the Jets end up scoring, then they can have a chance to onside kick it and get it back. This one makes no sense.
248-539-9797. Next hour, we have another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? 1235, 97.1, The Ticket.
The more I look at this play, the more pissed off I'm getting. I found some story during the break where somebody who writes for some website in Pennsylvania is trying to explain it away and saying that the backup quarterback, look, this is what they do when they put him in late in games. He gets ready for his power run. Sorry, take a closer look. And then he tries to back it up with some video, and the video is shot from behind the quarterback. I'm sorry, but the quarterback goes back slowly as if to stop and take a knee, and even slowly going down just to make sure his knee gets close but doesn't touch, and then springs up and throws the ball. There's no power run. If he was doing a power run, you know what he would have done?
He wouldn't have done that.
He would have run.
Mm-hmm.
The power run means you run, not stop and throw the ball 30 yards for a touchdown so you can cover the
he
spread.
Was faking the power run was the explanation of the writer. Look, to me, if I'm a Penn State fan, right, and
and you're not,
and I'm not, but I would be as upset that, okay, cool, you got this play, you wasted it here. You wasted it here. On top of it being totally
it's an illegal play.
It is an illegal play. You're right.
But what are you wasting? If you're going to take a knee, it's because you're going to win the game.
You're wasting it at halftime, or you're wasting it at the end of regulation in a tie game when you are like, cool, we'll just go to OT. Or because I've seen teams fake the knee and hand it off.
But now it's an illegal play.
Well, according to what you just the caller said that
Well, even in the story, it mentioned it's an illegal play.
There you go.
I don't know, man. He was very close. They could have blew the whistle. That's how close he was to taking a knee. I mean, he got down there, Gator. You're right. This is not setting for a run. He went to kneel down. To kneel down. Well, when you introduce gambling
Well,
to
here's
everything,
the thing, though, and full disclosure, what reminded me, what jogged my memory of, I got to show this to Gator because I knew you'd get worked up, was...
I'm glad that's why you do it.
Yeah.
Gator's
I saw
gonna get really
it, and I'm
pissed off. Let's
yeah,
show
this is going to make Gator mad. Let me. So I sent myself an email with that link, and then I forgot that I'd done so. Somebody at our station walked in and said, we just got an email from somebody who wants to go on as a guest and talk about James Franklin manipulating point spreads. So it's leading already to people talking about.
Because he said it was 5-0 against the spread this year?
Yeah. So, you know, I mean.
Who do they play this week?
my man likes to cover.
UMass.
Yeah, there may not be a line in that game.
There might not be.
This guy. Franklin.
You always got to look at the gambling aspect now, though, Doug. You have to.
Yeah.
There's too much money involved.
Yep. But if you're a multi-million-dollar coach, actually Penn State has a week off, then they play UMass.
Oh, thank God. They get that bye week before UMass.
I'm still taking Penn State. And the
If
bye. They'll
from
cover.
From here on
They
out.
should.
If you're, I mean, I guess you're right. You always look at it. The people that are paid the most have the least to gain by it, and would be the hardest to cover up. They'd have to bet so much to make it worth their while. They'd be the hardest to cover up. So it would be beyond foolish. And I'm not accusing anybody of that, but I'm just saying for somebody in a high-profile position with a huge salary to bet enough to make it worthwhile to do anything along those lines, it would be so foolish. You just wouldn't get away with it.
Of course it's foolish, but as Gator and I know, there's a thrill and rush to winning bets, whether it's at the tables, betting a game, whatever it is. You asked us if we won the Powerball, would we still go to Vegas and play the games? Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, the other thing is that it doesn't, I mean, I'm not accusing him of doing it. Let me get that clear, all right? I'm not accusing him of manipulating the score. It's just a crappy thing to do at the end of the game. But if you're in a position of power where you have the choice to run it up like that at the end, it's not, look, do you do it for your benefit? If you're looking from a gambling aspect, okay, you're going to be target number one. It's going to be easy. So you don't do it, right? Because it's too easy to go into your bank account and figure out, did you make a bet or whatever. But if you let some friends know and they benefit,
Yeah.
or someone who knows somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody benefits. Look, this is the crazy world it is now because, as King said, everybody's getting in bed with the gambling companies, and everything's going to be under more and more scrutiny.
And there
because
will
of
be
it.
massive scandals.
And it's not far fetched.
Nobody's accusing anybody of anything. So,
But it's not far fetched with what happened was Iowa and Iowa State in baseball.
It was baseball and some football players.
Yeah.
Like there's a bunch,
Right.
there's a bunch of student athletes at those two schools. What a mess. 248-539-9797. All right, so we opened the show and we were talking about the possibility of a Big Ten schedule release coming up for the next, it might be the next year, it might be a couple of years. Some speculation that it could come out soon. In the meantime, Gator, the Wolverine did report that they had some leaks on Michigan's schedule. Home games with Oregon, USC, Texas in the non-conference, and Michigan State, and road games with Ohio State, and probably, is the wording, probably Washington, which would mean Michigan's schedule next year would be crazy in the first year of a 12-team playoff, where 2 losses could still probably get you into the playoff with that kind of schedule. So we talked about that. Also, the story that Harbaugh might be getting a new contract, and the latest in the Mel Tucker case. The hearing was today. Mel Tucker isn't there. He's got a serious medical condition, according to his attorneys, and they also said that that they had a whole bunch of new evidence, and that this was all part of a concerted effort by somebody trying to manipulate for money and for their own gain of Mel Tucker. This is, I mean, it's just getting started, and I wonder how compelled Michigan State will be to just say how much to make this go away so we don't have to go through all this and can just move on. Like Mel Tucker and Michigan State aren't getting back together. They just probably want to move on and get to the next coach. Bye week's a good time, though, to sort of shift focus and look at that, and Michigan State has the bye. There were the Urban Meyer comments yesterday, quotes, or I guess 2 reporters that work with him at Fox saying he's not
No quotes.
No quotes from him, but reports from both Bruce Feldman and Brady Quinn who work with him saying that's not happening. But this is a good week to vet out candidates, right? If you want to.
Well, to an extent. I mean, there's only so many you can vet out whatever you want without talking to them. I guess that's the way you can do things. And I imagine Alan Haller's got his list of potential candidates that he's going over. But I think the best use of the bye week at this point, if you're Alan Haller, is to go talk to candidates that are not tied to coaching jobs right now. You know, whether it's an Urban Meyer type, I'm not saying Urban Meyer, but although I wouldn't mind, but I've been saying if it's Urban Meyer type or a Chris Peterson type, you know, people that are commentators and no longer coaching right now or in between jobs. Those are the people you can go ahead and reach out to right now, because everybody else, I mean, as much as I'd like to see Kalen DeBoer be the next head coach at Michigan State, he's got a job to do right now during the season. You're not going to be able to do that. Or the other coaches that are being mentioned, Elko, or the coach at Oregon State or Washington State or Kansas, whatever you want right now. Those guys aren't going to be interviewed during the bye week because they've got jobs.
In the meantime, do you think that the bye week, as far as practice is concerned, that they might want to split some snaps at quarterback to see what they got?
I mean, if I were Michigan State, I would definitely, at the very least, go 50-50. In fact, I'd probably go a little bit more than that in favor of Katin Houser. Noah Kim's had some games to work here, and it has not been impressive. At times, I'm impressed with his arm, but I'm not impressed with his decision-making. And I think you need to find out, look, the situation is what it is. You're going to get a new coach coming in. I think you're going to want to make sure that if you're going to make a pitch to a kid for him to stick around, get a look at what he can do, whether that's Katin Houser or if it's Sam Levet or whoever it is. And Levet's the freshman that they have that's highly touted too. So I think you have to give everybody a look and give them all a taste and see if that's where they want to be or not. But ultimately, it's going to come down to who the new head coach is. But for this week, I got to give Katin Houser some snaps.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. We'll get into Michigan and Minnesota coming up in a few minutes. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That at 12:35. It's Carson Anderson. Let's go to Adam next on 97.1. Hi, Adam.
Doug, Gator, what's going on, boys?
Hey, how you doing, sir?
So I was thinking, I'm not condoning by no means what Second State was Bush League attack, but what if you're a booster? You know what I mean? You got Brooklyn State, you got $100K or whatnot, $40,000 or whatnot. You think that made them happy? I mean, you know what I mean? And knowing James Franklin being a turd, I mean, if he knows who his major boosters are, would have been some money on the line, you know?
Well, the boosters, I mean, of course, boosters want you to win by as much as you can.
I mean, the other thing you got to consider is he could end up in jail. Okay, that would be enough of a deterrent, right?
Well, Doug, stupid people make stupid decisions, okay? True or false, guys, is there going to be a big gambling, conspiracy or something is going to happen in the future of sports at any sport?
Probably.
Yeah, okay, so we all know what can happen if you get caught, but it's still going to happen. Someone's going to test those limits. Now, as far as the boosters, it's not just by winning by a lot, Gator. It could be that they have money on it, or they know people that have money on it, and they're boosters or alums, they're donors, and they're like, hey, you need to cover the spread every week. Whatever it is, wink, wink, shrug, shrug, Do this.
It's like that scene in Friday Night Lights where, Billy Bob Thornton's the coach of the team, and he's sitting in his office, gets a knock on the door from the principal, say, hey, mind if we come in? I got some people who want to talk to you. And they start talking about football. We need to get you to win some games, and start giving him advice. Like, he doesn't need it. You don't need the outside influences trying to influence you on what you're going to do during the course of a game.
No, but isn't that what is reported to have happened at Texas A&M with NIL? Coach, I paid for my kid.
Of course.
He needs
It's
to play
only
more.
natural to think that that's going to happen. But as a coach, you certainly don't want that to happen.
Hell no. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
This team it's 4 games, and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is. They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like, everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk.
Right.
They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more towards the middle of the league. So that area can be improved upon. But they're remarkably consistent, and this is how you go from being average to good, and then go from good to great. It's how consistent are you?
know what's really good, but really sloppy?
Really good, but really sloppy.
Not all of them, I guess. I just had a really ripe peach.
Yeah, that's what I was
outside the
thinking.
studio.
Uh-huh.
And it's just it's hard to eat a peach. A ripe peach. Like if it's a little bit
Past his prime.
yeah. It wasn't
soft?
I wouldn't say it was past its prime. I would say it was soft. It was very good. It's really good, but it's a mess. I had to clean up after. Try to eat this thing.
Oh, clean yourself up.
Yeah.
Well, there's some napkins over there if you need some.
No, I use the
Pants?
The wet
Pantalones?
You know, like the wet things they got out there, the Clorox wipes.
You use a Clorox wipe on your face?
The ones right out there. Whatever the hell the ones. What do you call the ones that are out there?
Clorox
right outside
wipes?
your.
I don't know.
They're not Clorox, but
The one that, like in this canister, right to the that side of Kang.
yeah, there's a canister of it. No, there's a canister right outside our studio. A big, tall silver.
Oh,
thing,
gotcha.
The hand
Sorry,
wipes that
yeah.
are there.
Yeah.
I use those to clean it up.
Just use your sleeve like a normal slob.
I probably
Come on.
should. Yeah.
Did you learn anything from your kids?
I have not. Okay, so Michigan and Minnesota. We talked about Michigan State bye week, some of what they might be doing. Michigan, Minnesota. Look, I mean, Minnesota is one. I mean, they were up 31-10 at Northwestern and found a way to lose. In a really bad blown lead. There was 31-10, I believe, either early fourth quarter or late third quarter. And they blew the game. Minnesota's a team that still likes to run it. Last year, they finished second in the Big Ten in rushing attempts. This year, they are second in the Big Ten in rushing attempts. Minnesota doesn't make mistakes. Well, they don't commit penalties. Number one in the country, no surprise, fewest penalties committed, Army.
It's about, if anyone's going to be disciplined, I would think it would be Army.
Number two, Michigan. Number three, Minnesota.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah, it was 31-10 going into the fourth quarter. Northwestern scored with 12:01 to go in the fourth quarter.
Okay, so they were early fourth quarter up 31-10.
They had 11-play 75-yard drive. Then they had a 3-play 69-yard drive. And then they had a 14-play 80-yard drive that scored with 2 seconds to go. And then they were able to get a touchdown in overtime that answered the field goal that Minnesota scored.
So a few things about Michigan here is, one, this group of players has seemed to really have done what everybody says they want to do, which is really lean into and embrace going on the road. They love going on the road, and it seems to bring out the best in them. And I'm thinking back to 2 years ago when they went to Wisconsin and housed them, winning at Nebraska a couple of times, including once at night under really hostile circumstances. They do a great job on the road. They've won, I think it's 17 straight Big Ten games now. The last loss being the one on the road in East Lansing. But they have done a really good job away from home. And Minnesota isn't what I would call one of the more hostile places to play in the Big Ten. Now, they can give you problems with the football. Their running back, the kid from Walled Lake, is hurt. I don't know if he's going to be back this week.
Darius Taylor.
But watching him last week, they have a stable of backs.
Yeah, Minnesota's always been able to run the ball well, and they actually run the ball for more yards per game than Michigan does.
Mm-hmm.
They'll be able to do that. What they can't do is throw the ball. They're not very good at it. They don't get many yards doing it. And Kaliakmanis, the quarterback, Ethan Kaliakmanis, he does not have a good completion percentage, and I believe has 5 touchdowns to 4 interceptions. So those aren't great numbers for him, and it doesn't bode well, particularly when you're going against a defense that hasn't given up double digits all year.
No, they've got Michigan's defense. Michigan starters have given up 13 points on defense. They gave up the 69-yard touchdown pass to Rutgers to open that game. On Rutgers' first possession, that was it for Rutgers. They gave up 2 field goals to Bowling Green. Once after Michigan fumbled a kickoff, they got a 3-and-out, and Bowling Green kicked a field goal, and then they added a field goal drive later. So the Michigan starting defense, I mean, they haven't played a gauntlet, to be clear, but they have done the job. Like we've said all the time, I don't get mad at you for doing what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, but I think this will be the first. It's not a big test, but I think it'll be a challenge, at least for the defense, to show that you're legit in stopping the run.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not just because you played a schedule with East Carolina, UNLV, Bowling Green, Rutgers, and Nebraska. Minnesota does run the ball.
Yep.
And you mentioned that the kid from Walled Lake is maybe not going to play in this game, but they have backups that they got a redshirt freshman and a true freshman or sophomore or something else that's playing. They can run the football. So if they're able to hold Minnesota to 100 yards or 110 yards or less, that's going to be quite impressive.
Yeah, the Zach Evans was really impressive last week against Louisiana. He's one of their backup running backs. And Corey Crooms is probably their best wide receiver. People might recognize his name. He played at Western Michigan. In fact, he scored a touchdown at Western against Michigan at the Big House 2 years ago in the same game in which J.J. McCarthy threw his first career touchdown pass. And when he threw it all the way across the field to Dalen Baldwin, that was the don't throw it. You can't make that kind of throw. He threw it anyway, and it went for a touchdown. But Crooms is good. What's interesting about Minnesota is last year their leading receiver was Span Ford, the tight end, the big tight end. He hasn't done much this year. And I suspect that they're going to want to get him going.
Well, I think they'd love to get him going, but it's up to the quarterback to do that. He's got to have time to throw, and he's got to make accurate throws. And he hasn't been accurate, and I'm not sure how much time he's had.
And for Michigan, probably the development in recent weeks is an interesting battle for the third option at wide receiver. Everybody's seen Roman Wilson and Cornelius Johnson do their thing the last couple of years. Who's going to emerge as that third guy? Tyler Morris has made some plays for them. Samaj Morgan had the touchdown catch against Rutgers where there was a DPI and he still caught the ball. And then they got a four-star guy that seems to have been constantly hampered by injuries, and Darius Clemens. And Jim Harbaugh said pregame last week that he's got the burst back. And they were hoping to get him involved. He had 2 catches, including one on a crossing pattern on a real nice throw from JJ and a pretty well covered. Made a catch there. I think Darius Clemens is the guy to watch here because they kind of need a third. I mean, right now their third option, maybe their best option is Colston Loveland, the tight end. I guess Roman Wilson's their best option, but Colston Loveland's been really reliable. And A.J. Barner had a couple catches last week, the transfer from Indiana, but Darius Clemens, Samaj Morgan, or Tyler Morris, those guys seem to be battling it out for that third receiver spot.
So what's happening with Donovan Edwards? I mean, he has not really gotten off. He's 157 yards rushing, 3.3 a carry. He's got 12 receptions in the passing game, which is probably on par to be getting towards his career high, which is 20, because obviously they'll have many more games left. So receiving, I guess, fine, but running the ball, this has not been.
He met with the media this week. His quote was, "I'm not tripping." And it's funny, if you look back to last year, the start of the season kind of mimics last year. He got off to a slow start on the ground last year, and then against Penn State in the middle of October, he went for 173 yards, and he was good to go the rest of the way. He said he thought he had his best game at Nebraska, and look, this is just speculation. He's done. It feels a little bit like he's not just hitting the hole and taking 5 yards when it's there. He's trying to go 75 yards or 85 yards every play.
Well, he had success with that last year.
Yes, he did.
I mean, it's amazing. He only had 3 100-yard rushing games last year. I say only. Well, actually, he had 4 when I look at it now. But the totals are 5 when you go to TCU. My bad. But the totals are fantastic. 185 against Purdue in the Big Ten championship, 216 against Ohio State, 173 against Penn State, and 119 against TCU in the playoff. Came up big in the big games.
Yep.
So you can't question that. But this is not necessarily a big game.
All right, just getting word. Dave Revson of the Big Ten Network will reveal the conference football opponents for the next 5 years on Big Ten Today at 12:30. So we'll pass them along to you coming up shortly. We might have to move. Are you going to eat that? But we'll let you know. Michigan and Michigan State fans, this is going to be interesting because USC, UCLA, they put a schedule out, but then they added Oregon and Washington. That got scrapped. I've already told you what some of the leaks out there has been reported by the Wolverine as far as Michigan's schedule. Find out a little bit about the Sparties. All coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Did you tear up?
No, I didn't. I was like, that's emotional. I think my hair on the back of my neck stood up a little bit, the goosebumpy. I did not actually physically get tears, but I could tell I was like, wow, this is.
I thought when we went out to first base, that would have gotten you.
More than I expected.
Because I know you wanted him to play first base really
want to
badly. And then when it happened, I thought, oh, that'll get Doug. King, did you get emotional at all?
I got emotional, but not like teary. I emotional as in the fact that it was sad and happiness at the same time, if that makes any sense, right? You know, you're like, you get to see the great send-off, which made you happy, but the sadness is this is the end, and it's over.
Yep.
And I talked to Doug about this last week. You don't really, we're not going to really appreciate it, I don't think, for like a year or two, and just realize how legendary Miguel Cabrera was. I mean, this greatest right-handed hitter, greatest hitter of my generation as far as I'm watching, you know, as a Tiger. It's unfortunate that I had to go out without a playoff or a meaningful at bat. But,
that
you know,
sucks.
Yeah, but other than that, though, yeah, it was really cool. I think Tigers were first class. The whole thing really great. The whole weekend, not just yesterday. If you got down there this weekend, you know, you got to see everything. It was really cool.
All right, at this hour, the Big Ten is revealing the conference opponents for the next couple of years and what is being called the Flex Protect 18 schedule model. A couple of notes here. It ensures that all 18 schools play each conference opponent at least twice, one home and one road in a 5-year cycle. So if you stay for 5 years of eligibility, your team will play one home and one road game against every Big Ten team. Maintain control and flexibility as postseason format evolves. That's part of this model. They want to balance travel each year by distance, regions of the conference, and time zones. And the Big Ten will continue to play a 9-game league schedule. I was kind of hoping for 10, personally, selfishly.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. The schedules are out.
Oh, you got them?
I do.
Where do you got those?
All right. Angelique just tweeted them out.
Yeah, Michigan football Twitter, their official account has it all too, guys.
Now, is this does Angelique have Michigan and Michigan State?
Yes, she's got all the conferences for the next 4 years. Is what the schedules are. So Michigan, the away games are Illinois, Indiana, Ohio State, and Washington. So
this is next year.
This is 2024. Their home games are Michigan State, Minnesota, Northwestern, Oregon, USC. So the home schedule includes Michigan State, Oregon, USC, and as you said, non-conference, they have Texas. That's a hell of a schedule. That's a reward.
Okay, I will just say this.
That's insane.
It is
That's
insane.
crazy.
But their goal is to navigate that and only lose 2 games.
Basically.
Because in 3, depending on what else other teams do, because you're trying to get into the playoff.
Michigan State.
This is next year's home schedule.
So next year's home schedule for Michigan State, they'll play Indiana, Iowa, Ohio State, Purdue, and Rutgers at home. On the road at Illinois, Maryland, Michigan, and Oregon. So you're looking for the tough games. Well, every game could be tough for Michigan State, but let's just look at the toughest opponents. Michigan, Oregon, Ohio State, and make what you will of Iowa. Just looking ahead to, let's see, Ohio State. Ohio State plays Michigan State on the road, Northwestern, Oregon, and Penn State on the road. The road schedule can be tough. With
Let me
Oregon,
hear it again.
Michigan State, Northwestern, Oregon, and Penn State all on the road.
Okay.
At home, Ohio State has Indiana, Iowa, Michigan, Nebraska, and Purdue. So it's a lackluster home schedule for Ohio State, but they have the Michigan game, so fans will be happy with that.
They have to go to
But the road schedule is tough.
2 Oregon and 2 Penn State and 2 Michigan State.
Penn State schedule. On the road, Minnesota, Purdue, USC, Wisconsin. Their home schedule, Illinois, Maryland, Ohio State, UCLA, Washington.
Wow.
So that's no walk in the park there either.
This is all next year.
Yeah. USC. Road games. Think of this travel.
This is where I think it's going to kill them.
Well, they're going to try. The Big Ten's trying to make it equal as they can with the traveling based on time zones and regions and all this and miles traveled. But it's going to be tough. They play at Maryland, at Michigan, at Minnesota, at UCLA, at Washington.
Mm-hmm.
Their home games are against Nebraska, Penn State, Rutgers, Wisconsin. So it's not an overwhelmingly great home schedule for USC, although they have Penn State at home, but that road schedule's tough. It's brutal for the travel alone. But then the fact that you're playing Washington, Michigan, that's kind of tough. The 2025 schedule, I don't know if we care about.
I mean, let's do Michigan State real quick, because they aren't just the next year you go back to where you were. It's not invert the home and road games.
Right. So let's go with the road games for Michigan in 2025. Maryland, Michigan State, Nebraska, Northwestern, USC.
Yep.
Home games for Michigan in 2025.
Yep.
Ohio State, Purdue, Washington, Wisconsin.
In 2025, I believe Michigan plays Oklahoma in the non-conference schedule too.
Wow. So they'll have it'll be Oklahoma, Ohio State, Washington, Wisconsin.
So that's back-to-back years, by the way. Michigan does not play Penn State.
No.
In 2024 and 2025.
Michigan State on the road in 2025. Indiana, Iowa, Minnesota, Nebraska, USC. So both Michigan and Michigan State on the road in 2025 at USC. The home games for the Spartans in 2025, Maryland, Michigan,
Penn State, UCLA.
Pretty good home schedule.
Yeah. Well, you get to see UCLA. I think people like to see that, but they're playing USC and UCLA that year.
We got 26 and 27, but we probably don't need.
Yeah, don't need to go there. And plus, the writing is very small for me, right?
Isn't it? So here's my question, and look, this is a new paradigm in college football. These games and these schedules, this all looks great in terms of great matchups and all that. But the one thing to keep in mind is we have to get used to the fact that you don't have to run the table to go to the playoff. The emphasis is so much on going to the playoff that you're just accept that even if you're a title contender, you're probably going to absorb some losses. Right? It just is what it is. These schedules are way tougher, more interesting regular season. Not quite as intense a regular season, but more interesting for sure. The dates of these games haven't been determined, but you're going to have some stretches where you're like probably got 2 or 3 monster games in a row because there's too many monster games.
Right, exactly. And they're doing a 9-game schedule in conference.
Yep.
And you compare that with the SEC, which does an 8-game schedule. Are they going to stick with an 8-game schedule, bringing in Oklahoma and Texas?
So hold on, I have an SEC slap who texted me a while back. So let me just double check that.
Because while they're adding Texas and Oklahoma, I sure would hope that they would add another conference game to make it 9.
According to my SEC guy, 9 games starts in 2025 for the SEC.
So not next year.
Nope. Well, I mean, that'll be good if they get left out of the playoff this year. They'll have a chance to bounce back.
Well, and in fairness, Texas is going to U of M.
Yes, that is true.
And the following year, Oklahoma will come to Michigan as well. Is that correct?
I think Oklahoma is in Ann Arbor, and then they return trips. I know that the Michigan-Texas series, because there was some speculation, could that get canceled? It cannot. It will not get canceled. So that one's that one's locked in. I don't know about the Oklahoma series. I didn't ask about it, but let me just double check here. I think Michigan hosts Oklahoma, and then they have return trips coming after that.
Yeah, Michigan State's future schedule, non-conference, next year is like Florida Atlantic, Louisiana, and at Boston College.
2025, Michigan's at Oklahoma. So that 2025 schedule, the road games are Penn State, Oregon, Oklahoma, Michigan State, Northwestern. 2026, Oklahoma comes to Ann Arbor. 2027, Michigan goes to Texas.
Well, that's what happens when you bring in some good teams from another conference.
2028, Michigan has a non-conference game scheduled at Washington. Think about that.
2028?
Michigan has a non-conference game scheduled at Washington.
I think that'll change. Right. Well, in 2029, Michigan State has a non-conference game scheduled against Oregon. So, yeah.
All right. Well, there you go.
Interesting.
These schedules are monsters. TV networks, man. Running college football, guess what we get?
Fun.
I hope so.
Although, are we going to have fun when we see that the 12 teams that make the playoff, that maybe one of our teams gets left out because they end up with 3
because they made a monster schedule.
Right.
Well, a Big Ten team, even a Big Ten team that doesn't play a monster schedule, the disparities in scheduling scare me a little bit because there's not East and West. But hey, it might be Thursday, but the weekend starts tonight at Twin Peaks for Thursday Night Football. For all you fantasy team managers out there, get to your favorite lodge tonight and root on your team's first action of the week. Why go to the Peaks? Why not? They do everything well, starting with the Mountain Lodge setting and the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. They cater to your every need, and by now, I'm sure you know about the coldest beer in the state. They have the 29-degree frozen mugs that create the glacier of ice crystals, but you got to look at the cocktail menu as well. They feature tons of elevated whiskey and tequila cocktails with some of the best stuff out there, like the Hall of Fame margarita or the High West Punch. Then there's also the food. This isn't your average sports bar. They start their days off early as a scratch kitchen preparing all your favorites. House-made favorites like the spicy meatball skillet, hand-cut New York strip, the cut and breaded to order boneless wings and tenders, plus the smoked ribs, chicken or brisket, tacos or nachos. They got it all. Enjoy it while watching your favorite sports action on wall-to-wall TVs. Come see the difference today. To find a location nearest you, go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com.
Did you tear up?
No, I didn't. I was like, that's emotional. I think my hair on the back of my neck stood up a little bit, the goosebumpy. I did not actually physically get tears, but I could tell I was like, wow, this is.
I thought we went out to first base. That would have gotten you.
More than I expected.
Because I know you wanted him to play first base really badly. And then when it happened, I thought, oh, that'll get Doug.
Yep.
King, did you get emotional at all?
I got emotional, but not like teary. I emotionalized in the fact that it was sad and happiness at the same time, if that makes any sense, right? You know, you're like, you get to see the great send-off, which made you happy, but the sadness is this is the end, and it's over.
Yep.
And I talked to Doug about this last week. You don't really, we're not going to really appreciate it, I don't think, for like a year or two, and just realize how legendary Miguel Cabrera was. I mean, this greatest right-handed hitter, greatest hitter of my generation as far as I'm watching, you know, as a Tiger. It's unfortunate that I had to go out without a playoff or a meaningful at bat.
That
you know,
sucks.
Yeah, but other than that, though, yeah, it was really cool. I think Tigers were first class. The whole thing really great. The whole weekend, not just yesterday. If you got down there this weekend, you know, you got to see everything. It was really cool.
Two Big Ten teams might make the playoff this year, none out of the SEC. That would be perfect. But moving forward, the SEC's got to step it up because 8 conference games, they've been kind of avoiding harsh criticism nationally, but we all know they deserve it. And they need to play a 9th conference game, and they are waiting. They are waiting. I do want to hear from fan bases. How do you feel about this? This is crazy. This is a massive shift in scheduling.
Well, you knew it would be. I mean, you can't have this many teams coming in new and not have some crazy scheduling.
So we'll get to this in a second.
Schedule.
Yeah. Just a reminder, we're giving away Lions tickets. We got a Carson Anderson quiz question coming up today, 140, 141-ish, right around then. Make sure you're listening. The easy answer, it should be an easy answer to something said on our program if you've been listening. And first one with the correct answer, 248-539-9797. It's got a pair of Lions tickets for the game Sunday against Carolina at the Miller Lite Tap Room. And if you don't win, stop by Buffalo Wild Wings in Troy for the Thursday night football feast with Wojo and Rieger from 6 to 8, and another chance to win, courtesy of Miller Lite and Buffalo Wild Wings. 248-539-9797. Okay, so again, recapping, and I want to hear from Michigan and Michigan State fans. How do you feel about this, especially season ticket holders, and the new paradigm of college football? Starting next year, Michigan's home games: Illinois, Indiana, Ohio State. I'm sorry, road games. My bad. Michigan's road games: Illinois, Indiana, Ohio State, Washington. Their home games: Michigan State, Minnesota, Northwestern, Oregon, USC. Michigan State's road games: Illinois, Maryland, Michigan, Oregon. Their home games: Indiana, Iowa, Ohio State, Purdue, and Rutgers. Mix in Michigan State's got a road trip to Boston College next year. Is that correct?
I believe that's true. In 2024, they are at Boston College.
Okay. Michigan's got a home game against Texas. So if you have season tickets for Michigan next year, Texas, Michigan State, Oregon, USC, Minnesota, Northwestern. Michigan State fans, your home schedules: Indiana, Iowa, Ohio State, Purdue, Rutgers, with road trips to Michigan and Oregon. That is the 2024 schedule. But the point is, schedules are going to look like this every year. We've read you the 25, 26, 25, 26, and 27 schedules. But you are getting your money's worth. But you also have to, in the new world of college football, 2-3 losses are going to be the norm. And even if you're a good team, you might lose 4 or 5 games.
Look, it's trying to predict which programs are going to stay good or which programs are going to get good, which program is going to fall off. It's tough, right?
Yep.
But as it stands right now, just in the landscape of college football right now, I mean, Oregon, Washington, USC are awfully good teams, right? And then you add to that Penn State, Michigan, Ohio State, awfully good teams. That's 6. If you want to look at it and say they're the blue bloods of the future Big Ten, fine, that's 6. But then you get programs that flare up every once in a while. And some of them more than just occasionally, like Wisconsin or Iowa. Or you have Michigan State for that matter. I mean, they were one of the dominant teams in the Big Ten for a while there. It's going to be so much fun to see how it shapes out based on coaching changes that have already happened, coaching changes that will happen, rules changes with NIL. We've got the scheduling changes. I mean, I feel pretty confident that Matt Rule and Luke Fickell are going to get things going okay in their respective jobs. And, Brett Bielema trying to get things going at Illinois. These are good football coaches.
What about Schiano at Rutgers?
Schiano at Rutgers. Better. I feel like Schiano at Rutgers always has his, he's got a ceiling where he can go. But
so here's the thing. The way I look at it is I'm going to shift to, okay, you can lose a few games and still potentially make the playoff. And that's so much of the focus is making the playoff. Yeah, the ACC, I feel like if the playoff reflects that, the playoff says there's going to be one ACC team, one Big 12 team, and the conference champions will be guaranteed a spot. But then if you are not really reserving, but you favor Big 10 schools playing these kinds of schedules, and if the SEC does it too, plays these kind of schedules with the addition of Oklahoma and Texas, and I suspect they're going to look a lot like this. As long as they favor these schools in the Big Ten and SEC that have built-in monster schedules when it comes to playoff bids, I guess I'm okay with it.
Well, there are going to be some fun arguments starting next year when they go to 12.
248-539-9797. Fans, how you feel about it? How you feel about it? Especially the season ticket holders, because you're
This is where the fan bases get the benefit because now you see better home schedules.
I mean, there's a lot of big games.
So for us at Michigan and Michigan State games where, every other year it feels like you only have one really good home game. Well, that's not the case anymore.
Nobody's going to miss the game against Bowling Green.
No.
You're not.
Well, Grava might, but it's because he went to Bowling Green.
Right. Nobody's going to miss
East Carolina.
The game against East Carolina.
UNLV.
Nobody's going to miss.
Well, the bucket's going to miss those games.
Yeah, that's true.
Doug, how do we not know that the Pirate was named after because he was a big college sports fan and that's why East Carolina.
They went with the whole Blackbeard.
Oh
thing,
yeah, that's right. Blackbeard,
and they think that his treasure is actually buried on the East Carolina campus.
Well, I'm going to miss that.
Was he angry?
I don't know, but but no more. And now the problem is you're still going to see those teams. You're still going to see them in the non-conference schedule. Maybe what it's going to do is people are going to back off the non-conference scheduling.
You might say, I hope that's not the case.
That you'll still see Michigan State played Richmond and Central this year.
Right.
I mean, there's something cool about the directional,
schools
getting a
I
chance,
get,
but
you don't load up your non-conference game.
You don't
schedule.
need. Yeah, I think one of the unintended consequences of this is moving forward. Michigan State are going to be seeking home games for sure in the non-conference schedule.
Mm-hmm.
Probably 5 out of every 6 non-conference games, and probably aren't going to want to take on big boys very often.
No, and I don't think the other conferences are going to want to do that either. I think everybody's going to want to try to stack up as many wins as they can because they know the conference schedules are going to be so tough. But in 2024, the SEC is staying at 8 conference games.
And in 2024, I know Michigan's locked into the Texas game. That is happening. Wow.
Doug, when's the basketball schedule come out?
It already has. Are you looking for tip time, Michigan and Michigan State?
Duh.
By the way, none of the dates are announced. None of the kickoff times are announced. I will stick with my prediction.
Except for Michigan and Michigan State. We know that.
Because of you.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right, or whatever.
Pinned to our Twitter account, at Doug and Gator 971.
I'll stick with the prediction that the networks turn week 0 into a thing. Week 0, there's no longer going to be Middle Tennessee and Jacksonville State. They
they shouldn't. Let's fire it up, man. Let's get it going. UCLA taking on Northwestern.
In fact, let's go
week 0.
Bold ass prediction. Week 0 next year, Michigan hosts like Oregon.
Ooh, I like that.
Yep. And Ohio State, Fox kicks off with a Big Ten doubleheader. Michigan and Oregon, and Ohio State. Ohio State doesn't play. Who's USC got? USC hosting Penn State.
Oh, Caleb Williams got it. Who cares?
Actually, I care.
More importantly, what you also care, Doug. Your Purdue Boilermakers, are they ever going to win now?
No.
Wow.
It's just got tough.
I mean, it feels like there's a good half of the Big Ten that probably isn't going to be competitive.
Half the Big Ten is saying this. Dude, why?
Dude, the hell?
They're saying the hell.
Yeah.
The hell?
The hell.
All right, got another edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming up? 105. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say whatever you want.
Yeah.
It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's
Gosh,
I mean, honestly, I would say as good.
Yeah.
If it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now, this one, they obviously beat them, but Kansas City. Now, if they had the Kelsey, Chris Jones equation, but.
Oh, so you're going with the.
No, I'm not saying it's an asterisk, but we're looking at them right now.
What, did you have dinner with Tirico the other
No,
day?
I'd say right now, yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
They are.
Okay.
You didn't say that about Philly, but you said about.
I said the Eagles. I said Jalen Hurts aren't playing that good. Isn't playing that well.
He always shows his true colors.
No. Miami.
I think as good as.
Did you tear up?
No, I didn't. I was like, that's emotional. I think my hair on the back of my neck stood up a little bit, the goosebumpy. I did not actually physically get tears, but I could tell I was like, wow, this is.
I thought we went out to first base. That would have gotten you.
More than I expected.
Because I know you wanted him to play first base. Really.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, we've been doing our best to try and convey the new scheduling model in the Big Ten. And wow. I mean, it's just wild. The strength of schedule and how much it increases. If you're just joining us, the Big Ten is released. And we'll just go with next year's, although they've done the next 4 years. These are your home and road opponents. Michigan, it's USC at home. Oregon at home. Michigan State at home. Minnesota at home. Northwestern. Mix in a non-conference game against Texas. That means Michigan plays Texas, USC, Oregon, Michigan State, and the battle for the Little Brown Jug, all on the home schedule. Road games at Ohio State, at Indiana, at Illinois, at Washington. Michigan State's home schedule, Indiana, Iowa, Illinois, Ohio State, Purdue. Road schedule at Michigan, at Maryland, at Illinois, at Oregon. These things just got tougher, which is okay if everybody's doing it. And by everybody, I mean all conferences. Here's some of the feedback. I feel like what's getting lost in this is how much better Big Ten basketball will be next year as well. Adding UCLA and Oregon makes the Big Ten the best conference in college basketball by far.
Well, I was already happy with Big Ten college basketball, but yeah, this makes for more interesting games.
Dave and Warren says you start out 0-3 and people start missing the old conference scheduling.
Yep, 100%.
T in Southfield writes, Notre Dame is set since the Big Ten schedules are brutal. So you're saying Notre Dame will never join the Big Ten because it's too much?
All this?
Another one here. I hate college football realignment because it's purely driven by greed. We, the fans, suffer the most. We don't see a cent of those record TV deals. I hate realignment.
Well, but what you do get to see are better football matchups.
You do get to see more monster games because they're just going to be baked into your conference schedule.
But would you rather have the monster game be, in the playoffs as opposed to during the course of the regular season?
I mean, I don't love realignment. If you could wave a magic wand and have it go back to the way it was in terms of Big Ten configuration, Pac-12 still alive, I would do that. I'm trying to focus on the positives of this. I do think the SEC and ACC are going to have to get rid of their cupcake schedules, so the Big Ten will go down in the rankings. I don't know. I mean, why would they go down in the rank? I don't get it. I don't get the correlation.
Well, if the SEC doesn't change their schedule, if they don't adjust and they keep, scheduling the way that some of these teams have, where they have the favorable schedules, that they don't have to play as much competition as what the Big Ten is now, because the Big Ten's going big. But I think people forget who's coming to the SEC. You got Texas and Oklahoma coming to the SEC. It's not going to be a cakewalk there. It just isn't. Now, maybe for 2024 it is because it's only an 8-game schedule.
But in 2025.
But 2025, everybody's on that kind of level playing field of 9 conference games, and there are plenty of good teams in the SEC.
All right. Are you ready for another edition? Are you going to eat that?
Am I?
Here we go. Here we go, Gator and Kang. The Braves, the Atlanta Braves baseball team, they revealed a new ballpark food item for the postseason.
Love ballpark food.
Something called, actually, I don't know what it's called, but it's a double-stacked chicken sandwich. So 2 chicken breasts stacked on 3 glazed donuts as buns. So you got glazed donut, chicken breast, glazed donut, chicken breast, glazed donut.
I'm assuming it's fried chicken?
I don't know.
At this point, it doesn't even matter, does it?
I mean,
can I get a grilled chicken option, sir? I'm trying to watch my weight.
Yeah. Look, you know how I feel about the stacking things to make them as high as it. I can't stand that. This, look, I love if it's fried chicken. Let's assume it's fried chicken.
I think it is.
I love fried chicken. And fried chicken breast is great. We know about chicken sandwiches and all that. That's fantastic. I love glazed donuts. On the onset, it sounds like it's a great combination. but I never understood the making the sandwich out of a donut thing. You know me, I don't like to get messy when I eat. This is why I don't like ribs. I don't really like chicken wings.
You wouldn't have liked that peach I had earlier.
No, I would not have. I didn't like it just watching it. Because of all that, I'm going to say no. I don't need to eat this.
This feels like the kind of item for me that I would have like 2 bites. And then the sugar rush. I don't eat a ton of sugary foods. I would struggle with that, but I could try this. It probably costs $35 in a ballpark.
Oh, for
it ain't
sure.
cheap.
No.
But yeah, I'd try it.
The problem is this is billed as a sandwich, and it's a fork and knife thing.
Yeah,
You
it is a
just
fork and
can't,
knife
you know,
thing.
if
You give me
this-
a plate. If I sit
Yeah,
down at a
I'll
restaurant
probably-
and I got
yeah.
a plate and it's got, you can deconstruct it, I might do that.
Yeah,
But I
because
ain't getting it as a sandwich.
This is more like chicken and waffles. It's like the
Yes.
sweetness, the savory. So, I mean, like in that aspect, I'd try it, but I
That's
don't
so
want to
good.
try to eat this as a sandwich.
No.
So, King, but you'd try it.
Not as a
fo-
sandwich.
Not as a sandwich.
Okay, so you're out. I'm the only one that would try this? Wow. All right, next up, Gator. Captain Crunch
Yep.
has come out with a new flavor. Birthday Crunch.
Yep.
It's a birthday cake flavored cereal
Yep.
mixed in with Captain Crunch.
Absolutely.
He loves the cap.
I love, first of all, I love the captain. Second of all, the birthday cake flavoring. I love birthday cake flavoring. I love cake. So when you get the birthday cake ice cream, love that.
That's good. That's
Yeah.
really good.
So you're going to get those little bits instead of like crunch berries. I'm on board.
Well, I'm out. This
No
is
kidding.
just straight candy for breakfast. I'm
Yeah.
out.
Who doesn't want candy and milk
I
for
mean,
breakfast?
yeah, we're getting close to Halloween.
Your kids didn't eat cereal growing up? Like
The,
sugar?
the most sugary cereal they have is Frosted Mini Wheats.
They never got to experience like Apple Jacks.
Yeah. Or
Fruit-
Captain
Fruit
Crunch.
Loops,
Oh, I'm
Captain
sure they've
Crunch.
experienced it, just not
Just
at our
not in your
house.
house?
Not up in here.
I mean, my parents didn't buy us a whole lot of sugary cereal either. We kind of had to beg for it, and even then, we were more of an oatmeal family.
Kang, would you try this?
Yeah, absolutely.
So 2 yays and an A. All right, next up, Goldfish has combined forces with Dunkin' Donuts.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
they
my
are
interest.
releasing a Goldfish limited edition Dunkin' Pumpkin Spice Grams. These are basically pumpkin spice goldfish with notes of pumpkin, donut glaze, and warm spices, including cinnamon, cloves, and nutmeg.
So this is a sweet version of a goldfish cracker, as opposed to the savory, which is the cheddar cheese or whatever else you're going to go with.
Yep.
I love goldfish crackers.
Mhm.
I love them. I think it's a brilliant idea. And if you're going to give me a sweet flavor and it's the pumpkin spice stuff, I'm here for it. I love it.
Doug, you love pumpkin, right?
Yeah, I'd probably try these. I'd probably try 'em.
What, limit yourself to a handful?
Yep.
Yeah.
Most likely.
A few goldfish.
Yeah.
3 or 4 maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, I try it, but I'm not as big on pumpkin as everybody else is, and that's fine. You know, it's just me. But I usually enjoy because you're right. Goldfish are usually like cheddar cheese or even pizza flavor they have. It's
Yeah.
like a cheese. They go down the cheese aisle.
Here's
is
where
different.
this item's going to be great. And I'm going to predict this. It's going to be all the rage to make your cheesecake crust out of these goldfish crackers.
Oh, that's a good
That's
call
what's going
by
to
you.
happen.
It's a really good call by you.
Thank you.
All right, so
You're welcome, people.
we're
He
all
watches
in?
a lot of Chopped.
Yeah, we're all in on this.
Yeah.
Okay. Hostess has come out with a pumpkin spice Twinkie. Pumpkin, cinnamon, and all the fall spices. Hostess pumpkin spice Twinkie.
It's got to be better than a regular Twinkie. Regular Twinkies are fine. You know, it's probably the last one of the Hostess desserts that I'd go towards. It's just, sponge cake, whatever. But you're going to give me the pumpkin spice flavor to it? Yep, I'm here for it. Although I know, Kang, you're not a pumpkin guy here. So
No, not huge. Yeah, I like the regular Twinkie. I do. I don't need to. That's like the original.
you feel like it's mucking it up?
That's a classic. I understand it. If you guys have gone to the grocery store at all, you've seen like they are. If you want to call it mucking it up, they've added flavor to every single thing you can think of that. That was an
Pumpkin this,
original.
pumpkin
Yeah,
that.
exactly. So
Yeah, I'm out.
you're out. Wow, you're a pumpkin guy
Yeah,
too.
I know. Twinkies, though, to me are like, hey, here's simulated food. Not interested.
I understand that. I want to make fun of him for no. He's right. He's right.
I mean, it is.
It's delicious though.
All right. Next up and finally, Kentucky Coffee known for its coffee-flavored whiskey, recently expanded into the ready-to-drink category with the debut of the new Hard Cold Brews. This is a mixed cocktail with whiskey and cold brew. The coffee will offer their line of hard brews in 12-ounce cans of 5.9% ABV in 3 flavors: black, vanilla, and mocha. Gator?
No, I'm not a coffee guy to begin with. As you guys know, I don't drink coffee at all. Yep. I do love the whiskey. And when you start to get into flavored whiskeys, I think there's a point of no return. You start to cross the line where we're getting a little ridiculous with all the different flavors. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I can live with the cinnamon. I can live with like, a caramel flavor, something like that, like a butterscotch flavor, but then you start to get a little too schnapsy.
Yeah.
And a little too syrupy. Some things taste more medicinal than others. Like you get a black cherry whiskey, it tastes medicinal more than it does like whiskey. So I have no interest in this because it's coffee flavor, and the only coffee flavor I like is really coffee ice cream.
You don't like coffee.
No.
Kang? I'm out, by the way.
You are out?
No, I'm not going to do this. No.
I'd try it. It's something I probably don't want to drink a lot of at all, but I'd definitely try it. I enjoy the coffee
I got
flavor.
enough booze in the house. I don't
Retake
need
this. I could see this being I've been skiing all day. It's the middle of the winter. I need a little coffee, but I'd like a little extra. So I can see myself doing this. A very specific.
Wow.
It feels like a very specific late in the day on a ski Saturday.
This is
Nub's Knob.
Very specific.
Yep.
Jeez.
Yep.
I mean, you have to be.
Well, because I think about it, I'll stop and go to the bar and I'll get their spiked coffee there. You can get a little Irish whiskey and a coffee, that kind of thing. So now
So is that what you go for that as opposed to the hot chocolate with like peppermint schnapps?
I do both, but if I'm tired, I'll do the coffee one, which isn't very often, but I'll do the coffee one. There it is, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Hey, just a reminder, we swing around the NFL today at 1:30, plus we give away Lions tickets. Chance to win a pair to the Mill Light Tap Room for a Lions game this coming Sunday against Carolina. If you don't win, stop by the Buffalo Wild Wings in Troy on Big Beaver Road from 6 to 8 for the Thursday night football feast with Wojo and Rieger, courtesy of Miller Lite and Buffalo Wild Wings. Our quiz question at 141. 141, we'll have that quiz question. First correct answer gets 2 Lions tickets for Sunday. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Badly, and then when it happened, I thought, that'll get done. Yeah. King, did you get emotional at all?
I got emotional, but not like teary. I emotionalized in the fact that it was sad and happiness at the same time, if that makes any sense, right? You're like, you get to see the great send off, which made you happy, but the sadness is this is the end and it's over.
Yep.
And I talked to Doug about this last week. You don't really, we're not going to really appreciate it, I don't think, for like a year or two, and just realize how legendary Miguel Cabrera was. I mean, this greatest right-handed hitter, greatest hitter of my generation as far as I'm watching, as a Tiger. It's unfortunate that I had to go out without a playoff or a meaningful at-bat. But,
that sucks.
Yeah, but other than that, though, it was really cool. I think Tigers were first class. The whole thing really great. The whole weekend, not just yesterday. If you got down there this weekend, you got to see everything. It was really cool.
All right, let's get to work. It's a Tuesday. It's October. It's 85 degrees out. And I have no football to watch. All right, Rico, we can start a multitude of ways. We're going to get to University of Michigan a little bit later. Let's burn it down before we build it up, I guess. Lions, a little bit after that. You have things you want to say about Saturday. I want to hit the fan portal. I can't do this the rest of the fall. Yeah. As a Spartans and Giants fan, if I can't continue to do this flaccid penis offense that we watch constantly. 60 minutes on Saturday, 60 minutes on Sunday. Nobody can block a soul. Nobody can throw the ball. Nobody can do anything. Clown car effort. Arguments on the sidelines. Teams that look like they're on Quaaludes. I want to hit the fan portal. But see, you...
All right, a couple updates here. According to Colton Pouncey, Lions wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown and defensive back Brian Branch did not practice today. Although Pouncey adds St. Brown was running and getting some work in off to the side, though. So that's good. Isn't that maybe technically limited practice? Technically?
Technically, maybe.
Yeah.
Well, I feel better about that hearing that he was running on the side. I think with St. Brown, although the issue is an abdominal issue with him, it's not necessarily the foot. So I don't know. I mean, if this was just like the foot, maybe I would say it's just maintenance and it's okay. Expect him to play and suit up on Sunday. But because it's abdominal, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I don't quite know what that means necessarily.
Well, it means in the region below your chest.
Now, I know what the abdominal is, but what injury is this exactly? Has he got a sick tummy?
You have a tummy ache?
Yeah.
Did you pull a muscle, an abdominal muscle? I don't know. Hope that's not the case because that can be trouble.
If you get just one, who's more important to get back, Branch or St. Brown?
St. Brown. I don't think it's hard. I don't hesitate because I expect Mosley can step in.
Yeah.
He's been practicing.
Yeah, and you think about the opponent too. You know, how much does that matter? Am I wrong not to be as worried about the offense, Carolina's offense?
I think you're probably right not to be as worried. I like Bryce Young, but Bryce Young hasn't shown this crazy ability at the NFL level yet. The toughest thing to stop Bryce Young is the defensive front, is to make sure these guys don't over pursue. Mm-hmm. Don't let him take off and go and pick up 7, 8, 15 yards.
If you know, you're kind of worried, Gator, that Jameson Williams might not be active, according to trying to read tea leaves.
Yeah.
What Campbell's saying. If St. Brown doesn't go, doesn't Jameson Williams have to be
active? He has
active?
to be. Yeah. I would imagine he is.
And then if he's active and there's no St. Brown, how much of the playbook does he know? Can he be on the field for? You know.
Well, I mean, do they go to different sets? I mean, I would imagine that the Lions, if they don't have St. Brown, if you're going to tell me they're playing without Amon or St. Brown, I would say this: that they're going to go with multiple tight end sets. Multiple sets where you've got, or multiple occasions where we're going to see both running backs on the field, and probably you'll see less wide receiver play.
He's so damn good.
St. Brown is amazing.
He gets open. He gets open quickly, by the way. When you watch the replays of his routes that he runs, I mean, he just gets open instantly. It has to be such, a relief for Jared Goff, like his blankie. to have Amon-Ra St. Brown always open.
It's nice. I mean, and he's got obviously his familiarity with Josh Reynolds, and that's helped out a lot. But to me, it's amazing how things have just gone so smoothly and grown so quickly with Laporta. But yeah, if you go without St. Brown, that there is an element of that security blanket being gone. But fortunately, the Lions with their offense, they're able to shift things. They're dynamic with the offense. Oh, does that mean they're going to have to run the ball more? Okay, they can run. But Carolina's got some real players on the defensive side of the field. Mm-hmm. And right on that defensive line, you got Burns and who's the other big guy? Derek Brown. Those two guys there alone. They got some guys in the secondary that are really good. It's
the record doesn't show them to be very good or very competitive, but Carolina is not talentless. They do have talent.
No, and I mean, we did this earlier in the year, and if we do it again here, there were a couple of games that led to the most visceral reactions from the fans. The Minnesota loss because of Dan Campbell's decision. They gave up 2 fourth-quarter touchdowns for Minnesota to come back and beat them, and that included a Dan Campbell decision to try a field goal from 54 yards that missed, and it opened up the door for when the Lions were up 3 at the time. And Minnesota then got great field position, went down, scored a touchdown. That got a visceral reaction from the fans. The game against Seattle, because they didn't make them punt, got a visceral reaction. And the Carolina game, where Carolina rushed for 320 yards. 2 backs over 100 yards against the Lions. Foreman they don't have him. Hubbard is back. Hubbard in that game against the Lions, 12 carries, 125 yards. Hubbard threw 4 games this year, 26 carries, 119 yards. So this is, remember when we were like, hey, hopefully the Lions can make Seattle punt.
Yeah.
Hopefully the Lions can keep Carolina well under, A, 320 yards, but B, maybe even like 100 yards. The way their rush defense has been performing, what Carolina did to them last year, it's another one of those games where they can kind of answer a bell that they couldn't a year ago.
Look, I almost want to guarantee that can't happen again, but I'm not going to do it because I didn't think it was possible that Seattle it feels like Seattle's got the Lions number, right?
Yep.
Winning the last 3 games, scoring tons of points in all those games. It's like, I can't believe this is happening. Carolina, it feels like there's no way. I mean, it's not a good Carolina team. It's a team that's got talent, but they're not a good team. They couldn't possibly go for 321 yards again. I don't think they can, but can they get off and have a decent game running the ball? Is that possible? Is it a little smoke and mirrors what the Lions are doing so far?
If they do, Gator, then we go, oh my God, do they have a Carolina problem
Right.
too? We have a
Right.
Seattle problem. Now we have a Carolina
issue.
problem.
And then another team in the NFC.
Yeah. I think that the problem is, Gator, this is the NFL, and you will lay a stinker.
Yes.
Even the best teams in the league will come out one Sunday or one week and be like, well, what the hell was that? That wasn't
Cowboys
us.
lost to Arizona.
Yeah. And the Lions-
the Bills lost to the Jets.
The Lions did it last year to Carolina. Now, this is not the exact same Carolina offense for sure, but for some reason, maybe it happens again and it just happens to be Carolina. It's weird.
Well, what happens if this...
I'm not coming into work if they lose this. Just so you know.
If you're Carolina, the other thing is you drafted Bryce Young, you've got your quarterback, and you're moving forward with him, right? But he hasn't been terribly impressive so far this year. They threw Andy Dalton in when they had to, and Andy Dalton played just fine, right?
Yep.
Couple of touchdowns. I think he had a 300-yard passing game in the game that he started. Is it possible that you could see like an early hook if things get out of control? But if things get out of control, you expect you can stay out of control here. But I don't know. I guess why am I trying to find ways that Carolina scares me? They don't scare me.
I don't know.
They don't. They really don't.
It's trying not to be overly confident going into this one.
Yeah, I mean, they average, 90-something yards a game on the ground. They haven't been impressive throwing the football. Thielen and Chark.
I don't know, man. Hey, a few things. You can stream the show with the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. We see more and more people doing that all the time, so make sure you download it. Then
People ask about the spelling all the time.
AUDACY. It's free, and then you can listen to our station anywhere in the United States or Canada. You can also stream to our website, 971theticket.com, where Champ and Chump were posted earlier in the week. You and the Birchie Kid and Evan putting great content out there. Additionally, you can stream with video on twitch.tv. Search up twitch.tv, and bam, there we are. Once you see 971 The Ticket, go to 971 The Ticket on the search bar, and there we are. Same thing with YouTube, youtube.com. Search up 971 The Ticket. Always you can take us in here at 97.1. We swing around the NFL next, 97.1.
Oh, no, you have something else you want to say today.
No.
And you won't share.
No,
So
no.
I said, fine. I'll sit here and just let you go ahead. Go ahead and shoot.
This team it's 4 games, and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is. They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk.
Right.
They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more towards the middle of the league. So that area can be improved upon. But they're remarkably consistent, and this is how you go from being average to good, and then go from good to great. It's how consistent are you?
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say
Yeah.
whatever you want.
Yeah,
It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's
Gosh,
I mean, honestly, I would say as
good.
good.
Okay.
If it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was
Okay.
there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now, this one, they obviously beat them, but Kansas City. Now, if they had the Kelsey-Chris Jones equation, but.
Oh, so you're going with the.
No, I'm not saying it's an asterisk, but we're looking at them right now.
What, did you have dinner with Tirico the other
No,
day?
I'd say
we're
right here,
now.
right now, yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
They are.
Okay.
You didn't say that about Philly, but you said about.
I said the Eagles. I said Jalen Hurts aren't playing that good. Isn't playing that well.
He always shows his true colors.
No. Miami.
I think as good as.
Did you tear up?
No, I didn't. I was like, that's emotional. I think my hair on the back of my neck stood up a little bit, the goosebumpy. I did not actually physically get tears, but I could tell I was like, wow, this is.
I thought we
wow,
went out
this
to
is more
first
than
base. That would have gotten you.
More than I expected.
Because I know you wanted him to play first base really
want him to
badly. And then when it happened, I thought, oh, that'll get Doug.
Yep.
King, did you get emotional at all?
I got emotional, but not like teary. I emotionalized in the fact that it was sad and happiness at the same time, if that makes any sense, right? You know, you're like, you get to see the great send off, which made you happy, but the sadness is this is the end and it's over.
Yep.
And I talked to Doug about this last week. You don't really, we're not going to really appreciate it, I don't think, for like a year or two, and just realize how legendary Miguel Cabrera was. I mean, this greatest right-handed hitter, greatest hitter of my generation as far as I'm watching, you know, as a Tiger. It's unfortunate that I had to go out without a playoff or a meaningful at bat. But,
That
you know,
sucks.
yeah. But other than that, though, yeah, it was really cool. I think Tigers were first class. The whole thing really great. The whole weekend, not just yesterday. If you got down there this weekend, you know, you got to see everything. It was really cool.
All right, let's get to work. It's a Tuesday. It's October. It's 85 degrees out. And I have no football to watch. All right, Rico, we can start a multitude of ways. We're going to get to University of Michigan a little bit later. Let's burn it down before we build it up, I guess. Lions, a little bit after that. You have things you want to say about Saturday. I want to hit the fan portal. I can't do this the rest of the fall.
Yeah.
As a Spartans and Giants fan, if I can't continue to do this flaccid penis offense that we watch constantly. 60 minutes on Saturday, 60 minutes on Sunday. Nobody can block a soul. Nobody can throw the ball. Nobody can do anything. Clown car effort, arguments on the sidelines, teams that look like they're on Quaaludes. I want to hit the fan portal. But see, you have something else you want to say today.
No.
And you won't share.
No,
So I said, fine. I'll sit here and just let you go ahead. Go ahead and shoot.
Let's give away some Lions tickets. We got a pair to give away to the first one with the correct answer to the following question. Earlier in the show, we read a quote from Lions special teams coordinator Dave Phipp. When asked what would he do if he won the Powerball, what did he say? What did he say? First correct answer at 248-539-9797. You got 2 tickets to the Lions and Carolina on Sunday in the Miller Lite Tap Room. That's coming up on Sunday. If you don't win, stop by the Buffalo Wild Wings in Troy on Big Beaver for Thursday night football feast with Wojo and Rieger from 6 to 8 for another chance to win. Tickets courtesy of Miller Lite and Buffalo Wild Wings. 97.1 The Ticket.
This team it's 4 games, and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is. They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk. Right. They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more towards the middle of the league. So that area can be improved upon. But they're remarkably consistent. And this is how you go from being average to good and then go from good to great. It's how consistent are you?
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say whatever you want. It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's
Gosh,
I mean, honestly, I would say as
he's
good.
good.
If
Yeah.
it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was
Okay.
there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now, this one, they obviously beat them, but Kansas City. Now, if they had the Kelsey Chris Jones equation, but
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket.
No, I'm not saying it's an asterisk, but we're looking at them right
Ethan
now.
Dearborn won the Lions ticket.
I'd say right here, right now,
answer was,
yeah.
I
Sorry,
try
Brad.
more fakes. The question was, what did Dave Fipsay do if he won the Powerball? Said I'd try more fakes. And congratulations, you got yourself the tickets, Keith and Dearborn. If you didn't win and you want to try and win again, the Thursday Night Football Feast, Buffalo Wild Wings and Troy, Big Beaver. Swing by. Another chance to win.
The Fipper fantasizes about winning the Powerball.
He fantasizes about hitting it.
Yep. So
That's what it said.
it did say, well, that's what the tweet we read said, yes. The tickets thing, I haven't tried to buy tickets this year for any game. Have you?
For the Lions?
Yeah.
No.
Kang, do you know anybody, have you or anybody you know tried to buy tickets?
I know people that have gone to the games. I'm assuming they bought those tickets. I don't know how hard it was them for to buy the tickets or how much they cost.
I would bet that the buy-in prices.
Of course, that awful old joke when they were bad. Well, I left 2 tickets in my car. I came back. There were 4 tickets. I think that's done.
First prize is 4 tickets. Or wait, first prize is 2 tickets. Second prize is 4 tickets.
Right.
Yeah, that thing. Yeah.
So now things have changed. How hard is it to get tickets? I mean, do you have to go to the secondary market? Do you go to your friends who always offered you in the past? Say, hey, man, you want those tickets?
Guess what the buy-in price is for Sunday? Standing room only.
$100.
It's $74 on SeatGeek.
What are those tickets normally for standing room?
I don't know. Good question. I'm looking here for non-standing room, like an actual seat. $101 is the for one ticket.
How much for a rib?
Yeah, section 321, row 11. One ticket for a pair together. Let's see if I can find what the buy-in price is for a pair of non-standing room. $127. It's actually not as bad as I expected it to be. So it's good for the people if you're trying to get in and see a game.
Well, I'll be there.
I know you will.
Looking forward to seeing it.
Looking forward to seeing it?
Well, the game.
Oh, okay, yeah, I got you. I thought you said looking forward to seeing ya, and I'm like, oh, dude,
no, you're not.
I'm landing at like 4 a.m. I doubt I'm.
And
yeah, right. So the other thing is, are you noticing more Lions gear out there?
I think I have. Yeah. Actually, one of my neighbors has a inflatable Lions helmet now.
Really?
Up by their by the front porch, which is hilarious, awesome, and also slightly off-putting. But I think it's more awesome than it is not awesome.
So they got a generator, or do they have it plugged in, or what?
Yeah, it's like one of those that those decorations you would see at Halloween or at Christmas time, right?
Yeah.
The inflatables.
Yep.
Which during Christmas I tend to think it's more in poor taste, but Halloween or if you're supporting your team, I think it's awesome.
So there is some news from college football. The NCAA has declared Tez Walker eligible for North Carolina. This was a guy who was trying to pull off a second transfer with immediate eligibility. During the COVID year, I think he went away to one school and the season wasn't played. So he transferred once and he was trying to get a waiver to transfer to North Carolina and they hadn't let him, but now they've decided to let him play. And I was wondering, okay, I don't know what the end goal is for Tez Walker, but does he even bother at this point? Does he take the red shirt and come back next year? Or does he play this half a season?
I mean, if you're really good and you can get back in that lineup, you're going to get noticed if you're North Carolina.
They're 4-0. They've got 8 games left and presumably a postseason game.
Yeah, that's a program that's trying to get into the playoff, and they'll have opportunities because they'll play teams like Florida State or Clemson or Notre Dame.
Yeah.
You've got a Heisman caliber quarterback, first round pick as a quarterback. So make a name for yourself. Be the go-to guy.
Well, good for him and good for the NCAA.
Yeah. The other NCAA news, Big Ten news, lawsuit news.
Oh, God.
Pat Fitzgerald, haven't heard about him in a while, is suing Northwestern for $130 million because they terminated his contract after they agreed upon over the summer, at the end of the summer, that he was just going to stay away from the team for 2 weeks. He would be suspended for 2 weeks. No new evidence came out, but the head of the university had a change of heart and said, yeah, you know what? No, you're done. You're gone. Presumably because of the public backlash that came with it, with the hazing stories and all that. But the investigation showed that he didn't know anything about the hazing, and yet they fired him anyway.
Do you know how much money he was owed on his contract?
I don't, but it can't be anywhere near $130 million.
$45.2 million.
Yeah.
So I don't know how he came up with this total.
Well, if he's looking at what his potential earnings are down the road, and now his name has been sullied.
Yeah.
You talking Pat Fitzgerald?
Yeah.
You know why he came up with that number? And it makes sense if you think about it. He was going to coach for the next 20 years there.
I was going to say.
Never going to get fired.
20 years.
And even if he just made $5 million a year, there's your number.
Yeah.
He was a lifer.
That's
adjust for inflation.
But he was, as bad as they've been, he's never been on the hot seat.
So we haven't heard any number that Mel Tucker's asked for, correct?
He probably just wants all his money. I'm assuming you walk in there saying, give me everything you owe me.
Yeah.
Which would probably be roughly $80 million.
Do you think Pat Fitzgerald asking for 3 times what he was owed almost impacts what Tucker asked for?
No, I think Tucker's just, is there that big of a difference between 80 and 140? I mean, you're rich. You tell me.
Yeah, right. I mean, if it's same thing with Pat Fitzgerald.
I mean, you're
right?
putting cheese on your Whopper either way.
This is true, but so was Pat Fitzgerald.
Right.
And he asked for 130 when he was owed 56.
What kind of an idiot doesn't put cheese on the Whopper? Who just gets the Whopper? You got to get the Whopper with cheese.
I'm just saying, you got enough money, you can put cheese on your Whopper.
I got 30 cents. Hey, let's go.
Hey, man, struggling.
So what do you think of the Big Ten scheduling?
Yeah, I like it. I mean, I like the fact that they're diversifying, that everybody's going to see everybody. So if you're a player, you're going to go on the road and play a team at home within your 5-year, if you redshirt and you don't go to the league. I like the fact that, you can make trips out to the West Coast. I like it. I don't know if Penn State is either brilliant or not. They just said, we want no protected rivals. We'll take our chance every year with the schedule. Just give it to us. Maybe we'll get Northwestern and Iowa.
Well, they don't have a rivalry to protect.
They literally put on their press release, unrivaled. Like they're bragging about it. But the rivalry of my entire life was Pitt and then they got killed.
Maybe the smartest one may have been Maryland because they pretty much said, hey, Rutgers, want to be partners?
Yeah, but with 9 games, you're only guaranteeing that one game.
Yeah,
but
maybe you
I'm
need
okay
that
with
one.
this as long as the SEC schedules look
They're
the
not.
same.
They're not.
But they're going to 9 games in 25. Will they look the same? Because these things feel loaded with big games.
They do, but when you look at the SEC, well, now that Texas and Oklahoma are going there, maybe it'll diversify because, I mean, the SEC kind of reminds me of the Big Ten right now where there's like 4 teams and everybody else.
Yeah, well, they'll have 6 programs, I guess, if you will, and then who knows what else happens.
Now, will Georgia and Alabama keep missing each other and only play once every 10 years?
Seems weird, doesn't it? Seems awfully convenient. But what do you got planned coming up next?
We'll touch upon the scheduling coming up for Michigan fans. Got to be pretty good. I would think that you went from diabetes schedule to, wow, you got the name brand schedule next year. And if you play Texas in non-conference too.
That game's happening, by the way.
Okay, then now, you're playing the name brands next year.
And in a world where 2 and maybe even 3 losses could still get you into the playoffs. 2 could.
Yeah.
3 might be a bit much.
I guess you just don't want to do them early.
It's just weird to say that about college football.
But imagine if you got to do like Texas and then the following week you're on the road at Washington. It's like
so Texas the following week is going to be Arkansas State. That's already locked in. But
nobody just walks into Arkansas. The Fighting Roadrunners.
Red Wolves?
I have
I think they're the Rebels. But
He's on the Whopper.
All right, have a great show. I love it. Stay safe, everybody, and treat each other with respect. Nice one.
The expanded Big Ten has released football schedules for the next 4 seasons. In 2024, Michigan will take on USC and Oregon on the road and welcome Washington to the Big House. The Spartans also have a trip to Oregon next year, but they will not play USC, UCLA, or Washington. Neither team scheduled to play Penn State as well. Michigan, Ohio State, and Michigan State are both protected rivalries. We're awaiting the injury report from Lions practice today. Amon-Ra St. Brown and Brian Branch both missed practice again yesterday, with Carolina now on tap for Sunday. Head coach Dan Campbell says Detroit is entering a very important part of its schedule. FanDuel has Detroit as a 10-point favorite against the Panthers. Michigan State has started its hearing for Mel Tucker, but without the former head coach himself, Tucker is not at today's hearing due to what his lawyers are calling a serious medical condition. And the Red Wings have their second to last preseason game tonight in Toronto. Puck drop at 7, the pregame show at 6:45 right here on 97.1. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
See, that's A-level stuff. That's tremendous. I don't know if Mario's going to appreciate that, but you know what? To hell with it. Ask forgiveness later. You know, I wanted to start the day. Rico, are you having fun?
I'm having a great
Okay,
time.
then. So where do we want to begin today, huh?
Let's have fun.
What do we want to do? We want to do Tucker and Tracy burning each other to the ground? Do we want Big Ten schedules? Do we want Lions injury report? What do you want to do?
Tucker and Tracy burning themselves down does not sound like fun, Mike.
We're out.
Maybe what they said on the phone was, but right now,
we're out.
All right.
So what do you want to start with?
Let's do Big Ten schedule.
Go ahead. It's your world. You got
Big
your little mini camera hooked up. You're doing interviews pre-show. He's everywhere, people.
The podcast.
Guy was on Bloomington Radio to start the day today.
Just trying to look as good as you on Caster Ticket.
Thank you.
Make sure you download.
Thank you.
It's coming
Please
out.
do. Please. Hey, by the way, Texas is back.
I've heard.
Talk to me. What are we doing with the schedules?
The schedule came out, Mike. The Big Ten, they've listened to the fans, and they're going to give fans for football what you've always wanted. You're going to play tough games. If you're a season ticket holder, you have to be excited knowing you're going to get 9 conference games, and of those 9 conference games, you're going to see some names, you're going to see some teams, you're going to see some big boys, especially if you're a Michigan fan. We're sorry for the last few years of what you had to endure, because for you end up, you're going to go at Washington, but you got USC at home,
Oregon at home, Michigan State at home. You're at Washington, at Ohio State.
And you're also playing Texas next year. So a little bit of an upgrade from this past year. What's going to happen is, real quick, everybody's going to play 9 games. You're going to play every team at least twice within within a 5-year period. And the language that I love, Mike, they left it open for a possible Big Ten semifinal game before you get to the Big Ten championship. Now, I don't know how they will work that if they reduce it to an 8-game schedule, but they're looking forward to the future. It's going to be fun. It's going to be interesting. I love the fact that they came out with this. And if you're a college football fan, I don't see how you can be angry. I don't see how you could dislike this, because it's everything that we asked for. Yeah, you get the TV deals. Yeah, it's a lot of money on the table. Yeah, conferences are breaking up. But you get to enjoy the fruits of this. You get big boy teams. You get to go to new places on the West Coast, playing your trips. I love it. I can't wait. I want to go out to Oregon with you, man.
No.
Me and you, Alston Stadium. Let's do it.
That's if we have a football program. So what do you want from the people? What's the angle? Is this fun? 248? Like, what do you want from the people here? Because I do think, listen, the luster is going to wear off of this because it still doesn't feel right.
Really?
This doesn't feel organic. I still can't look at it and take it seriously with Oregon and USC and UCLA and Washington on my every year schedule. You can laugh. Now, again, I feel like it's a house where they built a beautiful main floor, but the second floor is on dormers. There's no roof. It's not complete. It's like a conference and a half. It's a 1.25.
Just a half.
It's like the super conference is getting there, but the plumber hasn't put the pipes in yet. So it's this weird thrown together thing.
I guess the question for the people, 248-539-9797.
There's Sark. Get him, Sark.
College football is changing, okay? This is what you have as a Big Ten fan. Is this something that will bring you back to loving college football again, knowing you're going to get some West Coast teams, you're going to get some big boy teams at your crib, or you get to go out on the West Coast and play teams? Is this going to bring you back? Is this going to increase your love or rekindle that fire for college football? 248-539-9797.
And let me give you something else. And I didn't realize they were coming out with the schedule today. But for those of you upset with what I said yesterday regarding Michigan State, this schedule right here is why I said it. If you don't think the lines of delineation have been drawn on haves and have-nots, look at that schedule. And I want you to tell me again, State has to play it safe. Tell me again I'm wrong for wanting to hold them to a higher standard. You will get absolutely left in the dust starting next year unless you are all in on NIL, all in on recruiting, all in on competing at this level.
Guys, let me just put it like this. The days of you get 3-4 years to build a team,
gone.
They're gone because you don't. This schedule, 9 games, you can become irrelevant very fast. Where now all of a sudden you're the team that everybody wants to play because you're the new Northwestern.
That's right.
Because
so it's not the same topic. I just
Right,
recall I had to say
but
it. I got a bunch of texts last night or friends, and it's like, guys, whether you like what I say or not, I don't care. I care you listen. Maybe what I say, if you don't like it, it still makes you think. It's still a win to me. But I am not going to sit here and let my school off the hook. And these lists that are out there right now, we better be able to do a lot better than this, or we will be nowhere to be found.
You know, I'm just going to say
in the
this.
new Big Ten.
I'm going to say this, and then we'll get back to this topic. But the little nugget you dropped in the pre-show meeting, you should be on the search committee. 248-539-9797. College football fans, Big Ten fans. You got streaming games. You got to go all around. You got to. College football world is upside down. But does this help bring your love back to the game? Looking at what the Big Ten is doing for you, giving you teams that you've heard of before, that you don't have to sit there and watch your team go up against Little Sisters of the Poor and then Little Sisters of the Blind the week after. You get name brand teams in your stadium, or you're going on the road to play them. Does this help rekindle the love for college football? Because for a lot of people, last few years, it's hard. Because if you're a traditionalist, man, that's all gone away. It's you driving back to your old neighborhood, and it's all knocked down, and it's a strip mall.
All right, I think it helps the quality. I think it will help watchability. I just wonder what the next step is, because it's hard for me to embrace this because I feel like they're going to be redoing it again in a year or two. They're not at a round number. They haven't finished it. So, yes, we have 4 West Coast teams.
Yeah, but you could take the B1G and turn the G to an 8 now.
Buddy, you flushed the whole thing down the toilet. I like that there's no divisions. I like that we're just going to play. It just still doesn't feel like it's a finished product. And my perspective as a Michigan fan, look, I'm weird as a fan. Like, I'd rather MSU play these tough games and lose them than to not play them at all. If you're a Michigan fan, you've been getting fat and sassy on the Wilford Brimley diabetes schedule, and it's enjoyable because you're winning and you're winning the Big Ten. You don't want tougher games because that could impact the dreamscape you're living in. But if you're like me, you want this. Like, you want to play big games because that's how you make this ascension to being the best program in America. That's how you earn respect. No one is able to question you if you play a schedule like this.
No, because you look at your resume and say, well, we knocked off these top 15 teams and this one, and this one. Okay, you know what? You belong at the big boy table. And I love the fact, because college football playoffs is expanding, you can still afford to lose a game or two if you lose the right game or two and still make a run for the playoffs. I like that fact that it's not all about perfection, because I think that's what drove people to the cupcake schedules. You had to stay perfect in order to make the Final Four. Well, now at 12, you could play these games. You could go out, and if you're Michigan, you could lose at UW next year. You're not out of it yet. You still got an opportunity to come back and still get a pretty good seed in the college football playoffs. So 248-539-9797.
Is this thing on? Come on, people. Light it up a little bit. Let's have a good time with this, because it is. It's the new day in the Big Ten, and it's going to have massive impacts. I think it impacts Michigan. It impacts Michigan State in very different ways. But the water's getting deeper.
Yeah.
9-game conference schedule, full integration with the West Coast teams. I don't love it. I understand it. At least it gives me more games to watch or bet on. But realistically, it's not the Big Ten, and it's not finished.
No, but David, you got to be excited to hear next year at home, Michigan State, Minnesota, Northwestern, Oregon, USC, on the road at Washington. And I don't even know where the Texas game is, but let's throw Texas in there because you're playing them. That's your schedule. Your cupcake games, I guess, would be what? At Illinois and at Indiana.
Yeah, for
but
sure.
Other than that, every week.
Northwestern at home, cupcake game. But it's a much more exciting schedule than it has been the last few years, having USC, having Oregon, having Washington on there. But I do worry about what this means. I mean, I know the college playoff is expanding to 12, but until I see it, is a 3-loss team ever getting in the playoff?
Yes, because the way
This is you're gonna lose games here.
The way you view college football is going to change next year, where losing is okay because you lost to. Case in point, look at Notre Dame. Notre Dame losing to Ohio State would help them next season because, okay, we have one loss on your schedule. Who was it? Well, it's to Ohio State. They were ranked number 3. Oh, okay. You know what? You're still in the playoffs. Don't worry about it. You lost on the final second of the game. That's good. You played somebody. I'd rather see that team in than a team that played 10 nobodies, but you got a perfect schedule. Well, I don't know. I mean, we do it all the time. I don't know how good this team is going to be until November, until they play this team. This allows you early on in the season, we'll know who's good, who's not, who has work to make up.
248-539-9797. People, don't know what to tell you. This is what we're hitting, so figure it out. We'll get to the lines at 3, but I'm with Rico on this. It's a big story. It matters, and frankly, I think it fixes a lot of the problems with a school like U of M right now, which is you play no one, and it's kind of insulting. So we're going to fix that. 248-539-9797. All right, football is back. Upgrade your setup with Paulson's Audio Video. 98-inch LED TV by Sony. Lifelike front row. You're almost going to feel Noah Kim's erratic throws flying right towards you. Bottom line, the setup is everything. The at-home experience is better than going live, so get to Paulson's. Their prices are always as low or lower than Amazon Prime or Best Buy, and they'll show you the prices in the store. You're going to save. You're going to get a better setup. So even if I can't fix your team, shout out Jay Johnson, I can fix your setup. It's paulsonsav.com. It's Paulson's. It is the toy store for grown-ups.
This team it's 4 games, and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is. They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk. Right. They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more
All right, David, hit the ticket text. We'll get to the people. Rico's trying to bait me to releasing a name off my secretive list. I'm just. I gave it. Now I did release a name to you.
You did,
and it's a caper.
I'm scraping the gray matter off the walls. But blew my mind.
But you liked it.
Mike. It was
not bad.
It was a stop dead in the tracks. Like you should be on the search.
And it's a name no one has listed.
Nobody.
But that's again. What's
but you
the
know
point?
what? I'm sure Spartan fans would tell you why this person's not good.
Correct. And again, they'd much rather go with someone who's spent.
He once got a speeding ticket,
right? Or spent 1 year at Duke, inheriting an NFL QB. So that's an A-lister. Go ahead, David.
Such a dramatic swing from 23 to 24. I'm looking forward to this as a Michigan fan. It's going to be odd knowing they could still be alive for a playoff with 2 losses. That is from Tom.
That's going to be the toughest part for a lot of people to realize. College football is not the same thing that you are even witnessing this season. It's okay to lose a game or two. You're still in the mix. You just have to be one of the top 12, not one of the top 4.
And that's the magic of the NFL. See, the problem for college football, you're losing. What I always loved about college, it was the opposite of pro. College required perfection. It just led to a tension level that the NFL doesn't have. I loved it that you had to go undefeated or generally minimum 1 loss. With the NFL, you could be 9-7 in the old days. Giants were 9-7 and went to the playoffs and won a Super Bowl.
I mean, right now, yeah, you could be the Cincinnati Bengals at 1-3.
Still have a shot.
Yeah.
So I do get sad knowing that we're going to enter this weird middle ground.
But kind of like the NFL, Mike, it will bring competitive regular season games where you're not looking at a week where, okay, we got 2 top 25 matchups and we're trying to you got to gamble just to make the other games look good.
Guilty. David, go ahead.
You asked the question about, is it going to bring you back, Rico? Someone answered, no. The tradition has been trash. I'm never returning. That is from Sean. Yes, it will bring me back, someone says, because the games are now worth watching versus wasting Michigan play a bunch of high school teams.
Yeah.
Mike from a car.
I think that's a keynote. Now, the problem is if you're a Spartan fan and your program is in the tank, guys, I got bad news for you. It's part of the reason why I don't think they can take a normal approach to the coaching search. No. If you think you're going to have 3 or 4 years to build something, it'll be game over. You may as well shut your program down.
Well, to that point, Norm from Saginaw texts this in. If you aren't first, you're last.
That's
Certain
right.
teams will be forgotten about. Look what happened to Nebraska after joining the Big Ten.
Listen, throughout history, we've seen Alabama forgotten about, Oklahoma forgotten about, Notre Dame forgotten
USC.
about, Texas is not back forgotten about, USC. We've seen it all.
Still waiting on UCLA's resurgence.
Florida, we mentioned Florida State.
Still waiting for Tennessee. So my point is,
we could do better than Phil Fulmer.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Brad, 97.1. Hello, Brad.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good, man. What's up?
Good. Yeah. The only thing, great segment here. The only thing I think it's missing still is the Southern teams have to come up and play in the cold weather and college football environments in like, late October and in November. And until that happens, I'm not completely satisfied.
Brad, what if I give you the Southern teams coming up in December? Because if you're ranked in the 5th through 8th seeds of the playoffs, you get a home game.
Then that I didn't understand or know about until right this second, so that makes it amazing. That's
the top. Brad, the top 4 teams all get byes. Teams 5 through 8 play a home game against teams 9 through 12. So you may get an LSU at the Big House.
Love it, guys. Can't wait to see those teams come up here finally and play in some rainy, cold, weather, not the balmy lagoon that is the South. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
I appreciate it.
You got it.
So, yeah, it's possible, but yes, that's always been the biggest gripe. But I just like the fact that 6 of your 9 regular season Big Ten games are going to be against teams that you actually care about. They're going to be good games.
Look, it's going to change the way we view the sport. It's much what I said a moment ago. You're going to have to say, you know what, man, if I can go 9-3 and play a brutally tough schedule, is there a chance I could be the 12th team? Yeah, probably.
And adding to the subplot of this topic, It's why Michigan State can't just swing and miss or plant seeds and go safe and just wait to see what happens in 4 years. Because in 4 years, I can tell you what happens. Be a padlock on that stadium.
Go to Jerry, 97.1. What's up, Jerry?
What's up, guys? Can you hear me all right?
Loud and clear, brother. What's on your mind?
Awesome. All right, I got a couple things to say. I'm going to try and be quick about it. First things first, Mike, I have a huge compliment for you that I always forget to give you every time I call in, and it's from years ago, and I have a bit of a proposition for you on it. If this compliment I'm about to give you makes you so ridiculously happy, would you be willing to release one of those secret names?
Okay. Yeah, to hell with it. Sure. Let's go.
All right. So, a few years back, you probably remember, because you remember everything, you did 2 different segments that just absolutely shattered my universe that you were able to do on the spot. The first one was listing all of the mascots and cities from all of the colleges in the NCAA tournament.
Yes, I'm not proud of those.
Unbelievable. I don't know how insane. And then the other one you did was you listed all of the scholarship players for Michigan State football by position class.
Yeah, I remember that. Those were brighter days, Jerry. All right. Jerry, I'll tell you what. You want a name? I'll give you a name.
Hold on. Hit the breaking news
No.
sound.
I'll give you a name. It's a caper.
Make sure everyone knows it's because of me, too.
That's right. But Jerry, all right, so Jerry, here we go. Here is a name, and we are going to follow the Lincoln Riley path, Jerry. Work with me, because we're not just getting the coach. We're getting his quarterback. This guy coaches at a poverty university. He makes roughly $6 million. Now, he's a red ass. He's a bit of a weirdo. His offense has power running principles in a spread format. Uses tons of tight ends and fullbacks.
I like it.
And his quarterback is a future NFL player with 2 years of eligibility before going pro and may or may not have matriculated in Metro Detroit. I give you Chip Kelly and Dante Moore.
Ooh, I like that. I like that a lot.
Jerry, you now understand when he told me that earlier today, I was like, you know what, Mike? This is why you're on the marquee.
While Chip hasn't...
David and I are just backup dancers in your world.
Chip took over a grease fire. First 2 years were very rough. Since then, they're about a 9-win-a-year program. They're a dark horse to win it this year. Dante is clearly going to be an NFL quarterback. I mean, Dante's really good. If you get Dante, you get a foothold. Mm-hmm. You get an ability that the building phase will have arguably a first-round NFL quarterback attached to it. Chip has shown an ability to build a staff and a defense. And his offense translates to the Big Ten on power principles. Jerry, is that remotely interesting to you?
It's extremely interesting. It's more interesting than anything else I've heard lately.
Right. Yeah. Hey, what about Charles Huff? All right. Thank you for that.
Oh, hey, real quick, the college football thing, and then I'll hang up.
Yeah.
No, I'm not a fan of the 3-team win getting in type deal. My solution would be less teams in the playoff, and college football allows less cupcake games. Why does Michigan get to play 4 or 5 easy schools? Why can't they only be allowed to play 2 and have to play some better non-conference opponents?
Because, Jerry, I think if you think about it, you're answering your own question. By playing the cupcake games, you get a better chance of not losing. If you play tough games...
But I don't want that.
I know.
That's what I'm saying. Like, they're giving
but Jerry doesn't want it.
Jerry, this is one where you can't have both. It's like Herm Edwards. You can't have both, son.
Jerry wants it all.
You can have the tough games, or you can have a smaller playoff.
I want to eat it too, boys.
Jerry, look, I'm with you, Jerry. It's just unfortunate we're getting squeezed out. We don't get a choice. Now, again, you wanted a name. I told you. At least I've seen Chip build 2 programs and produce NFL quarterbacks. And in the new way of college football, if you want to recruit, one thing that has been really impressed upon me in watching it, kids now so more than ever. It's always been a piece of it, but now more than ever, they want to see you putting kids in the league. And that's a big thing.
But Mike, he sucked as an NFL coach.
It does not matter.
No.
to
I'm
me.
just
I know.
preparing you
And
for
again,
that.
I'm not
Yeah.
sitting here and selling you an Urban Meyer type record. He built UCLA was a poverty program. No fans, no home field advantage, very limited resources. He makes $6 million in continuum through 27. If you wanted to consider it, it's about not only am I getting him, I'm getting Dante. And now I start next year where I've watched every snap of Dante this year. He is light years ahead of most freshmen.
He's light years ahead of fifth-year seniors.
And my point is, the boldness of it is I watched what USC did with Lincoln Riley in not only getting him, but getting Caleb. And you saw USC hit the ground running. Mm-hmm. Michigan State is going to be years away from winning a conference title. However, if Dante turned into the number one quarterback in the NFL draft, you're a lot closer to that than you realize. So when you want to, again, he's a little old. I think he's 58. Makes $6 million. Makes the same that Elko makes at Duke. Yet I know what Chip has done. I've seen him build it, and I've seen him evolve his offense to something that is a nightmare to stop because they will ragdoll you. Fullbacks, tight ends, pre-snap candy, power running backs, sending people to the league, and all the while bringing a defense along, even though his defensive coordinator died this offseason. Staffed it, recruited it, and their defense is every bit as good as their offense. So, I'm not telling you it's a silver bullet. You wanted a secret name for my list. There it is. And it's with an angle.
Well, I like the fact that he's BYOQ.
That's right. Because if MSU ain't serious about paying to play, then just shut it down. Okay? UCLA came in at the 11th hour and got Dante. Don't tell me Dante can't be bought. Now I'm trying to bring you home.
All right.
I don't care. I'll be like Oprah giving out cars. Oh, you want a job? You want a job? Ah, here, you get a car. You get a car. You get a pension. I don't care. Want me to bake a cake like Ed Martin? Here you go.
Put you on the Reggie Bush plan, giving out houses. There you go.
But my point is, if you are not all in, you're all out.
Looking at these 9 games you're going to be playing every year, yeah.
At least I know every week when you line up with that offense and the way he's built it around power running, tight ends, it plays in the Big Ten.
It does.
But hey, do me a favor. Keep throwing Jake Dickert out there, who you idiots didn't know who he was 3 weeks ago. Guy's got the 80th rated defense in America. Yeah, let's bring that in. That sounds great.
Let's go after Oregon State's coach.
I love Jonathan Smith, but it doesn't move the needle.
I heard he's a big East Coast guy. Big Midwest.
Okay, we're good. I can't. Perfect temperature to sleep, 68 degrees. Debate for another time. Bottom line, what's not for debate, the best mattress on the market, the iComfort Eco. Supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, feeling restored. Or Serta's Perfect Sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort support while you maintain a balanced sleep temperature. Serta, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Just go to Serta.com, find a retailer near you.
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say whatever you want. It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's
Gosh,
I mean, honestly, I would say as good.
Yeah.
If it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now, this one, they obviously beat them, but Kansas City. Now, if they had the Kelsey-Chris Jones equation, but.
Yeah. Oh, so you're going with the.
No, I'm not saying it's an asterisk, but we're looking at them right now.
Did you have dinner with Tirico the other
No,
day?
I'd say right here, right now, yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
They are.
Okay.
You didn't say that about Philly, but you said about.
I said the Eagles. I said Jalen Hurts aren't playing that good. Isn't playing that well.
He always shows his true colors.
No. Miami.
All right, let's get to a football today. Probably a quarterback edition if I overheard David correctly. So let's take a listen. What do you have, David?
You heard correctly, Michael. We are at the quarter pole, so I think it's
when you use my full name.
It's a decent time to kind of see where the quarterbacks are and where they rank in the eyes of some of the writers. This is from CBS, but you all can give me your opinion on this. Let's go to the bottom 5 quarterbacks here. They start at 32. They have the combination of Jimmy G and Aiden O'Connell. So basically, the Raiders' quarterback position is 32nd in the league. 31 would be Desmond Ridder.
Yeah, there it is.
30, Kenny Pickett. 29, Zach Wilson. 28, Joe Burrow.
No, I mean, listen, he's hurt. I just think that's stupid. I'm not calling you stupid. I'm saying the list. Anyone who's plugged in remotely to the league, Burrow's operating at 60, 70%. He's trying to gut through this to give his team a chance because, let's face it, if he plays, they have no chance. I think that's stupid. The other stuff I can address, look, I'll say it again to you. The other teams you're listing are not playoff teams. The Atlanta Falcons are a playoff team if they would just bench Ridder. Ridder is horrific.
Yes. I thought that he was maybe if you just play within yourself, Ridder, you could be a ball control type of game manager, but he can't even do game management correctly. You got a tight end that you don't like throwing the ball to. So, but as far as Joe Burrow, I can respect the list because it's like when I do my top 10 based off of how he looks right now. He looks bad. It's not his fault. He shouldn't be playing. Cincinnati should have probably sat him out for the first 2 or 3 games and went bigger picture. A lot of like what the Kansas City Chiefs did with Kelsey saying, we're not going to rush you back for this first game. We'll take an L if we have to. But yeah, right now, Burrow doesn't look good. You're kind of pot committed now. You have to play him even at 60%.
See, here's the thing. That's the bottom 5, but there's a lot of bad QB play in the league. There's some guys a little bit ahead that I'm about to mention that probably could have also been in the bottom 5. You have Bryce Young at 27.
Yep.
Mac Jones at 26 looks awful. Daniel Jones at 24 probably could have been in the bottom 5 right now.
Yeah,
you know what?
But see, the problem with lists like this, and I'm not making fun of you, David. It's fine to talk through. This is stupid. Because realistically, you can't protect Daniel Jones. So how can I grade the performance? He got sacked 11 times the other night by a team that has no pass rush. Bryce Young's a rookie. I mean, what did I expect? Some of these I value. Other, I think it's like, what's the point of what I'm reading if you're not watching the games? Not you, I'm saying the list. How do you grade Daniel Jones when he's getting pressured on 70% of his dropbacks?
I mean, I guess you grade him based off the performance, not winning, not looking good, and with the O-line not being there, Mike, it's a contributing factor to that. Bryce Young, he looks like
a rookie.
He looks like the game's going too fast, whereas C.J. Stroud looks as if he's actually making some progress.
Yeah, but they got, again, Stroud has weapons. Yeah. I'll continue to see this is, listen, I don't even think it's fair to grade Bryce. They have no weapons. Adam Thielen is his weapon. Like, at least at Houston, you got Pierce, and you got Nico Collins, and you have Tank Dell, and you have you know what? I'll let it go. Go ahead. This list is illustrious. Keep it going.
Let's get into the top 15
let's do it.
here.
Let's do it. I'm
Okay.
sure all the guys who are up high on this list are also on the best teams with the best situation.
At 15, you have Geno Smith. 14, you have Russell Wilson. Not a great situation, but he's there at 14.
They're loaded on offense. What do you mean it's not a great situation? He's just a weirdo.
I was about to say, but he's still Russell.
Unlimited.
13, you have Baker Mayfield. 12, your guy, Trevor Lawrence. And then at 11, you have Dak Prescott.
I think all three of those are way too high. Lawrence has not played well. Baker's not a top 10 QB in this league. You know what? I'm opting. I'm hitting the portal on this list.
But let me ask you this, Mike. Is it possible we're basing Baker Mayfield off his previous years, similar to what we did to Geno Smith last year? We kept saying, yeah, but Geno's going to fall apart. Yeah, but he's going to fall. And he didn't. And he actually went to Seattle, and it was like, wow, this is a different quarterback. He grew up. And
they're
maybe
both middle-of-the-road guguys, and I just can't put him in the top 12.
Yeah, but in the NFL, that's middle of the road.
Nah, not really. There's 32 teams. They're about 5 spots too high. If Baker wants to prove he's really the guy we thought he could be, you gotta keep doing it. Yeah,
And I'm saying in 2 weeks when he plays the Lions, that's one of those show me games.
Show me.
Let's jump into the top 10. At 10, you have Kirk Cousins. Yes, they are 0-3, but he is still putting up really good numbers.
David, yeah, he may be on the best. He may be the best 0-3 quarterback out there because
they won last week.
Well, I mean, won, yes, but I'm saying starting off the year 0-3, it was like it wasn't on him. Well, I mean, the final pick in that Charger game, but you know what I'm saying. He's had statistically a great season, just on a bad team.
At 9, you have Jared Goff, your Detroit Lion quarterback there at 9.
This list blows. He's low. How's he 9th?
Well, let's see who the other 8 are.
At 8, you have C.J. Stroud.
No.
Okay.
No.
You just had to wait one spot.
Yeah, just no.
Yeah.
At 7, you have Jalen Hurts.
Hold on. Let's go back to this for a second. Yeah, Stroud, I would probably put back into the high teens for me. You're a rookie. You're playing well. Your team's 2-2. But let's not get beside ourselves. You're not better than Jared Goff right now. There's not too many quarterbacks, I think, better than Jared Goff. So I thought you were going to be like, okay, well, you know what? 9 maybe. Nope. You can stop right there. He at least needs to be 8. Go ahead.
So you would put this quarterback ahead of Jared Goff for sure. At 7, you have Jalen Hurts.
Yes.
At 6, you have Brock Purdy.
No.
Come on.
That's too low.
Come
That's too
on.
low.
That's outrageous.
Come on.
That's too low.
This list stinks. That's way too high.
That's DJ Khaled. All he does is win.
I hate this
No.
list.
At 5, you're
to
not going to
suggest that Purdy's a top 10 quarterback in this league is asinine.
Mike, why is he not a top 10 quarterback?
Because everything is spoon-fed to him. You could have a million guys play there and do that.
No, apparently not, because they couldn't all do this. They've gone through quarterbacks, and now
Who?
Trey Lance couldn't do it.
Hold on.
Trey Lance couldn't do it.
Right. He's the biggest draft bust in history.
Right. I'm sorry.
Jimmy G did it, and Jimmy G is 32 on the list.
He wasn't the top. He didn't have stats like this guy.
He went to a Super Bowl, Rico.
Well, that did happen.
Your top
So you're
5.
punishing the man because he's got a team.
It's not a punishment. Everything is spoon-fed. Look at playing the position. He's got the best running game. He's got a trio of unbelievable weapons. 4 if you include
Mike, he
McCaffrey.
still has to make
the
the
best
reads.
play designer in the league. Oh, there are no reads.
You put Desmond
Brock
Ritter.
Purdy drops back and everyone's open. That's not a read.
You put Desmond Ritter on that team. He's not doing this.
No, you know what? Desmond Ritter would be a Pro Bowler. That's how choice and how beautiful it is in San Francisco.
You know what? I want what he's drinking. Go ahead.
5, Lamar Jackson. 4, Justin Herbert. 3, Josh Allen. 2, Tua. Number 1, Patrick Mahomes.
I don't really have any issues. I'd probably put Allen and Tua ahead of Mahomes, but who cares?
Mahomes doesn't seem the same Mahomes.
That's because he doesn't have Tyreek. It's not the same. He's got a lot of these inexperienced receivers. It takes time.
Are we going to when are we going to say maybe it's the not having Bieniemy there? Maybe Bieniemy had more of an effect on that offense than we're giving him credit.
I don't.
Because we all just thought it was Andy Reid. And Andy Reid didn't really need him, but now, yeah, taking away those pieces and your OC, that team looks beatable.
Well, they are.
The Lions
We
beat
did
it. That is.
Where's that list from again?
That's from CBS.
I just can't believe the Brock Purdy slander with you. Like that. No, so he can't do anything right because he's on a stacked and loaded team. Is what you're saying.
Privilege.
When you always get to play from ahead and you always get 200 yards rushing, he's the J.J. McCarthy of the NFL.
The game
Everything is spoon-fed to him. He's in a privileged position,
The game
and
is
I don't have to
0-0.
value it.
Game 0-0 to start, okay? He's not always coming.
Not with the 49ers.
Yeah, I'm not
is
listening to
in
this.
football today.
So for the rest of us non-privileged people, we're not Brock Purdy. How about some pizza for dinner? It's simple, it's easy, and Hungry Howie's will make you feel like Brock Purdy. They'll deliver it right to you, much like Shanahan delivers wide-open receivers.
But will they feed it to you?
They will. This month, Hungry Howie's is asking people to donate, and by donate, I mean order pizza. They are raising $5 million to the National Breast Cancer Foundation. A piece of every pizza of the proceeds is going to charity. So, your team stinks like mine does? Order some pizza. Your team's privileged like Rico's? Order some pizza. It's going to a good cause. Let's drill this goal of $5 million. It's the National Breast Cancer Foundation month of giving at Hungry Howie's Pizza. Order some damn pizza. It's Hungry Howie's. All right, we'll get to Lions topic because this quarterback list, the Jared Goff stuff is the interesting part. We'll have a conversation. David, you want some ticket texts? Rico receiving feedback on my first name I've revealed. And again, there's a caper. It's contingent on getting the quarterback. And you know what the best part is? You make an offer to somebody, you make the other school choke on it. It's not about, well, this is a better job than this, is it? Is A&M a better job than Florida State? No. Is LSU a better gig than Notre Dame? No.
But see, this is where people get lost.
No, people are bleep holes.
No,
that's really what this boils down to.
People get lost because you start thinking about, well, 30 years ago. This ain't 30 years ago. Because once again, last year at this time, if I told you there would be no more Pac-12.
That's correct.
They sold themselves out. It happens. In college football right now, you can have any player, any coach, any team, any conference that you want.
And again, I'm not telling you this is number one with a bullet. But if Chip Kelly makes $6 million, I offer him $9 million. UCLA's a poverty school, and I get his quarterback too, and I get Dante Moore, and he comes home, and I get 2 years of what could be the number one pick in the NFL draft. Oh, and if UCLA is such a great school and a football power, let them choke on that offer. Go ahead and match it. Choke. My plan at least comes with a plan. All these other people throwing out stuff. Look, the Urban Meyer thing should be number one with a bullet, but the school is incapable of doing it because they're boobs. But the point is,
because Urban Meyer would mean you would have to give up control.
Yeah,
and there's too many people who can't do that.
And that's right. So outside of that, like when I brought up Chip Kelly to you, it's because of Dante Moore as well.
Yeah,
you get 2 years of building a floor, immediately being competitive.
Because it's exactly what USC did or is doing right now.
That's right.
You had 2 years of Caleb Williams, and now you're going to attract other quarterbacks to come and play there.
You know, and again, Rico telling me he's got idiots in his timeline. Oh, UCLA's a better job. Well, great. Then match the offer, bitches. Here's the deal. Such a better job. $9 million. Choke. UCLA can't even keep the lights on. Yeah, I'm sure Chip's thrilled playing in an empty Rose Bowl an hour and a half from campus. Go ahead, match the offer.
Now, that is true.
You're exactly right. People need to remember why they partnered with USC to come to the Big Ten.
Right, but David,
they had no money.
What happens is, and this is the same topic over and over again. Michigan State is looked at as just basically this disabled team, and they need help, and they need a special parking space, and they need all this other extra stuff. You know, donate money to them. Venmo them, Zelle them, because they are poor. They don't have anything. They can never have anything. It's like, guys, that's not true. I mean, basically, what Mike said was LSU offered Tucker and Michigan State had to match that, and they found the money to match that. Now, that's not to say what he did lately, but at the time, okay, Michigan State, you want to be a big boy? Pay the coach. Look, they said, fine, we'll pay the coach.
The money talks. Money has always driven coaches. All I'm saying is if I see a guy making $6 and I can offer him a 50% pay raise, which is going great, go ahead, match the offer. But what I offered to Rico was an offense that would fit in the Big Ten because it's based on running and power, but it's in a very, very complex package. And Chip has altered his offense from when he was at Oregon with wideouts and, speed and space to a very power-oriented, several tight ends. It's wicked. Yeah. And I'm building in kind of a welfare USC program, which is I get my Caleb Williams. So go ahead. Laugh, tickle your balls, do whatever you want to do. It doesn't matter. Any coach I say, Spartan fans are going to bitch. Wolverine fans are going to bitch. I don't really care. All right?
Just go after Coach Candle from Toledo.
Yeah, exactly. Be a good little boy and just go hire Chris Creighton.
He's earned.
Like UCLA is some great gig. I love the lengths people will go to. It's hilarious to me. Go ahead.
They once had Troy Aikman.
Yeah, exactly. 30 years ago. Right. Please. What, David? Say it, and then we'll go on the board. Say it. You had something to say. Say it.
I'm good. I like your jokes.
Just say it.
No. I was just reading text. That's all.
Just don't hold back on the listeners. I mean, come on.
Okay, well, then I'll give you this from the Michigan fan. Someone says, I do not like the Chip Kelly idea. Then he says, LOL. He's scared of the Chip Kelly idea.
It's not about fear. It's about getting Dante Moore is every bit as important as getting Chip Kelly. because you give yourself a base and a chance. What does Dante Moore bring you? Immediate juice in the recruiting game and in the transfer portal. What does Dante Moore get you? It gets you a chance to be competitive in year one next year. It gets you a baseline.
Because next year, only 2 teams will probably have a quarterback returning. Everybody else losing their QB.
It just gets you the ability to go out and win 8 games. Be relevant, get your program back on quick footing, get some donations coming in, get some NIL rolling, and get it moving.
And for people maybe laughing at that idea, well, it happened 2 straight years. It happened with Lincoln Riley.
Exactly.
He took his quarterback, and it happened with Deion Sanders.
Go ahead. Tell me who's laughing and why.
And because Colorado was this powerhouse program.
And let me be unequivocal. I'm not telling you Chip Kelly is Urban Meyer. He's not. I'm giving you another name that hasn't been mentioned, that's creative, and there's a plan behind it. Now, if you don't like it, fine. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. All of this stuff is ridiculous because I don't think MSU could get everybody on the same page to go after anyone of note, because they have been, are now, and likely will forever be, from a leadership standpoint, a clown car. So what does it matter? Here, Ronald effing McDonald. There's my next head coach. Happy? And he brings the red shoes too. I got the Hamburglar as my DC. Is that acceptable?
Grimace running the offense. I like that.
Fine. Rubble. Go on the board. We'll keep it short and sweet. Georgia minus 14.5. They're at night. It's the bottom of the marketplace. Nobody's betting Georgia. Everyone's fallen in love with what Kentucky did to Florida last week. I think Kirby's smart, twists the knife, turns the screws. I think Georgia comes out and plays the best game of the year and rips Kentucky's head off.
He's a smart man, folks. Listen to the marquee.
Georgia lay the 14.5 because Georgia's going to lay the wood.
You know what?
Woo!
Shout out to the best wide receiver in the land, Elijah Metcalf.
Oh, Middle Tennessee State, everybody.
Not only did he score once,
he scored twice.
He went back and said, I'm going to do this again, Rico. Thank you for believing in me.
One problem. They got outscored 38-0 in the second half of this game.
Mistakes were made.
How do you go in up 24-3 and lose like 50-30? Oh, my.
Hey, man, he won you the money. I didn't say watch the game, but he won you some money.
I checked it on your behalf, and I went, wait, what? Oh, my.
Mistakes were made.
Kenny, what do you have for everybody?
The Blue Jays forgot how to score runs the last couple days. My confidence is shot. I'm taking the day off.
Well, you know what, Kenny? I got one for you. Tonight, Justin Fields actually been playing pretty well.
Oh.
He'll score an anytime touchdown at plus 180. Hey, my money's money. Elijah,
I've got Al Michaels'
money.
enthusiasm for that game tonight. David, what do you have?
I need something to watch the game, so I'm going to go plus 200 anytime score for DJ Moore. I need something to watch the game.
It's the only way
man.
you're watching this game tonight.
You know what an
Seriously,
interesting one is? I got one for you tomorrow involving the Lions. And I'll give a college pick tomorrow because I'm 25-12 and things are going really well in college. I want to offer a Lions play tomorrow, and it involves a player prop.
You normally don't do player
No,
prop.
but I wanted to do something fun for the people because we're not. David, what do we not do on the board?
We don't pay running backs.
No, what else don't we do?
We
Texas?
don't
We
take the
do
money line.
not lay points
Yeah.
in the NFL.
Yeah, we
We
don't.
do not. And we're not laying 10.5. I got a different idea for you tomorrow.
Please, you can push that thing up to 14 and a
His
half.
microphone can be turned off now.
BOGO!
We've
You're
got
winning the game.
We've got
Congratulations.
Jared Goff-a-Palooza next. 97.1. All right, so I know Bears Commanders tonight. But college football this weekend. You've got a slew of 5-0 versus 5-0 matchups. We got Notre Dame in a third straight night game. We got Michigan on the cupcake diet. You got A&M and Bama. There's so much. FanDuel's got more ways to play than anybody. I mean, for Christ's sakes, if you need a real endorsement of that, Rico bet a anytime touchdown scorer in a Middle Tennessee State game last night. If they got that betting market out there, man, They got it all. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. FanDuel's got something special for our listeners coming up. So be sure to look at 97.1 The Ticket odds boost this weekend. It'll be live on the app before Panthers and Lions on Sunday. 21 and up, present Michigan. Refund issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117.
Did you tear up?
No, I didn't. I was like, that's emotional. I think my hair on the back of my neck stood up a little bit, the goosebumpy. I did not actually physically get tears, but I could tell I was like, wow, this is.
I thought we went out to first base. That would have gotten you.
More than I expected.
Because I know you wanted him to play first base really badly. And then when it happened, I thought, oh, that'll get Doug. Yeah. King, did you get emotional at all?
I got emotional, but not like teary. I emotionalized in the fact that it was sad and happiness at the same time, if that makes any sense, right? You know, you're like, you get to see the great send-off, which made you happy, but the sadness is this is the end, and it's over.
Yep.
And I talked to Doug about this last week. You don't really, we're not going to really appreciate it, I don't think, for like a year or two, and just realize how legendary Miguel Cabrera was. I mean, this greatest right-handed hitter, greatest hitter of my generation as far as I'm watching, you know, as a Tiger. It's unfortunate that I had to go out without a playoff or a meaningful at bat. But,
that
you know,
sucks.
Yeah, but other than that, though, yeah, it was really cool. I think Tigers were first class. The whole thing really great. The whole weekend, not just yesterday. If you got down there this weekend, you know, you got to see everything. It was really cool.
The new and improved Big Ten has unveiled football schedules for the next 4 seasons. Next year, Michigan will face USC and Oregon on the road and host Washington at the Big House. Michigan State also has a trip to Oregon next year, but they will not play USC, UCLA, or Washington. Neither team scheduled to play Penn State. Michigan, Ohio State, and Michigan State are both protected rivalries. We'll soon have the injury report from Lions practice today. Amon-Ra St. Brown and Brian Branch both missed practice once again yesterday. FanDuel has Detroit as a 10-point favorite against the Panthers coming up on Sunday at Ford Field. And the Red Wings have their second-to-last preseason game tonight in Toronto. Forward Daniel Sprong netted his 3rd goal of the preseason during last night's win over Pittsburgh. He's very excited about the scoring depth the Wings could have this season. Puck drop tonight in Toronto at 7. The pregame show at 6:45 right here on 97.1. And Michigan State has started its hearing for Mel Tucker without the head coach himself. Tucker not at today's hearing due to what his lawyers are calling a serious medical condition. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
3 o'clock. Comedy never stops. Really doesn't. Let's get to the Goff thing. No. It's just funny. Rico and I had a private conversation offline. It's just, I could go on for hours about it. Like,
it's like somebody should give you your own radio show.
no, it's just, I just feel like Michigan State fans are so stupid sometimes. And it kills me because they're supposed to be my people.
I'm gonna,
and they're not.
You're gonna be angry, but let's just go full John Jansen. Let's just let this play.
Let's let it play out. And I'm sure we can hire a good, safe coach who goes to church and loves his kids.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Creighton.
Yeah, it'll take, it took Perlis 5 years. It'll take us 2. But if you show some creativity and you have an angle on something, well, that's just not.
I like it.
I know you did.
I did not see that one.
I know you didn't. That's why I didn't give it to you.
It's unorthodox, but when you start looking at it, you know what?
It's just also, again, he took over a grease fire at UCLA. He's built them into a 9-win program. They're a dark horse to win it this year. He's got a surefire NFL quarterback. Dante Moore is incredible.
Yeah.
The whole principle is you only do it if you get Dante.
Yeah, right. And I just don't see, a gigantic fan base that UCLA has.
And if UCLA wants to match, let him match. He doesn't make an exorbitant amount of money. He makes 5.9 or 6.
I mean, seriously, I've seen, more fans down at the Wayne State game.
Plus, here's the other thing. State fans, we've had the conversation. You kind of want a guy that's built a program. Well, what's he done at UCLA? Is he perfect? No, hell no, he's not. He's also kind of a weirdo. But the idea is his offensive philosophy plays in the Big Ten. Spread power, tons of tight ends and fullbacks all over the field. Mm-hmm. And if you have Dante, immediate juice in NIL, immediate juice in portal, immediate juice in recruiting. And you get 2 years of it to get your next QB. You got a better plan? Pick up the phone and say it. Or kindly blow it out your ass. Because what I'm not going to do is let's let it play out radio. And I'm not going to do the company line where I have to act like all these coaches are so super duper. Like Mike Elko might be okay. It's Duke and he inherited an NFL QB. Okay.
No, what happens is it's easy to say names that everybody else has said because you're safe. Nobody mocks you. Nobody makes fun of you. But when you think outside the box, it's, well, you're an idiot.
No, that's fine.
Not really. It's, yeah.
I don't care. I get paid every 2 weeks.
Right, but it's just like, guys, if you
I'm giving you a playbook that we have seen work the last 2 years in college football. Hire coach, get his QB. Start your build.
Yeah.
Dante Moore to me is a unicorn.
And even though it's his son, yeah, Deion did that at Colorado. I'm going to take my kid with me. He's the starting quarterback.
Yeah, and here's the other thing, too. I'll just throw it out there. Not that it matters because none of this is real, which is why I didn't want to do the list in the first place. But don't tell me that Dante's got some great loyalty to UCLA when UCLA recruited him at 11:59 at night with a check.
Wait, who basically answered the phone? Who this? It's UCLA, Dante. Have I visited you? You haven't, but hear us out. Yeah.
So that's my point. He'd be a guaranteed starter. You get guaranteed juice. Flip half the roster. Give yourself a shot.
And now with the no roster limits, you could literally flip half the roster because you can bring in as many people as you lose in the NCAA.
But please, I beg you, continue to ticket text in slander. It's tremendous. I give 0 Fs. But David, ticket text and we'll get to this Jared Goff routine.
Chip Kelly is exactly the kind of coach that MSU should be targeting. He's a name coach with a big program experience, someone says.
Yeah, I've seen him build 2 programs. And if you think what he took over at UCLA was anything other than a complete dumpster fire, then you don't know anything about football.
And spare me the whole he failed in the NFL. That's every college coach outside of Pete Carroll.
Spurrier, so did Saban.
Jimmy Johnson, Pete Carroll. That's it. Everybody else failed.
Didn't he go 10-6 his 1 year in Philly?
But Philly fired him. I'm not you, Mike. I'm just saying that's going to be, well, he failed, and it's every college coach has. They take that job knowing I'm going to get fired, but I just made a ton of money.
But I think hiring, get a job in college. I think hiring a coach and bringing the quarterback is kind of becoming the new thing. So pardon me for being a little creative. My bad. Let me just go back into my cave, and I'll just sign up for Lance Leopold. I'll be a good little boy. Well, or I'll do what the morning show does. Let's see how it all shakes out. David?
Chip Kelly, I like it, Mike. Go green. Someone else says Chip Kelly. He was 10-21 in his first 3 seasons at UCLA. You can't be serious with this name.
I'm very
Chris
serious.
and Troy.
Chris, again, I'll say it slowly for you since I know your synapses don't really fire. He's turned them into a 9-win program. There's no money, there's no fan base, and there's a facility an hour and a half from campus. He possesses what's going to be a surefire first-round quarterback and local kid in Dante Moore. He has an offensive philosophy that translates. He built UCLA back from the abyss. He started with DTR and stayed with him while they were losing. He put him in the league. He puts about 6 guys a year in the league. I'm trying to find an angle that as the Big Ten gets harder, I don't know if you're aware of this. It has been a minute since MSU has had a real, legitimate NFL quarterback. How do you get good in college quickly? The quarterback position's the unicorn. Drake May keeps UNC afloat by his own greatness. How has Leipold done it? Well, he did it with Jaden Daniels. Okay? Now, the backup's pretty good, too, and Jason Bean, but you get my point.
Yeah.
If you want to use his first couple of years at UCLA and say, well, why would you? Don't you guys want someone who's built? If you don't, fine. I'm not going to make fun of you. You want to go out and risk it for a biscuit and hire 36-year-old Sean Lewis? Go ahead. But I'm trying to provide you with an angle. Because if MSU takes the field next year and it's Anthony Russo at quarterback out of the portal, what are we doing? We need to have a legitimate shot at this.
I haven't heard that name in a long time.
Does Chip develop quarterbacks? Does Chip develop offenses?
Right.
Does Chip's offensive philosophy fit in the Big Ten? Yes.
Develops running backs as well.
So I'm just making a point. While it's not perfect, I'm not going to give you names that are on all of these Britt McMurphy lists. It is a play, and I've seen the playbook work where you get the coach and you get the quarterback. But again, you'd have to have an NIL package in order. It would have to be both of you or neither of you.
Yep.
But could you provide things that UCLA cannot provide to him? Yes. If you don't like him, fine. Just fine. But you wanted a name? I give you a name. And I don't know about you. I'd be excited to watch state football with Dante Moore quarterback next year. As a baseline to build. No, I'm not doing it just for one guy. But the one guy allows me to get 10 other guys out of the portal.
Well, what you saw with USC is all of a sudden receivers transferred in. Why? Because I want Caleb to throw me the ball. So you had other guys who now you bring in Dante, and you know what? I want to go to Michigan State.
And the fact is, you could recruit next year. Dante's got 2 years left. You'd get some juice. You'd get some momentum. But again, I'm sure you guys have a wondrous list. Keep lopping up Bruce Feldman's bathwater. Let's just go ahead and hire Danny Nose. Let's just get it over with, shall we? I already told you the number one name on the damn list. You know it's Urban.
I thought you were going to say Dave Warner.
That's right. Actually, I was thinking Don Treadwell.
Oh, well, you know he was once head coach.
Yes, I do. I do. Every telegraphed second and long run to set up that 3rd and 8. It was a glorious time. Go ahead, David, please. More slander.
But he beat Michigan.
Give me more.
Not
Give me more
slander for
slander.
this one.
No. I want Kenny's slander. Hey, Kenny, talk down to me, will you? I know it's a pillow fight. When I give you a creative idea, you're an SEC guy. You have no loyalty to Michigan or Michigan State.
Right.
When I give you the full pitch, outside of the morons who go Chip Kelly, no, it's Dante Moore as well. What is your takeaway?
My takeaway is it's a creative idea. I don't really see why people are giving. First of all, I don't like the B- ideas that people are coming up with. I think that that's a little ridiculous. You're at least thinking A, outside of the box, but B, it's a 2-for-1. You got your coach, you got your quarterback, you got time.
And you get a window.
Yeah, exactly.
As long as you have that quarterback, you can now recruit another one.
I know you want me to talk down to you like SEC scum,
no,
but I'm not going to do that.
No, I wanted to give you an opportunity if you went, Mike, that's a crackheaded idea.
No, it's not a crackhead
Respect.
idea.
It's not. Fine. You know college football. I would tolerate the slander.
No, there's nothing I can criticize about it at this moment. But if I find something, Mike, you'll be the first to know.
People really won't like the names on the rest of my list.
I was going to say, you've been teasing this list for quite some time.
We're in radio.
I want to know.
That's why we're doing it this way.
And you know what, Kenny? He accidentally slipped up and gave me that one. It was just like we were just sitting at the table, and Mike was just high off of doing the podcast, and it was just like needle scratch, like, wait, what?
And then I threw the Dante angle at you, and you were just like... And that's where I was like, come on.
I mean, between that and what David said, Jared Goff can go do it himself.
Wow, David with the language. David with the language. It was stunning to hear a pastor slip up with that word.
All right, I'm choking. Like, whoa.
And we're going to get into it next. 97.1.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and the sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer. They'll guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period, by finding you every discount, every rebate, and every incentive to save you money. Hamilton has recently received a large delivery of new 2024 Chevrolets. They're ready for immediate delivery, and the selection is best right now, including the October Rico deal, a new 2024 Chevy Equinox for $299 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down, you drive out with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say? The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. Tell them Rico sent you. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer and drive in. Get that new 2024 Chevy Equinox for $299 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down. You get 10,000 miles a year. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
This team it's 4 games, and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is.
Mm-hmm.
They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk.
Right.
They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more towards the middle of the league. So that area can be improved upon. But they're remarkably consistent, and this is how you go from being average to good, and then go from good to great. It's how consistent are you?
All right, listen. If you still have a good football team, I encourage you to check out Stadium Swim, Circa Resort and Casino, all the biggest games. I mean, look, I couldn't with a straight face tell you if you're a Spartan fan, enjoy a football weekend in Vegas. I mean, you may as well jump in the pool and turn
This week you can.
You're right. State can't lose this week. Get to Stadium Swim. It's amazing. Just bet a non-loss for MSU, minus 10,000.
Bye week is minus 5.5. The devil's number.
And we would lose 6 pools, 3 different levels, all the Noah Kim incomplete passes. It's all there for you, Circa Resort and Casino. Stadium Swim. Book that spot today at circalasvegas.com. Rico is telling me I need to edit something before I say it. I've been told I couldn't finish what I was saying. Rico receiving a litany of texts during the break. So, you know, it's funny. The ticket texters, they're all smarm. And it's the same thing as social media. It's ridiculous. That's why I don't partake in it. But you know what's interesting? While you all limp bleeps hate this Chip Kelly thing and the idea of Dante Moore, weird. Players' families don't. You ducks.
Okay. I'll allow ducks.
Okay? You can change that first letter. So here's the deal. It's weird. My idea and a plan of landing an NFL QB, weird. His phone blows up from players' families.
Yeah. Love the Chip Kelly idea.
Yep. Yeah. You sure about that?
Positive.
No, I mean, whatever. It doesn't matter because I'm sure Allen has it all under control. And shout out John Jansen. Let's just let it all play out. David, ticket text, please.
Never thought about Chip Kelly and Dante Moore, but that might be the best and most viable option yet. Big Michigan fan here, and Chip Kelly scares me. I do not want you all to grab him.
No, the problem is 58, 59 years old. And look, here, you know what? He's a weirdo in a little bit of a Mike Leach way. He does not care what the media says. I think that's important at Michigan. I think it's important in Michigan State.
Yeah, I want somebody who doesn't care because, yeah, right now everybody's just trying to be so PC and say all the right things. And guys, the negative articles have already been written. They just have to insert name and date and incident. But other than that, the news and free press, they're pre-done already. Like, yeah, give me MSU 37 pre-written article.
You got to find coaches in that $6 million range, and you got to make that $9 million offer. And you make that school choke on it. That's it. You want to go bounty hunting? No. I mean, we're not going to be able to pull off this Brian Kelly from Notre Dame to LSU thing. And I don't think State should be in the business of $100 million contracts. Not until someone proves something. Cutscene, Tux deal. Yeah. Oops. The point is, if you can't go in at 5 at 50, then get out of the sport. Just get out of the business.
Yeah. Well, Mike, you'll be happy to know, yes, that the family members.
Yeah,
Mike is spot on and would turn things around immediately, all caps.
Yeah, I know. People with actual skin in the game, not virgins in their basement.
Wow.
I'm just making a point. Like all these people, it's like the most laughable thing in the world. You bitch, I don't give you the list. Then I give you a name with a plan, an actual caper. And I'm yet to hear a reason why. Oh, well, he wasn't good in year 1 at UCLA. I know. He took over one of the 5 worst Power 5 programs in America. UCLA was in tatters. Mm-hmm. Now they're winning 9 a year. Now they got a shot to compete for the Big Ten, for the Pac-12 title.
And here's the thing. If he comes to MSU, you'll at least play in front of a packed house. You don't get that unless you're looking at the road team at UCLA.
You're getting a new $40 million football building. They got one of those at UCLA?
They may, but it probably is like 2 hours away.
Yeah, there you go.
Chip Kelly would never take the phone call.
So I just want to be clear. I call offering you $9 million. You make 5.9. You're not taking the call. Okay. Fine. But see, here's the difference. You guys are scared. You don't get the order if you don't ask for it. So you got to ask. And if you get told no, who cares? It's the same thing if people want Kalen DeBoer. I'm not mad about the Kalen DeBoer stuff. I think Washington is a much better program than UCLA. However, If you go to Kalen DeBoer and you're offering top 5 coaching money and you believe he's this genius, I don't know if he is. Every step. Now, he was at Fresno and he had Jake Haener. He was at Indiana. He had Penix, and then they reunited at UW. If you think that guy's the goods, then you make the call. And you get told no, or you make a conference rival choke.
Yeah.
Make a match $10 million.
Because that's just it. I know Washington does not want him to leave, but I don't know how willing Washington's going to be to pay him.
So you find out. I don't get to interview these people. I'm making a point to you that if an established coach is what you're after, here's the terms of engagement.
But you got to pony up the money because in 2023, you can have people, if you're serious about it, you present a package to these guys, you can have somebody.
But you need a united front, and State doesn't have that. We don't have a president. I don't know how much I trust the AD because he cares about the non-revenue sports, and that bugs me. And then, yes, donors and the, quote, friends of MSU that aren't your friends.
The non-revenue, I mean, like the hockey team's breaking out the Gruff Sparty sweaters.
I don't care.
Okay.
Sweaters,
right, Kenny?
If I could shut down the hockey program, if it got me a good quarterback, I would do that. I don't care. Men's tennis,
Ron
women's
Mason's
volleyball.
rolling in his grave.
Hey, man, if it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. The SEC's got it right. Or football factories. Hey, you wanted NFL light. I don't need to act like I care anymore. Oh, bring back the men's swimming team. No.
They
Go ahead.
Dante Moore didn't go to UCLA for Chip Kelly. He's looking for weather and NIL bags. MSU doesn't have that. It's a pipe dream.
Really? Yeah, they had an NIL bag for him. It just wasn't as big as UCLA's, but I'm sure you knew that. Want to tell me I'm wrong, Rico?
I cannot.
No, you can't.
I really can't.
I really wish I could, too. I can't.
You can't.
No.
But that's all right. Beekman Jones has all the answers.
And remember, Dante was already locked up for Oregon for about 2 years.
That's right.
UCLA came in literally at the last second. No one saw that coming. I felt bad for Oregon because they didn't recruit anybody else.
Oh, no, you hate to see
I mean, they
it.
went out and got Bo Nix. But
he stayed another year because of he probably,
Yeah,
sure.
Mike, I really like the Chip Kelly idea. It is novel, but I'm sorry. I'm Urban Meyer or bust.
And I respect it. I'm saying you wanted another name that wasn't Urban. You demanded something. It doesn't do anyone any service if I just regurgitate these early names on these faux lists. So I'm giving you something different, unique, and there's a caper attached to it. You don't like my idea? What's yours? And if you're not ready to hand Dante Moore 7 figures to play quarterback for your school, get out of the sport. This is what we're up against, people. Spartan Nation, this is what you're up against.
And the reason why we're talking about this, Big Ten came out with the new schedules, 9 games. You're going to be playing some powerhouse teams, some big-time programs. You're not going to get fat and sassy off the Big Ten West. It doesn't exist anymore. So if you can't compete, let alone with Michigan, Ohio State, and Penn State, now you got USC, UCLA, Oregon, Washington, a combination of those teams every year.
Right.
You got to be able to compete.
And look, baby Tua, the reports were he got offered $1.5 million to leave Maryland to go to the SEC. They don't need the money. Tua's in the league. The kid is going to end up, I think he'll get a cup of coffee in the league. The point is, if you're not ready to pay 7 figures for a big-time QB in that portal, then kindly leave. Because whether you spend it to get him or spend it to retain him, that's what it's costing. So when I say Chip Kelly, it's got every bit to do with Dante Moore coming home as it does just Chip. It's a welfare edition of what Lincoln Riley did with Caleb Williams. And you're seeing it more and more where quarterbacks are following coaches. I think it's important State factor that in, not for one player, but for what the one player represents in the first 18 to 24 months of the program and the build.
It is, because think about this, Mike. Shedeur Sanders comes back. Wide receivers are going to want to go out there and play with him.
100%. Colorado will have their pick of the litter in the portal. Part of that is prime. Part of that is Shedeur's actually pretty good. They need offensive linemen. They're going to get that kid killed.
and every defensive player they can get their hands on.
Noted. Yes, David.
Someone wants to know, can we get a release date on when the next selection will be revealed for Mike's list, Jim and Farmington?
No, I think that's part of the. It just
think-
happens.
I think
organically.
when people annoy me enough.
Oh, you know what? Have a good day.
Don't ask for that. You know what's going to happen if
I'm
you
not
do that.
asking for it.
Oh no.
That's
I'm
I don't
sorry.
care.
See,
Have fun today, Mike.
a stupid businessman would give it all away at once.
That's right.
A smart businessman gives you it piecemeal.
Right. This isn't a chocolate fountain at a wedding. You know, this is a handcrafted dessert one by one. Just trying to do it right. Hey, football's here. Paulson's audio video. Sony 98-inch LED TV. Lifelike, you're going to feel like you're in the front row. Bottom line, the at-home experience is better than ever. It beats going to the games live, and Paulson's is ready to help you upgrade and elevate your home viewing. The best products for the best prices. Their prices are always less than Amazon Prime and Best Buy, and they'll show you right in the store. So all you need to do, Paulson's audio video, go to paulsonsav.com. That's paulsonsav.com. It's Paulson's, the toy store for grown-ups.
This team it's 4 games, and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is. They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk.
Right.
They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more towards the middle of the league. So that area can be improved upon. But they're remarkably consistent. And this is how you go from being average to good, and then go from good to great. It's how consistent are you?
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
All right, let's get serious. Let's do a little football today. Go around the league. David?
So there are multiple NFL reporters reporting that the Panthers want a number one receiver. They would like to trade for one. Well, sorry to inform you, Carolina, you had one. His name was DJ Moore. When you traded up for Bryce Young, you got rid of him. Do you think they are regretting their choice of Bryce Young at this point?
No, because remember, the Bears paid through the nose. Look, here's the thing. I just didn't understand on surface. They drafted Jonathan Mingo out of Ole Miss, raw. And then you get the dead body of Adam Thielen, and you make a terrible signing with Miles Sanders. That's just, I wouldn't have played Bryce Young early if that's the situation I was throwing him into.
Yeah. Because all you're going to do is destroy the confidence of the quarterback, and now he's not trusting anybody because you basically got a bunch of has-beens out
Part
there.
of the reason the game's moving fast for Bryce, nobody's open. Nobody's open. Thielen just doesn't get separation. DJ Chark's never healthy. Mingo doesn't know how to play the position yet. So, David, I'll say no. To me, this is the way the NFL works, where they're bringing these rookies into terrible spots, and then a year later, they throw their support behind the kid, and everything Carolina does this offseason will be catered to him.
Right, because I don't even know what number one receiver will want to go.
0-14 right now, exactly.
Devontae Adams will be like, no, we good. I'll stay here.
So speaking about help for quarterbacks and young quarterbacks, Zach Wilson, we all know he is the quarterback in New York for the Jets. Well, this week, the coach said that Breece Hall, they will be taking the pitch count off of Breece Hall. He has
The
a lot
Colts?
of...
You mean the Jets?
I said the Jets.
I thought he said the Colts.
They will be taking the pitch count off of Breece Hall. He has a lot of speed coming off the ACL injury. Will this help their quarterback?
Yes, because, you ready, David? Dalvin Cook is the latest example of what?
You don't pay running backs.
Dalvin Cook looks baked. Breece Hall's got the juice, and that's off a knee injury. Yes, it'll help them. Breece Hall is their second best player outside of Garrett Wilson.
Yeah, it's weird. Who would have thought that the Lions would get a better running back?
For cheaper.
For a lot cheaper. It's like David Montgomery looks like he's that dude.
Yeah, that's a credit to Brad Holmes, man. But they got to stop running him 30 times a game.
You know what? You got to do what you got to do to win.
I need you in December.
That's what you get Jameer for.
Oh.
Let's
So I've heard.
Let's touch on a trade that has already happened in the NFL. A couple of days ago, the Chargers traded cornerback J.C. Jackson back to New England. He was there in New England. They paid him a 5-year, $82.5 million contract in free agency last year. The Patriots gave up a 6th and a 7th round pick. And everything I see here is the Chargers are taking care of the money. The Patriots will just owe him $1.5 million.
That's right.
And the final 3 years are non-guaranteed.
It's one of the worst free agent signings in the last 5 years. Jackson turned into a pumpkin when he went to L.A. The fact that the Patriots are bringing him in because Christian Gonzalez is gone, 6th and 7th round pick, that's not it. The idea that the Patriots want to be on the hook for the money for a guy they didn't want to pay originally who hasn't played an ounce of good football in 2 years, I was stunned. I couldn't believe the Chargers found a taker. That's how bad Jackson's been.
I mean, at this point, you got to schedule an intervention for somebody in New England. I don't know if it's Belichick. Maybe it's Kraft. Maybe you just, all of his friends, hey, Bob, have a seat. What are we doing here? Because we're not going to put together the glory days, but right now you're doing your best to turn this into a bottom of the league program.
Let's touch on Jonathan Taylor for a second because they opened up his 21-day practice window in Indianapolis, and he spoke to the media for the first time today. He was asked, is he committed to being in Indy? Well, he answered, I'm here.
Oh, no.
What is the solution here?
That's a ringing endorsement.
Yeah,
right?
he said he wants to play, but he's really not. He doesn't want to play there.
David, are you happy in your marriage? Well,
we're not divorced.
We're not divorced yet.
Like, how does this end,
we
man?
share the same house.
Oh, my.
Well, I'm here. Next question.
I just don't understand. I don't see how it ends.
I don't either. You know what was funny? And I think I was reading somewhere, I heard somewhere that the whale that they went and got, it died. Rather than pay him the money. Irsay went and tried to save the whale, and the whale ended up dying anyway. You can't make this
He
stuff
threw his money to him and not to Jonathan Taylor, and it didn't work.
He airlifted an orca to Japan instead of paying Jonathan Taylor.
The orca got on a little helmet so he can breathe.
Let's touch on
Fly it over Jonathan's house just to let him know where I'm spending my money.
Let's touch on Davante Adams for a quick minute because he is committed to staying there. Rumors about him wanting to get traded and everything. And he says that he wants to believe in Aiden O'Connell and he wants to stay there for him. Is that taking a shot at Jimmy G? Jimmy G's a starter. They paid the money for him.
Yeah, but remember, he went there to play with his best buddy, Derek Carr. Carr got traded. I think everybody outside of maybe Jimmy G's family realizes he's a stiff. You know, when you're out of that privileged situation in San Francisco, it don't look so sweet no more.
Here we go.
I'm just saying. And Adams now twice in 2 weeks. What was the comment last week? I ain't got time to be sitting around here while we get our stuff together. That's a bad situation.
And since I do have a quote here from May where he said
Lions acquired Davante Adams. Put it on the board.
Yeah, in May he talked and he said he wasn't seeing eye to eye with the front office. So
well, you know, maybe he wants to go out to Frisco. They could use a receiver.
There you go. I mean, why not? Rico roots for a creative team. It's like a 4-person fantasy league. That's what Rico's team looks like. Go ahead, David.
So I have something interesting here. If you are a bettor, you may want to listen to this. It may be the broadcaster's curse. Jim Nantz hasn't called a Vikings victory in 10 years.
What?
The last recorded victory for the Vikings with Nantz was on September 29th in 2013. But not only that, they've been blown out in the last few matchups with him. 40-3 against the Dallas Cowboys last year, 41-17 against the Packers. They've been outscored 171-69.
Oh, God.
When Jim Nantz is calling their games.
All right, here would be
take
my
the Chiefs
here
at
would be my
-4.
argument. Those games generally have been these massive tilts. Problem is, I kind of like the Vikings this week. Mahomes over a field goal never covers. And the Chiefs don't look like world beaters. They're
No,
good, but
they
they're not
don't.
great. They're on the road. But Jim Nantz, hello, friends. Your team is dead.
Pretty much.
That's a power
Kirk?
stat by David.
Kirk, you take my tie. You've won this
The
game.
tie means a lot to me.
You guys have won for the first time in 10 years. Hey, you know what? You've earned the tie. There you go.
Maybe he breaks the streak and gets that tie.
That's
tonight.
unbelievable.
Or Sunday.
He hasn't called a win in 10 years?
10 years. Just a
Wow.
little nugget for bettors there. You might want to take that into a.
Okay.
That is.
Well, you know what? I actually want them to win because Mahomes screwed me over last week.
There it is. Gambler's revenge.
Just want to let you know that.
You're keeping that receipt.
Oh.
Keeping that receipt.
You notice, man.
And then he just gets up and gives everybody the middle finger. Did you expect me to score? Hi, I'm Patrick Mahomes.
That is in football today.
All right. Well, outside of the Jim Nantz power stat, new customers get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. Now, it's 200 in bonus bets, win or lose. Spreads, props, over-unders, SGPs, you name it, they got you covered. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. NFL is here. It is rolling. It's FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL. And FanDuel also has something special for our listeners, so you got to be looking for the 97-1 The Ticket odds boost this weekend. It'll be live on the app before Panthers-Lions Sunday, so check in. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117.
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say
Yeah.
whatever you want.
Yeah,
It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's
Gosh,
I mean, honestly, I would say as
good.
good.
Okay.
If it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was
Okay.
there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now, this one, they obviously beat them, but Kansas City. Now, if they had the Kelsey Chris Jones equation, but
Oh, so you're going with the
no, I'm not saying it's an asterisk, but we're looking at them right now.
What, did you have dinner with Tirico the other
No,
day?
I'd say
we're
right here,
now.
right now, yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
They are.
Okay.
You didn't say that about Philly, but you said about.
I said the Eagles. I said Jalen Hurts aren't playing that good. Isn't playing that well.
He always shows his true colors.
No. Miami.
I think as good as.
Every week, we're joined by Derek Stevens, owner of the D Casino. Derek, what's going on, my man?
Hey, Rico, how are you? Good to talk to you.
Derek, always good to talk to you, man. You know what? Let's just do the ugly first. The game tonight, I mean, this is right in your wheelhouse because you have to bet this Bears-Commanders game in order to watch it because it's kind of unwatchable. What are some of the trends that you're seeing with this game?
Well, you know, this is a game where it's been all over. You know, we opened this game at 6-45. We saw a lot of anti-Bear money was coming in. We got all the way up to a 7. That 7 only lasted a couple hours, and it popped right back down to 6.5. Now we're down to a 6. So effectively, a couple hours before kickoff, we've seen good two-way action there. And you're right. I recommend to America, make a bet because this is a tough game to watch.
I mean, Amazon has to be asking, can they get a refund on this game? This is a bettor's game. Guys, make as many bets as you can because if not, you're going to end up turning this thing off. All right, we're going to get – oh, go ahead.
Last year was one of the ugliest games of the year, if I recollect.
And I think it's going to top it this year. And then whether you look at it in next-gen stats or just regular, heck, you could watch the Telemundo version. It's still going to be a bad game. All right, Derek, we'll get back to the NFL in a minute. When you look at some of the college games coming up this weekend, I guess the first question I have, Colorado started off as everybody's darling. Everybody was putting money on that. For the last 2 weeks, they haven't won. They did cover last week. Is the shine coming off the Buffaloes?
Well, I think there's still a lot of love for Deion. I mean, right now, we got Colorado. Colorado's a 4. They're still a favorite. They're going against a lousy Arizona State team. I think this is a very difficult team to handicap. They've won some incredibly big games where they were huge money line underdogs, and then against better competition have gotten smoked. They have to go on the road. Colorado's a 4-point favorite. Tough game to bet. But so far, I would say we're still going to see Colorado money. We're pretty sure of it.
Talking with Derek Stevens. Derek, there's a game that I know is near and dear to the heart of my co-host. Oklahoma, Texas, Red River Shootout. Texas is favored in this game, but Oklahoma is also sitting there at 5-0. Any money coming in on the Sooners?
You know what we've seen? This is a good example of a game where I recommend to people to make sure you have a couple of different apps on your phone. Right now, as I look on my board, I can see the over-under ranging anywhere from 60 to 61.5. Circus Sports over at the D Las Vegas is currently has a high number at 61.5. So if you're looking under, I would say try to get that best number. What we've seen is we've just seen a lot of money coming in on the over in the game. As far as the side goes, it's been split two-way action.
Now, let's get to the NFL and Detroit Lions coming off of another victory last Thursday night. And now you got the Carolina Panthers limping into town. And Derek, I fully expect this place to be rocking. It looks like even though the Lions keep having injuries pop up, the spread just keeps getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, it sure does. I mean, we posted an 8. I think this is a combination of the markets are very, very down on Carolina, and the markets are very bullish on the Lions. The Lions are, there's a little bit of an America's team thing going on here.
Yeah.
We've nothing but Lion money. We opened at 8, went to 8.5, went to 9, went to 9.5. Overnight, we went to a 10. So we're at 10-44, and we still haven't gotten to a number where I'd say it's a solid number where the book's is comfortable saying they're going to get buyback yet. So the book does not want to go to a 10.5 because you really open yourself up to get middled pretty badly. But so far, it's been all Lion money.
Talking with Derek Stevens, and you know what? The beauty of talking with you, Derek, is I could actually get the owner of a casino's perspective of a game, of a moment. So when Patrick Mahomes slid and did not score the touchdown so that the Chiefs did not cover, did that make you happy or did that make you angry?
Well, maybe you saw a couple of our interviews we had to do. That's what we call the $500,000 slide right there. That was not an optimal situation for the book. That hurt badly.
Hey, hurt me too. I'm like, just score. And it was like he just got up and just said, you know what? F all of you who thought we were going to cover. So I just wanted to know, was I the only one angry, Derek?
Oh, no. You know what? We looked at that play like, oh, my God, whatever happens, either go in the end zone, kick, do something. Just don't get a first down. Don't get a first down. And I was I mean, to be honest, it was actually a very, very intelligent play by Patrick Mahomes, and in the moment, it was the way they couldn't lose the game, and with everything going on in the game, it was a pretty intelligent way of doing it. I know from the betting side of things, it made some people happy, but I know it made a lot of people unhappy.
All right, well, last one, Derek. Sunday night's game, potential 2 playoff teams, Cowboys, Niners at San Francisco. What's the action looking like for that game?
Well, it's interesting you say this, Cowboys Niners, because right now it's something we've noticed the last few weeks is the Niners have really definitively become the go-to team. I think there's some question marks out there with regard to the Cowboys, but the Niners have now become the favorite, and they just don't make mistakes. Their offensive weapons are amazing. Their defense is strong. And Brock Purdy, I mean, look at these stats. He just doesn't make mistakes. I mean, this team is really showing that it's like head and shoulders above anyone that they've seen. We currently have it at 3.5. I would expect that we're going to go off more like a 4 to 4.5 by the time it goes. Now, there's always Cowboys money that comes in, but the 49ers certainly look like they're the class of the NFL so far going into Week 5.
Derek, appreciate your time, Derek. Derek Stevens, owner of the D Casino. Go check him out, and if you're going to watch the game tonight, spend a lot of money with him because that's really the only way you can get this thing done.
Hey, take care, Rico.
All right, see you, Derek. All right. Derek Stevens, owner of D Casino, joins us every week. Even he was angry that Mahomes slid. So I'm not the only one. And for that, I hope they lose this week. Go Cousins. You know what? The Vikings horn, if you can find it, David, because Cousins, you do this for me, please. Don't tell me. There you go. We got deal breakers.
Lions topic. Let's get to some Lions.
Okay. I got a serious Lions questions for a lot of people out there. Jared Goff was not everybody's number 1 QB. But I want to know, has he changed your mind? Is Jared Goff the guy? Are you now full in on Goff? 248-539-9797. We'll get your calls, your ticket text next, 97.1.
Did you tear up?
No, I didn't. I was like, that's emotional. I think my hair on the back of my neck stood up a little bit, the goosebumpy. I did not actually physically get tears, but I could tell I was like, wow, this is.
I thought we went out to first base. That would have gotten you.
More than I expected.
Because I know you wanted him to play first base really badly. And then when it happened, I thought, oh, that'll get dug. Yeah. King, did you get emotional at all?
I got emotional, but not like teary. I emotionalized in the fact that it was sad and happiness at the same time, if that makes any sense, right? You know, you're like, you get to see the great send-off, which made you happy, but the sadness is, this is the end, and it's over.
Yep.
And I talked to Doug about this last week. You don't really, we're not going to really appreciate it, I don't think, for for like a year or two and just realize how legendary Miguel Cabrera was. I mean, this greatest right-handed hitter, greatest hitter of my generation as far as I'm watching, as a Tiger. It's unfortunate that I had to go out without a playoff or a meaningful at-bat. But,
that part sucks.
Yeah, but other than that, though, yeah, it was really cool. I think Tigers were first class. The whole thing really great. The whole weekend, not just yesterday. If you got down there this weekend, you got to see everything. It was really cool.
The expanded Big Ten released football schedules for the next 4 seasons. Starting in 2024, Michigan will take on USC and Oregon on the road and welcome Washington to the Big House. The Spartans also have a trip planned to Oregon next year, but they will not play USC, UCLA, or Washington. Neither team is scheduled to play Penn State next year. Michigan, Ohio State, and Michigan State are protected rivalries and will be played every year. We're awaiting the injury report from Lions practice in Allen Park today. Amon-Ra St. Brown and Brian Branch both missed practice once again yesterday, with Carolina now on tap for Sunday. Head coach Dan Campbell says Detroit is entering a very important part of its schedule. FanDuel has Detroit as a 10-point favorite against the Panthers coming up on Sunday at Ford Field. Michigan State has officially started its hearing for Mel Tucker without the former head coach himself. Tucker is not at today's hearing due to what his lawyers are calling a serious medical condition. And the Red Wings have their second-to-last preseason game tonight in Toronto. That puck drop at 7. The pregame show right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 9:45. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Four o'clock hour here in Detroit. You know what, guys? Those warm, sunny days looks like they're gone. We're now back to the dreary fall. Welcome to Detroit. At least we haven't hit the it's cold in the D status yet. But I do have a question for you guys out there. When he was first traded here, Jared Goff was looked at as that Band-Aid quarterback. He was thrown into Matthew Stafford trade, but the Lions were going to use those draft picks and they were going to go out and get this franchise quarterback. Well, funny thing has happened in the last couple of years. Jared Goff is actually turning into that guy. Now, these numbers are courtesy of NFL.com. Jared Goff's listed as a top 10 quarterback. CBS has him at number 9. Get this. Goff is 7th in the league in yards, 4th in yards per attempt, 7th in yards per game, 9th in completion percentage, 10th in touchdowns, 11th in quarterback ratings. Has Jared Goff won over the people who were Goff haters, the people who thought he was just a Band-Aid? Are you guys now realizing you may have something special in Jared Goff? Right here, right now, he's top 10 quarterback. He's not special. He's not Patrick Mahomes. He's not Josh Allen. But guys, you win with him. And for those out there saying you go draft somebody, I'm going to take the devil that I know here. Jared Goff is the guy. 248-539-9797. If you were not a Goff believer, do you believe now? Or what does he need to do to get you to officially buy in and say, in the words of Terrell Owens, that's my quarterback? 248-539-9797. Because I'm telling you, he is him. He gets it done. I see leadership. I see confidence. I don't see a guy who's sitting there, counting the days until he gets out of town. And honestly, if you're the Lions, each day that passes, it's just only costing you more and more. Jared Goff will be re-signed. For those who are waiting on Hendon Hooker, I don't think that day is happening unless Goff has a horrific injury. For those waiting on, you're going to go out and draft somebody, where? Your days of drafting in the top 5 are over, Lions fans. That kind of comes with being good. And in case you haven't noticed, you're kind of good right now. So you're not going to get the rookie quarterback. All those guys coming out in this year's draft, they're not for you. But you may already have somebody. If you're a Goff hater, or if you're somebody on the fence for Goff, are you fully bought in? Or what does Jared Goff need to do in order for you to say, yeah, that's the Lions quarterback of the future? 248-539-9797. David, what do you got to say about it? And then we're going to get to your phone calls.
Yeah, I just want to give people some numbers here when it comes to Jared Goff. Because people say, he can't do this or he can't throw deep. Okay, wonderful. Well, he's 7th in yards, 4th in yards per attempt, 7th in yards per game, 9th in completion percentage, 10th in touchdowns, and 11th in QB rating. So he's clearly playing like a top 10 quarterback. But here is the stat that I think is more important. Since November of 2022, he's 11-3. That stat alone is better than anything else I said, because he's winning games.
I knew that Jared Goff was the guy in the last game against Green Bay. When he threw that early interception, there was no panic. There was just, okay, I'll be right back. Because you're not going to do anything with that. I'll be right back. Somebody save my place in line. I'm going to run to the sideline, get a little bit of Gatorade. We're going to do this all over again. And then the beatdown's going to happen. Congratulations, I just gave you a gift. Jared Goff is your guy. Now, I do want to hear from those who you may not be sold on Jared Goff yet. I want to know why. What does he have to do before you officially say, okay, the Lions have something in Goff? 248-539-9797. David, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, man.
I was going to say he's adequate. He's not great. He is a professional quarterback. I mean, he's, like you said, he last game against the Packers, that interception, and a lot of quarterbacks would have just, been panicked at that point. He stayed calm like a pro. My biggest thing with him is he doesn't throw a lot of bombs. I mean, and that's fine. He knows his weaknesses. He knows his strengths. That's a good thing.
So, David, I'll ask you this question. He's just okay. He's a top 10 QB. No. Hold on, David. We're just talking right now, man. It's just me and you. Ahead. Forget everybody else. It's just me and you. What does he have to do before you say, you know what? The Lions have an upper tier quarterback.
I do prefer to have like a more mobile quarterback. I mean, I prefer that just personally.
Okay.
But he, like I said, he's more than, I should say a little more than adequate. He's not okay. He's a good quarterback.
Okay. Appreciate the
Probably
phone call.
Tier 2, not Tier 1.
Okay. Appreciate the phone call, David. He says he's Tier 2. I want to know, for those out there who are like David, because a lot of people just kind of look at Jared Goff. He's okay. He's all right. You know, he gets you from point A to point B, but, you know, his jerseys aren't going to be selling off the shelf. You're not hype when you see him. But, guys, he just keeps winning. As David said, 11-3 in his last 14 games. And I'm just going to go ahead and say 12-3 because you're going to destroy the Carolina Panthers. And I don't care what any of you say, okay? I told you last week, you beat the Packers. It's BOGO. You're winning this game. This Panthers team, hot garbage. All right? The team can't say it. Dan Campbell can't say it. I can say it. This Panthers team's hot garbage. Bryce Young, come on. Your best receiver ain't there. Unless the stadium collapses, I don't understand how you could lose. I really don't. I've been trying to come up with scenarios. How does this team? They can't, David. You just have to get dressed, make it to the game safely, kick the ball off, and go beat the tar out of them.
Right, because they're playing offensively and defensively. They're playing really good right now. So you're right. You have to beat yourself. And I think that's the thing with Jared Goff that I think the haters have to look at. I get it. You want flash. We had flash in Detroit before. Matthew Stafford can throw it up and down the field. He can sidearm it. He can do all the stuff, right?
Matthew Stafford was never flash.
No,
okay?
but what I'm saying is throwing it deep and doing all that stuff.
Yeah.
And he can do that, but he didn't win enough here. Jared Goff, all he does is go down there, he's efficient, and he wins.
And you know what else? I see a leader. I see a leader in Jared Goff. Matthew Stafford never wanted to be the leader of this team. Matthew Stafford was a get-along guy. And if you don't know what a get-along guy is whatever the boss says, yes, sir, I'll do that for you, sir. Matthew Stafford never – Goff just – I mean, the team respects him. Goff's the guy. 248-539-9797. If you don't believe that, what does Goff need to do? I don't think he's going to get any mobile. So if you need mobility at quarterback, you're going to be sorely disappointed. But right now, he's winning your games, Detroit. He's your guy. You're not going to get a quarterback in the draft because, unfortunately, you're too good. It's not going to happen. You can forget about Caleb Williams unless you're willing to trade away your whole future. But I would ask you why. Why would you do that when this man is already winning right here, right now? This team is built for him. This offense is built for him. It works. You're one of the top 5 teams. You're top 3 or 4 team in the NFC right now. 248-539-9797. We'll get your phone calls. We'll get your ticket text next. 97.1. Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone. What does that mean? That means that you could go into Planet Fitness and you don't have to worry about people looking at you, staring at you. No. Everybody in there is there for one goal, to work out, to get fit, to become the best person that they are. And they can do that because Planet Fitness has upgraded a lot of their facilities, man. New audio and new cardio equipment and new strength equipment and multiple stores throughout Metro Detroit. You can join Planet Fitness. All you got to do is go down to your local Planet Fitness. It's $1 down. $10 a month, no commitment, now through October 13th. And if you're a person on the go, upgrade to the Black Card. That gets you membership at any Planet Fitness throughout the Metro Detroit or, you know what, the nation. Let's just throw that in there as well. Go down to your local Planet Fitness now through October 13th. $1 down, $10 a month, no commitment, or you can go online, go to planetfitness.com. But you better hurry because this offer is ending soon.
All right, let's get to work. It's a Tuesday. It's October. It's 85 degrees out. And I have no football to watch. All right, Rico, we can start a multitude of ways. We're going to get to University of Michigan a little bit later. Let's burn it down before we build it up, I guess. Lions, a little bit after that. You have things you want to say about Saturday. I want to hit the fan portal. I can't do this the rest of the fall.
Yeah.
As a Spartans and Giants fan, if I can't continue to do this flaccid penis offense that we watch constantly, 60 minutes on Saturday, 60 minutes on Sunday, nobody can block a soul, nobody can throw the ball, nobody can do anything, clown car effort, arguments on the sidelines, teams that look like they're on Quaaludes. I want to hit the fan portal. But see, you have something else you want to say today.
No.
And you won't share.
No.
So I said, fine. I'll sit here and just let you go ahead. Go ahead and shoot.
Straight to the phone lines. I asked the question to Detroit. Has Jared Goff won you over? You guys, you want to talk. We got full phone lines. Let's go back to the phone lines. Doug, you're on 97.1.
How you doing, Rico?
Hey, Doug.
When Jared first got traded here, I was sad to see Matt go, but he's won my heart. He's my quarterback, as T.O. says. The guy is strategic. He's very accurate. He's a leader in that locker room. You heard him in the post game with Dan Campbell last Sunday. On Thursday night, very vocal and makes the plays that need to be done. And he's also very resilient. And he's a top 10 quarterback. And I'm sure as heck glad that he's wearing the Honolulu blue. And I couldn't ask for a better quarterback.
You know what, Doug? It's funny because when you see those post game speeches in the locker room, a lot of times it feels fake. Doesn't feel fake when Goff gets up there and speaks. It really feels like this team is listening to what he is saying, and they realize that's our captain, guys. This is going to be the man that takes us as far as we can go in the playoffs.
Absolutely, and he's taken that role on. And I also say, for a guy that came into a kind of a crappy situation, he's embraced that and turned lemons into lemonade here in Detroit, and he's won me over. He's my quarterback. I think we as a Lions Nation should embrace him fully. I think he can lead us to the playoffs, lead us to a couple wins, and even a Super Bowl. He's got great chemistry with Amon. He's got great chemistry with Sam already. He takes time, and Laporte even said that in one of the, I guess over the week, they said that on the broadcast. He takes time to point out routes and study the playbook, which is amazing as a leader, and that's what Matt really never was, and Jared is that. So I gotta embrace him totally. I appreciate the call, man.
All right, thanks, Doug. Appreciate you joining in. 248-539-9797. Randy, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's up, Rico? How you doing?
Hey, Randy.
Well, I called and I told the screener I'm a reformed Goff hater, and I didn't really hate the dude, but when we made the trade, I'm like, this dude looks scared every time he's out on the field. He's fumbling all the time. What are they thinking? And as it's went on, I've learned to trust Holmes. I've learned to trust Campbell. If they trust him and think he's the guy, then he's the guy. There's no win
No.
And just like Michael Brockers, that was the buddy deal, right?
Right.
We were used to Patricia bringing in his buddies and this and that, and they brought Brockers in. And when Brockers couldn't play, they said, "All right, you're going to go sit down." We need people who can play. So if they're trusting Goff, man, I'm behind them.
I appreciate the phone call, Randy. Drive safe out there. 248-539-9797. I look at Goff. Goff is the leader of this team. Goff is not Mahomes. Goff will never be Mahomes. He will never be Jalen Hurts. He will never be Josh Allen. But you know what he is? He's Jared Goff, and Jared Goff is enough for this team. I wasn't a believer when he first got here. I thought the Lions were going to use one of those first-round picks that you got in the trade. You were going to get a quarterback, hit that reset button. They hit the reset button, but we all didn't see them hitting that reset button. They actually started winning. They were tanking, and we were all hoping for go get this quarterback. And now it's not really a quarterback in this upcoming draft that you're going to take because you're not going to get a chance to pick them because Goff keeps winning. 11-3 in his last 14 games, soon to be 12-3 because after you beat the Panthers, he's your guy. But if you're still not sold on Goff, maybe hater's too much of a word, too strong. If you're not sold on Goff yet, what does he need to do to win you over that you are now sold on Jared Goff? 248-539-9797. Yes, David.
And that's the thing, because I'm just thinking about the quarterbacks that got paid in this past offseason. You probably, other than like Burrow and Herbert and all of them.
Daniel Jones got paid.
Yes, Jared Goff's a better quarterback than him. You will want to pay him. Lamar Jackson, some people hate on him. I think some people would say Jared Goff right now is playing better than Lamar Jackson. You will want to pay him. There's just so many guys that are getting paid that you're like, you know what? Jared Goff deserves that money or maybe more.
No. Jared Goff's going to get the money. Now, when that day happens, it's going to be a lot of Detroiters angry because it means that you're out of the running for some star rookie quarterback, and Goff is going to be your guy for the next 4 or 5 seasons. But I'm okay with that because this offense is built around him. The accent is on everything he does positive. Deep throws? No, they're not there. But you don't have to throw deep throws when you do play action passes and you're hitting the tight end. You go out and you get Laporta. And I think Laporta has really helped Goff's status this season. All right, let's go back to the phone line. Justin, you're on 97.1.
Hey, thanks for having me. First time, long time.
Oh, man. Hey, how you doing?
Doing good. With Jared Goff, I feel like I'm dating Jared Goff a little bit. I'm trying to see, 8 years ago, you're living in L.A., Jared Goff looks good, but there's all these 10s walking around, Roethlisberger, Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Andrew Luck. But now I'm looking around, I feel like I'm living in Kentucky. Everyone, quarterback over there's got 3 teeth, this guy's got missing toe, but Jared Goff has all their teeth, and, it's going to community college, and I like him, but I just don't know if I'm ready to put the ring on it. Like, is this person going to take care of me for life?
Justin, what does he have to do?
Well, that boot he ran and hit the touchdown, he doesn't have to run. But that kind of showed me something, the commitment to the relationship that, if you're able to use your feet to get first downs more often, I would like to see them add that in there. But besides that, no, he's checking all the boxes. I think.
But you're still not ready to put the ring. But Justin, you're not ready to put the ring on him yet.
I'll put a promise ring on him.
Okay. You know what? That's a start, Justin. Appreciate the phone call. Call back anytime. David, that's progress. Baby steps. Not ready for the ring, but the promise ring, which I never understood. What are you promising? Did you get your wife a promise ring?
No.
Just got it a real thing.
Got it a real thing. Here we go. We're engaged now. You don't need a promise ring. We'll get the real ring.
I promise. Yeah. But hey, Justin's not quite sold. And I think that for a lot of people who aren't sold on Goff, if you're waiting on mobility's not going to happen. That's just not him. Okay? It's not. Don't ask him to do Mahomes sidearm types of things. You're just going to be disappointed. Don't ask him to be Lamar Jackson where you scramble, or Jalen Hurts where you just bigger and stronger and just bully your way through. But all I'm just going to ask, hey, go out there, keep mastering this offense, keep winning, and I think that's what Detroit wants to see. Let's go back to the phone lines. 248-539-9797. Here we go. Jordan, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How are we doing today?
Hey, man.
I was telling the screener there, I think he kind of gets the Kirk Cousins treatment. He puts up phenomenal numbers and goes out and now, again, I guess Kirk Cousins drops in big games, so not in that sense. But, Cousins statistically puts himself in these categories that should put him in the top 10, top 5, but he's still looked at it as a guy that, will we invest in him? Will they not? Even though they have a commitment to the guy. I mean, I get that. But my personal thought is I think Jared Goff is a perfect for the job at the moment. Going forward, we'll see how the roster construction goes. Obviously, if we start losing linemen, then obviously you got to get a little more mobile at the quarterback position. But right now, he's a perfect fit for our team, a good leader. But I think he's just kind of a boring candidate for the position. I think that's the biggest reason why people aren't on board. He doesn't have a crazy personality, or he doesn't have some crazy girlfriend or backstory to follow, so the media is not all about him. And he doesn't go out there and throw 7 touchdown passes. He just makes good, smart plays, moves the ball down the field, and wins games. And people find it boring. But me as a Lions fan, I've watched enough losses, so I'm on board. Let's go. Keep him. Let's roll.
And I appreciate the phone call, Jordan. I'm so happy he does not have the crazy girlfriend. You know what maybe Jared Goff needs? Maybe he actually needs to go on that quarterback show. Maybe he needs America to see a different side of him. Maybe that's it. And then you'll go and see, because doesn't he have a model girlfriend?
Yeah, they're engaged. They're going to get married, I think, sometime
Did he give her a promise ring? Or did...
She has one. He doesn't have one in Detroit yet, I guess.
Nah, but it's you know what? Maybe that's what he needs. And then people will buy in more. I understand, folks. He's not, as the last caller put, he's Cousins. He's boring. He's not exciting. You're not going to see him out in a bunch of commercials. Nobody's going to run up and try to buy his jersey. You're not going to see that stuff, but he wins, and he wins, and he wins. As a matter of fact, we're going to get to your phone calls. We're going to get to your ticket texts, but I want to prove a point of where he's at with the rest of the league. We're going to get to that next. 97.1.
This team it's 4 games, and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is.
Mm-hmm.
They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk.
Right.
They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more towards the middle of the league. So that area can be improved upon. But they're remarkably consistent. And this is how you go from being average to good and then being go from good to great. It's how consistent are you?
You heard correctly, Michael. We are at the quarter pole, so
Love
I think
when
it's
you
a
use my
decent,
full name.
it's a decent time to kind of see where the quarterbacks are and where they rank in the eyes of some of the writers. This is from CBS, but you all can give me your opinion on this. Let's go to the bottom 5 quarterbacks here. They start at 32. They have the combination of Jimmy G and Aiden O'Connell. So basically the Raiders quarterback position is 32nd in the league. 31 would be Desmond Ridder.
Yeah, there it is.
30, Kenny Pickett. 29, Zach Wilson. 28, Joe Burrow.
No, I mean, listen, he's hurt. I just think that's stupid. I'm not calling you stupid. I'm saying the list. Anyone who's plugged in remotely to the league, Burrow's operating at 60, 70%. He's trying to gut through this to give his team a chance because, let's face it, if he plays, they have no chance. I think that's stupid. The other stuff I can address, look, I'll say it again to you. The other teams you're listing are not playoff teams. The Atlanta Falcons are a playoff team if they would just bench Ridder. Ridder is horrific.
Yes. I thought that he was maybe if you just play within yourself, Ridder, you could be a ball control type of game manager, but he can't even do game management correctly. You got a tight end that you don't like throwing the ball to. So, but as far as Joe Burrow, I can respect the list because it's like when I do my top 10 based off of how he looks right now. He looks bad. It's not his fault. He shouldn't be playing. Cincinnati should have probably sat him out for the first 2 or 3 games and went bigger picture. A lot of like what the Kansas City Chiefs did with Kelsey, saying, we're not going to rush you back for this first game. We'll take an L if we have to. But yeah, right now, Burrow doesn't look good. You're kind of pot committed now. You have to play him even at 60%.
See, here's the thing. That's the bottom 5, but there's a lot of bad QB play in the league. There's some guys a little bit ahead that I'm about to mention that probably could have also been in the bottom 5. You have Bryce Young at 27.
Yep.
Mac Jones at 26 looks awful. Daniel Jones at 24 probably could have been in the bottom 5 right now.
Yeah,
You know what?
But see, the problem with lists like this, and I'm not making fun of you, David. It's fine to talk through. This is stupid. Because realistically, you can't protect Daniel Jones. So how can I grade the performance? He got sacked 11 times the other night by a team that has no pass rush. Bryce Young's a rookie. I mean, what did I expect? Some of these I value. Other, I think it's like, what's the point of what I'm reading if you're not watching the games? Not you, I'm saying the list. How do you grade Daniel Jones when he's getting pressured on 70% of his dropbacks?
I mean, I guess you grade him based off the performance. Not winning, not looking good, and with the O-line not being there, Mike, it's a contributing factor to that. Bryce Young, he looks like
a rookie.
He looks like the game's going too fast, whereas C.J. Stroud looks as if he's actually making some progress.
Yeah, but they got, again, Stroud has weapons. Yeah. I'll continue to see this is, listen, I don't even think it's fair to grade Bryce. They have no weapons. Adam Thielen is his weapon. Like, at least at Houston, you got Pierce and you got Nico Collins and you have Tank Dell and you have you know what? I'll let it go. Go ahead. This list is illustrious. Keep it going.
Let's get into the top 15
let's do it.
here.
Let's do it. I'm
Okay.
sure all the guys who are up high on this list are also on the best teams with the best situation.
At 15, you have Geno Smith. 14, you have Russell Wilson. Not a great situation, but he's there at 14.
They're loaded on offense. What do you mean it's not a great situation? He's just a weirdo.
I was about to say, but he's still Russell.
Unlimited.
13, you have Baker Mayfield. 12, your guy, Trevor Lawrence. And then at 11, you have Dak Prescott.
I think all three of those are way too high. Lawrence has not played well. Baker's not a top 10 QB in this league. You know what? I'm opting. I'm hitting the portal on this list.
But let me ask you this, Mike. Is it possible we're basing Baker Mayfield off his previous years, similar to what we did to Geno Smith last year? We kept saying, yeah, but Geno's going to fall apart. Yeah, but he's going to fall. And he didn't. And he actually went to Seattle, and it was like, wow, this is a different quarterback. He grew up. And
They're both middle-of-the-road guys, and I just can't put them in the top 12.
Yeah, but in the NFL, that's middle of the road.
Nah, not really. There's 32 teams. They're about 5 spots too high. If Baker wants to prove he's really the guy we thought he could be, you gotta keep doing it. Yeah,
And I'm saying in 2 weeks when he plays the Lions, that's one of those show me games.
Show me.
Let's jump into the top 10. At 10, you have Kirk Cousins. Yes, they are 0-3, but he is still putting up really good numbers.
David, yeah, he may be on the best. He may be the best 0-3 quarterback out there because
They won last week.
Well, I mean, one, yes, but I'm saying starting off the year 0-3, it was like it wasn't on him. Well, I mean, the final pick in that Charger game, but you know what I'm saying. He's had statistically a great season, just on a bad team.
At 9, you have Jared Goff, your Detroit Lion quarterback there at 9.
This list blows. He's low. How's he 9th?
Well, let's see who the other 8 are.
At 8, you have C.J. Stroud.
No.
Okay.
No.
You just had to wait one spot.
Yeah, just no.
Yeah.
At 7, you have Jalen Hurts.
Hold on. Let's go back to this for a second. Yeah, Stroud, I would probably put back into the high teens for me. You're a rookie. You're playing well. Your team's 2-2. But let's not get beside ourselves. You're not better than Jared Goff right now. There's not too many quarterbacks, I think, better than Jared Goff. So I thought you were going to be like, okay, well, you know what? 9 maybe. Nope. You can stop right there. He at least needs to be 8. Go ahead.
So you would put this quarterback ahead of Jared Goff for sure. At 7, you have Jalen Hurts.
Yes.
At 6, you have Brock Purdy.
No.
Come on.
That's too low. That's
Come
too
on.
low.
That's outrageous.
Come on.
That's too low.
This list stinks. That's way too high.
That's DJ Khaled. All he does is win.
I hate this
No.
list.
At 5, you're
To
not going to
suggest that Purdy's a top 10 quarterback in this league is asinine.
Mike, why is he not a top 10 quarterback?
Because everything is spoon-fed to him. You could have a million guys play there and do that.
No, apparently not, because they couldn't all do this. They've gone through quarterbacks, and now Trey Lance couldn't do it.
Hold on.
Trey Lance couldn't do it.
Right. He's the biggest draft bust in history.
Right. I'm sorry.
Jimmy G did it, and Jimmy G is 32 on the list.
He wasn't the top. He didn't have stats like this guy.
He went to a Super Bowl, Rico.
Well, that did happen.
Your top
So you're
5.
punishing the man because he's got a team.
It's not a punishment. Everything is spoon-fed. Look at playing the position. He's got the best running game. He's got a trio of unbelievable weapons, 4 if you include
Mike, he
McCaffrey.
still has to make
the best
the
play
reads.
designer in the league. Oh, there are no reads.
You put Desmond
Brock
Ritter.
Purdy drops back and everyone's open. That's not a read.
You put Desmond Ritter on that team. He's not doing this.
No, you know what? Desmond Ritter would be a Pro Bowler. That's how choice and how beautiful it is in San Francisco.
You know what? I want what he's drinking. Go ahead.
5, Lamar Jackson. 4, Justin Herbert. 3, Josh Allen. 2, Tua. Number 1, Patrick Mahomes.
I don't really have any issues. I'd probably put Allen and Tua ahead of Mahomes, but who cares?
Mahomes doesn't seem the same Mahomes.
That's because he doesn't have Tyreek. It's not the same. He's got a lot of these inexperienced receivers. It takes time.
Are we going to when are we going to say maybe it's the not having Bieniemy there? Maybe Bieniemy had more of an effect on that offense than we're giving him credit.
I don't.
Because we all just thought it was Andy Reid. And Andy Reid didn't really need him, but now, yeah, taking away those pieces and your OC, that team looks beatable.
Well, they are.
The Lions.
We
beat 'em.
did it.
That is.
Where's that list from again?
That's from CBS.
I just can't believe the Brock Purdy slander with you. Like that. No, so he can't do anything right because he's on a stacked and loaded team. Is what you're saying.
Well, when you always get to play from ahead and you always get 200 yards rushing, he's the J.J. McCarthy of the NFL.
The game
Everything is spoon-fed to him. He's in a privileged position.
The game
and
is
I don't have to value it.
Game 0-0 to start, okay? He's not always coming.
Not with the 49ers.
Yeah, I'm not listening to
in
this.
football today. You heard correctly, Michael. We are at the quarter pole, so
Love
I think
when
it's
you
a
use my
decent,
full name.
it's a decent time to kind of see where the quarterbacks are and where they rank in the eyes of some of the writers. This is from CBS, but you all can give me your opinion on this. Let's go to the bottom 5 quarterbacks here. They start at 32. They have the combination of Jimmy G and Aiden O'Connell. So basically, the Raiders quarterback position is 32nd in the league. 31 would be Desmond Ridder.
Yeah, there it is.
30, Kenny Pickett. 29, Zach Wilson. 28, Joe.
This team it's 4 games and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is. They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk.
Right.
They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more towards the middle of the league. So that area can be improved upon. But they're remarkably consistent, and this is how you go from being average to good, and then go from good to great. It's how consistent are you?
So we're talking Jared Goff here, and is he the guy? Are you believing in him here in Detroit for all the Jared Goff haters? I'm going to read a few ticket texts here. Goff is solid. Campbell's game management lost us, Seattle, or else we'd be 4-0. We don't need flashy. We've got solid. That's from Dennis in Royal Oak.
Okay. What else?
Another one says, I feel like so many of these people making comments about Jared Goff are basing their decisions on fantasy football points and not actual real football points.
Yeah, nobody. I mean, I guess fantasy people still play, but I just think that when you see other quarterbacks, you want your quarterback to be like Mahomes and like all of those other guys that you see in the commercials. Goff's not a commercial guy. That's why I say maybe he needs to go on that quarterback show, and that will help out his image some. And maybe he'll get some national endorsements that you'll see him in, direct TV commercials or something like that, where he's, a face of a product. Because right now, he's just your quarterback. He's not the nation's quarterback. One more, and then we get back to the phone lines. 248-539-9797.
Goff is a perfect blue-collar quarterback. Show up, do your job, do it well, and do it day after day. He is Detroit.
He is. He fits this team. He fits this personality. He does. He fits the coach. Everything about Jared Goff. He's not flashy. I hate the term blue-collar, but he kind of is. You know what? Different sport, David, but he's almost – now, granted, he has to do it in the playoffs, folks, so don't beat me up for saying this. But it kind of has that Chauncey Billups type of feel where drafted high but never quite became the superstar in the league. That was Chauncey. He comes to Detroit, galvanizes the team, leads the team to great things. Now, Goff hasn't done that yet, but it kind of has that Chauncey Billups type of feel where – he kind of got kicked around the league, but then all of a sudden he became your guy, and then you fell in love with him. Scott, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I appreciate it.
No worries, man. How are you?
Good. I absolutely love Matt Stafford, and, when the trade happened, I was, upset to see Matt leave, but also understood the trade because we got a lot of good picks back, and we had to rebuild a little bit. And the reason I love Stafford being a gunslinger, he had once-in-a-generation type talent, physical talent or whatever. Goff doesn't have that exactly. I don't know if I'm willing to anoint him the guy yet. I think he has different standards than we had for Stafford just because, we didn't really have that team around him like we do right now. This is the best team we've seen in years and years. So for me, for Goff to be the guy, he's got to get us into the playoffs and win a playoff game. But
you know what, Scott? That's fair. That's fair. That you know what? You need to see him do something in the playoffs, do something you haven't seen a quarterback do here in a long time. I'll accept that.
Yeah, and we really didn't expect that out of Stafford because the team really wasn't that great around. He didn't have a run game. It didn't have that great of a defense.
But he had a Hall of Fame wide receiver.
He did, and I do miss seeing those bombs to Megatron. And, with Goff, you're getting a lot of checkdowns and a lot of game management, but you know what? I'll take that and winning over garbage time bombs to Megatron. You know what I mean?
No, I got you, man. Appreciate the phone call, Scott. 248-539-9797. Very simple question. Has Jared Goff won you over if you were not a Goff fan? If not, what does he need to do? Now, Scott just said win a playoff game. Others said be more mobile. If Goff hasn't won you over yet, what do you need to see this man do? Because I think right here, right now, Detroit, you got your quarterback. I fully expect the Lions, if they were smart, they'd be working on his extension as we speak. The price is only going to go up, but you can't go into the draft because one, you're going to be too good, so you're not going to get a great quarterback. And two, what are you going to trade? What do you want to trade for Justin Fields? Is this what you want? He'll be out there. You want to go after Kirk Cousins? He'll be a free agent. You already got a guy. And the offense is tailor-made for him. I just wonder. 248-539-9797. Tony, you're on 97.1.
Afternoon, guys. You know, I like Goff since last year. That Philly game, he scored enough points. Our defense just couldn't win it for him, you know what I mean? And he did that quite a few games last year. I've always considered Goff Alex Smith 2.0. He's the new improved version of Alex Smith. He's a game manager. 9 times out of 10 on third down, he's going to get you that first down. He's going to play safe. And he's going to be consistent all the time. And I don't understand why this fan base does not see that. They want that Matt Stafford 80-yard bombs all the time, but that's not going to win you championships all the time. You need that game manager who's going to keep you in the game. He's going to keep you alive. And every time you want to put the ball in his hand and say, we need that first down, you have that confidence he's going to get you that first down.
No, you're right, Tony. Appreciate the call. If you play smart, you can win games. We talked about it earlier in the show. David, Jimmy G took a team to the Super Bowl. Play smart. Use your weapons, see what you have, and just go down the field. It's not going to be flashy. You're not going to get your highlights on SportsCenter. That's not going to happen. Now, I do think he can improve. I do think that there's times where maybe, like when he did the quarterback sneak, use your legs. Nobody's waiting for you to run the ball. Everybody thinks. So you running a bootleg will work 100% of the time because nobody's spying you. You're not Jalen Hurts where you got to keep a linebacker making sure. When Goff scored, I'm quite sure the linebackers were looking at the coach like, he never runs. What? Of course we didn't spy him. That's Jared Goff, for God's sake. 248-539-9797. Let's get another phone call in. Let's get to where was it? There we go. Greg, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call today.
Hey, Greg.
So I'm not actually a Lions fan. I'm actually a Cowboys fan. But right now, I honestly would take Jared Goff over Dak Prescott at the quarterback position. One, Jared Goff has proven he can make – Jared Goff has proven to make the right decisions when needed to be. With Dak Prescott, you're kind of guessing what kind of player is going to show up that day of the game. He can end up throwing like Peyton Manning or Tom Brady out in the field and make all the right decisions, or he can make dumb decisions, turn the ball over 5 times. You don't know what you're getting week to week, honestly, with him. But Jared Goff, he's taken a team to the Super Bowl. He's won playoff games. He hasn't done it in Detroit, but he's done it in the Los Angeles. What more can you ask from the guy? I mean, Detroit probably hasn't had a quarterback like this, and since
no, you know what, Greg, just leave it at since, because they haven't had a quarterback that actually won them games. So we'll just leave it at since. ...
Yeah, I mean, and look, I played the position in college. It wasn't D1, but I played it as a quarterback, as a coach. They don't want this flashy guy.
Okay, all right. I appreciate the phone call, Greg. It's Cowboy fan saying, I take Jared Goff. It's consistency. With Goff, you know it's going to be an 8 out of 10 every time. 8 out of 10. You never, I don't think you'll ever get 10 out of 10. You'll never get that game where you're just like, man, you're telling your friends, I was there when Goff did this. But each and every time it's consistent. I know what I'm getting. He's going to do this. You don't believe me? I mean, the man went all of those games without throwing a pick. He's thrown a couple picks in the past few games, but the maturity level from the last time he threw picks to now, it's no big deal. Last year when he threw the pick 6 in Seattle, you're like, oh, my God. This year, even though they lost, it was like, okay. Throws one against Green Bay? Okay, no biggie. We'll get it back. He trusts his defense. He trusts his teammates. His teammates trust him, and you see the leadership. When you see him in those videos that the Lions put out, David, that's genuine. That's a genuine leader, because a lot of times it's contrived. It's like I never bought Stafford when he did this. I just didn't, okay? And this is not me bashing on Stafford, but Stafford just didn't look like the kind of guy like you would do this. He just knew the cameras were there, and I guess I got to say something because you handed me a ball. You know what? Yes, team, win, things, stuff, go Lions. That's what it felt like to me. With Goff, man, he is Yeah, it feels genuine, like you have something. And if you don't believe in this man yet, I need to know, what does Jared Goff need to do in order for you to say, I'm in? Because it's okay. You don't have to fully buy in yet. I understand Lions history. Yeah, I've seen this before. Some said I need to see a playoff win. I need to see him more mobile. I need to know, what do you need to see before you finally say, pay that man his money? He's our quarterback of the future. Your phone calls, your ticket text next, 97.1.
All right, let's get to work. It's a Tuesday. It's October. It's 85 degrees out. And I have no football to watch. All right, Rico, we can start a multitude of ways. We're going to get to University of Michigan a little bit later. Let's burn it down before we build it up, I guess. Lions, a little bit after that. You have things you want to say about Saturday. I want to hit the fan portal. I can't do this the rest of the fall. Yeah. As a Spartans and Giants fan, if I can't continue to do this flaccid penis offense that we watch constantly. 60 minutes on Saturday, 60 minutes on Sunday. Nobody can block a soul. Nobody can throw the ball. Nobody can do anything. Clown car effort, arguments on the sidelines, teams that look like they're on Quaaludes. I want to hit the fan portal. But to you, oh no, you have something else you want to say today.
No.
And you won't share. No. So I said, fine. I'll sit here and just let you go ahead. Go ahead and shoot.
The Lions have officially released their injury report from practice today. Amon-Ra St. Brown, Brian Branch, and Jason Cabindo once again did not participate. Taylor Decker, Vaitai, Josh Reynolds, Kirby Joseph, Emmanuel Mosley, and Julian Okwara were all limited participants.
Doesn't matter. You're beating the Panthers.
Exactly. 10-point favorite. You going to take them? Take those points? There we go. The new and improved Big Ten also, Rico, has unveiled football schedules for the next 4 seasons. Next year, Michigan will face USC and Oregon on the road and host Washington coming to the Big House. Michigan State also has a trip to Oregon next year. They will not, though, play USC, UCLA, and Washington. Neither team scheduled to play Penn State next year. Michigan, Ohio State, and Michigan State, of course, protected rivalries. The Red Wings have their second-to-last preseason game tonight in Toronto. Forward Daniel Sprong netted his 3rd goal of the preseason during last night's win over Pittsburgh. He's very excited about the scoring depth that the Wings could have this season. Puck drop tonight from Toronto is at 7. We got the pregame show at 6:45 right here on 97.1. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Actually, he's Mike Valeni. 5 o'clock hour here in Detroit. We're talking Jared Goff. If you're not a Goff believer, what does he need to do in order for you to believe that he is the future QB of the Detroit Lions? 248-539-9797. I'm going to get to your phone calls. I'm going to get to your ticket text. But, David, this Mel Tucker thing, this needs to be a Netflix series. Okay, because just when you thought it was figured out, oh, wait, there's more. His lawyer gave a lot of information out there. It's Audrey Dahlgren of Channel 6. Basically, there's a lot. I'm not going to get into this, but let's put it like this. If Mel is correct, Michigan State may end up hiring our drive time show to be their coaches because they may not have a lot of money. Okay, David, you may be the wide receivers coach. You really need to make this go away. Figure out something because, yeah, they're firing back. And poor Damon Stoudemire. Imagine you woke up this morning and you caught a stray.
That's crazy.
Your phone is blowing up. Why is did somebody die? Did something happen? Oh, nah, bruh. Reports are you was dating Brenda Tracy, too. Wait, who said that? What? No, it's all over the place. I haven't seen anybody catch a stray like this since Kobe threw Shaq under the bus.
There you go.
Well, Shaq does it all the time. Hey!
Whoa!
I'm not on trial here. Why you stay over there? Anyway, it's newest Netflix series. Should be. All right, let's get back to the phone lines. 248-539-9797. Will, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, man.
Okay, I was calling, and hear me out. I know it might sound crazy, but I think for a lot of people, Jared Goff is actually growing on me. When he first got here, I was like, no, he's actually growing on me. But it was funny that you brought up Chauncey Billups, and I think that may be the one thing that people are waiting to see from Jared Goff. And that is that one game. I sat and tried to remember that one game that Jared Goff just says, you know what, he takes it over and it's on his arm, and I'm not going to let us lose that game. That's the kind of stuff that Chauncey did. When he got here, Chauncey would take the game over, and it was like, look, there were times where other people wasn't scoring or whatever, and Chauncey would say, I'm not letting us use this game, i.e. Mr. Big Shot. I think that's kind of what some people may be waiting for, and I don't know if we'll actually ever get it because we're actually assembling a whole team now. Yeah. But I was thinking about the Seattle game, And I kind of would have liked to see Jared Goff, tell Dan Campbell, look, why are we going for the tie, man? Let's win this game. You say I'm your guy. You say I'm your quarterback. Put the ball in my hand and let's go get this. We don't need to go to overtime.
You know what, Will? You're right. Because imagine if he just said, guys, I know what the play is. I'm calling an audible. We're doing this. And what are they going to do, bench me for Teddy Two Gloves? We going to win this game.
And if we lose, I'll take that. I'll say that's my call. But I think that's what some people might be waiting to see. Him stand up and take that kind of control and say, look, we're not losing this game. And like I said, even if he just talked to his coach and say, hey, coach, let's win this game and we don't have to go to overtime. Let's win this now.
Yeah. No, I'm with you, Will. Appreciate the phone call because I do see a lot of similarities with Chauncey Billups and how he came here and he was drafted high and he never hit the expectations that we thought he was going to hit. He comes to Detroit and all of a sudden Detroit embraced him and he became the leader. Now, Goff has a ways to go. Billups won you a title. Billups became Mr. Big Shot. Was it the Nets when he hit the half-court shot? And I remember that's when that shot lived in infamy. Goff hasn't had that moment yet, and maybe that's what you need to see. What is that Goff moment that you like, okay, that's the guy. He did this. He willed them to win. Looking at this schedule, it's not like you going out to San Francisco or Philadelphia where he has a chance to really separate himself. This schedule is kind of more of a college schedule where the Lions are going to be playing a lot of bad teams. Listen, there's probably one game, maybe two, that you're not going to be favored from here on out, which means now you have to win or else you're going to look bad. You're not going, like, if they were headed to San Francisco this weekend, statement game. You go beat them. Now, you did beat the Chiefs. But then nationally, they said, well.
Asterisk. Remember
did
that?
You beat us? If everybody was here, you need a thorough beatdown of a team when they are fully healthy. 248-539-9797. What are you about to say, David? Okay. Benjamin, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how are you? Thank you so much for having me today.
Hey, man.
So, as far as believing Goff, I think Detroit fans really they appreciate Goff and they understand that he is right now the working quarterback who's winning games for them. But as far as believing in a star quarterback, I think we've seen Goff. He brought the Rams to the Super Bowl, or he was on that team that was in the Super Bowl, and then he had a downfall. So as far as regaining that trust and say, oh, he is that star that we're gonna lead us to the Super Bowl, I think that's gonna take some time. I think if you ask Detroit fans who do you believe in, it's the Detroit team as a whole. Goff fits perfectly in that team, but until we see Stafford, when Detroit trusted Stafford, that was when they believed in there was the two player show, there's the Stafford Johnson show, and those are the only two players. And they believed in them because they saw the other team, the rest of the team, not performing to doing very well, and they saw these two stars doing very well. So okay, we can believe in them. But here, as the whole team is doing very well as a whole, and it's hard to pinpoint. It's Goff that's leading this team. Yes, he is the leader in the locker room, and it's really I think you are correct to say we'll get a draft pick and try to bet on that. Steve Eisman always says, if a player is doing well, it's better than any draft pick. There's we believe in him, but it's something which we got to say Detroit Lions fans are trusting him. I don't think he has to go on any shows get more commercials, but he's
but
he's
Ben,
doing well, and yeah.
Ben, I would say this, and I appreciate the phone call. No, I think that it's not that he needs to do it, but if he wants to become a nationally known quarterback. And get the endorsements and have people really feel like, because I do think that Detroiters experience a little quarterback envy. He's yours, but he's not like your neighbor's hot wife where you're like, yeah, but did you see how she was looking? He's there. He's an 8 out of 10, but she's kind of a 10 out of 10. And you got a little envy. But you don't know what's going on behind closed doors, but you got something here. And I do think that Detroiters want a Mahomes, Hurts, Josh Allen type of feel, a quarterback that other teams will look at your guy and say, man, I wish we had Jared Goff. Now, you did have a Cowboy fan who said that, but that's what I think Detroiters want. That's the ultimate validation, is that other people want your guy. They wanted Megatron when he was out and Detroiters took pride in that. They wanted Barry. Detroiters took pride in that. Jared Goff hasn't reached that status yet. And if that's what you're waiting for, well, I don't know what to tell you. 248-539-9797. But I do want to know, if Goff has not won you over, what does he need to do? Where does he have to go? What's the play? What's the game? What is it that Goff needs to do for you to say, you know what? Quarterback of the future is already here. There's no need to look at a draft pick. Mike, you're on 97.1.
What's up, fellas?
Hey, man.
Listen, when the trade was first made, because at the end of my call, it is one thing he needs to do, and I will be extremely happy if he can pull this off.
Okay.
When the trade was made, I was like, yes, because we were going to lose Stafford anyway. So we got the picks, and we got a quarterback. Now, if we look at his resume, dude's been to multiple Pro Bowls. Dude was the number 1 pick overall. Dude took a team to the Super Bowl. His resume is okay. Mm-hmm. And in the league now, I started watching football a long time ago. And if you had a good, solid quarterback and the rest of your team was great, you could win a Super Bowl, man. You could win a Super Bowl. And the one thing I like differently from him, the hierarchy for the Lions when Matthew Stafford was here, to me it seemed like it was the owner, Matthew Stafford, the general manager, and the coach. Now it's the owner, the general manager, the coach, and the quarterback. And the quarterback and the players get along. And when you see the coach talking, he's right there and then he talks right after the coach. Yeah. I love this guy as a leader. I love him as a leader. When you look over the years, man, Hostetler, Jim Plunkett, Montana to a certain degree, the Eli Manning, Bernie Kosar. They weren't flashy, man, but these guys got the job done, and most of them won Super Bowls. Now, the one thing I need him to do, because he doesn't have a great arm, but if he would take this textbook accuracy thing from a Joe Montana, just hit Jameson Williams in stride. 20 to 30 yards up the field. Hit him in stride. Hit him in stride consistently.
Okay.
You don't have to throw it 60 yards in the air. Hit this guy in stride, and this will terrorize the NFL. This will take him to a higher level. This will put the Lions in a situation where they need to do. The last thing I want to do is I want to give credit to the general manager.
Okay.
Last year I was terrorized that this quarterback would have got hurt. And I looked at San Francisco and I said, they got Jimmy G, then they got Lance, then they got the rookie, and they all.
Well, yeah, and Mike Holmes went out there, and I appreciate the call. Holmes went out there and got Teddy Bridgewater. I was a big fan of that. You got to back up, hit Shamo in stride. We will see if that's what you want. That will make you really a Goff believer. 248-539-9797. All your phone calls, ticket text next. 97.1. The baseball playoffs, they're in full action, except for Kenny. I need the fastest internet around to keep up with all the action. Xfinity connects me to more of the great game that I love, and with Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price. No more frozen screen, no more pixelated video, just pure uninterrupted streaming bliss. Xfinity Internet is built to handle all your digital demands with speeds that'll make your head spin. So enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows and all my favorite games without interruption, including that hot garbage football game tonight. But you know what? I'll see it without interruption. That means you can get the latest scores as they happen, latest injury updates, and fantasy stats. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
All right, let's get to work. It's a Tuesday. It's October. It's 85 degrees out. And I have no football to watch. All right, Rico, we can start a multitude of ways. We're going to get to University of Michigan a little bit later. Let's burn it down before we build it up, I guess. Lions, a little bit after that. You have things you want to say about Saturday. I want to hit the fan portal. I can't do this the rest of the fall. Yeah. As a Spartans and Giants fan, if I can't continue to do this flaccid penis offense that we watch constantly. 60 minutes on Saturday, 60 minutes on Sunday. Nobody can block a soul. Nobody can throw the ball. Nobody can do anything. Clown car effort, arguments on the sidelines, teams that look like they're on Quaaludes. I want to hit the fan portal. But see, you have something else you want to say today. No. And you won't share. No. So I said, fine. I'll sit here and just let you go ahead. Go ahead and shoot.
All right, straight to the phone lines. Pete, you're on 97.1.
Hello?
Hey, Pete, you're on.
This is not Pete. This is Pete. But that's okay.
Sorry about that. Go for it.
That's okay. Not a problem. Not a problem. At first, I was not on Jared Goff's bandwagon. He has shown me that he can be a very good quarterback in this league. The only three things that I need to see consistently is one is that he can win big games. You brought up Chauncey Billups. What was his nickname? Mr. Big Shot. Everybody knew that at the end of a game or whenever you needed a bucket, Chauncey was going to get that shot. I need to get that feeling with Jared Goff. The other thing, I agree with one of your other callers. He needs to show me that he can hit his target deep in stride. Right now, I'm not too sure. Not haven't given up on him, but he hasn't been here long enough to show me that yet. Now he has Jameson coming back. We're going to see. At the end of the season, then I'll be able to really make a solid decision on whether he is my guy.
Go ahead.
That's it.
Oh.
Those are the three things.
I appreciate the phone call. 248-539-9797. Kenny, let's get your names right.
Yeah, that's a flag on Kenny.
Right. Kenny, you're in the penalty box. It's a 5-minute major. Put it in your terms. It's a 5-minute major.
I thought his name was Pete. What? What's the problem?
It's surely okay.
Let me say this real quick because people are talking about Jared Goff and he needs to throw it down the field. I need to see that more. Well, would you put Tua in the MVP conversation right now?
Yeah.
Well, Tua is just above him by one spot when it comes to air yards completion. So it's Completed air yards per completion. Tua is 4th with 7.2. Jared Goff is 7.1 right now. 20-plus yard completions. Jared Goff is 2nd in the league with 18. Kirk Cousins is 19. He has 19. So, I mean, I get it. You want to throw it down the field 40-plus yards, but
David, it's not that. People are simplifying and saying he has to do that. He doesn't have signature plays and touchdowns. When you think of Tua scrambling, hitting this guy, throwing across his body, you don't get that. A lot of it is Cousins. Cousins has Jefferson. But when it's a fantastic catch, you praise Jefferson. You don't praise Cousins because you don't scramble and then throw it 40 yards down the field. You just kind of play within the system, matriculate the ball down the field, score a touchdown. Fans want the sizzle. He's bringing the steak. You want the sizzle. And whether you want to admit it or not, that's why a lot of people aren't sold on him because he's not that guy. He's not in the highlight reels. He's not flashy. He's not spectacular, but he does win. 248-539-9797. Alex, you're on 97.1. Hopefully it is Alex.
That's Alex.
Okay.
No, so the entire conversation of Jared Goff, the turning point last year, obviously, against Green Bay. They won in Green Bay. Granted, Packers could go to the playoffs, but they took them out. Go Lions. But in all reality, I don't think Goff needs to hit the big shots as long as he continues to manage the clock and the game and we keep winning. Because what is to say we have a 13-14 win season and a playoff victory? Are people's perceptions still going to be the same of, well, he didn't hit the big shot, so he's not that elite of a quarterback? And to put him in the same conversation as Kirk Cousins, we know that Minnesota is a sham. They did great last year, went to the playoffs and fumbled. So Kirk Cousins, yes, he's a good quarterback, but on the same level of Jared Goff and the Lions and Minnesota Vikings, he's got Justin Jefferson. We have Amon-Ra and hopefully J-Mo. But J-Mo is still unpredictable, so we don't even know how he's going to plan out. But I think last year against Green Bay, Jared Goff winning in Green Bay, putting the Packers out, was truly the turning point in his career, and he's going to stick in Detroit.
I appreciate that, Alex. Yeah, I just think, he wins a play. I mean, the knock on Cousins is Cousins hasn't done anything in the playoffs. I think for Goff, for some people, if Goff goes out there and does something that hasn't happened in Detroit in what is now 22, it'll be 22 years. If the Lions win a playoff game, it'll have been 22 years. Then they'll say that's the guy. And I get it. I understand. You want to see something different. You're looking at these games saying, I've seen a quarterback do this before. Heck, Stafford did this before. That's not going to happen yet, folks. But right here, right now, I'm looking at a guy. He's the leader of this team. If I'm the Lions, I'll lock him up as quickly as possible. Let's go back to the phone lines. Nate, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, look at here. I want to let you know. I agree with everything that you have been saying about Jared Goff. I agree with everything. But this man, let me tell you, this man is maturing. He is a better quarterback than he was when he was at L.A.
Yeah.
With the things that was accomplished out, he's a better quarterback there, and he's maturing. And we are going to be seeing, witnessing things that we've never witnessed here before, man. I'm telling you. We've been in Detroit for the last 60 years now. We got a good football team, and I am ecstatic about it. I'm ecstatic about the team, and I'm ecstatic about Jared Goff.
Appreciate that, Nate, and you're going to be happy this Sunday when you guys destroy the Carolina Panthers. David, it's going to happen. I don't want to hear the
It's the NFL, man.
It's the Carolina Panthers. Okay, you're a good team. Act like it. This is how you act like it this Sunday. I don't want to hear the whole, anybody, any given Sunday. It was a great movie, okay? But you should win this game.
Well, what happens if St. Brown's out? If that happens to
then
be,
you still go win the game.
Well, yeah, but
it's Bryce Young still the quarterback?
Yeah.
Did they make a trade?
No.
Okay. Is Josh Allen getting traded to the Carolina Panthers?
Not
Jalen
no.
Hurts?
No.
Okay. Still Bryce Young.
Yeah, still
All
Bryce
right.
Young. All right. You're
Okay.
right.
Okay. Yeah. Win this game. Be a big boy. Go win the game handily. Don't let them hang around. We'll talk about that more tomorrow. Okay? But tomorrow, that's a big boy game. Go be one. None of this overlook. No, it's not overlooking them. You just go out there and you beat them to a pulp because you're better than them. You're better. Okay? Plain and simple. We got time for one more.
Yes, we do.
All right. Dave, you're on 97.1.
No, this is Pete. No, I'm just kidding. This is first time, long time listener.
Thanks,
man.
man.
To be quite honest with you, I wouldn't want any other quarterback playing for this team other than Goff, with the relationship he has with the offensive coordinator and knows exactly what this team wants to do, when they want to do it. I mean, I don't need flashy. I want a guy who's going to come in and run the offense. And because of this offensive line, they can do whatever they want to do when that playbook's opened up like that, when they can run the ball, just like Purdy, like your boy.
No, you're right. I mean, I like what they're doing. They play within the system, and Goff knows the system. They've tailored it to him. So that's the beauty of this Lions team. I think under him, the Lions really need to start working on that extension as soon as possible, because he ain't gonna get any cheaper anytime soon. And don't let him mess around, David, and win a playoff game or two. You're gonna regret not signing him right now.
$55 million will be the number.
Yeah, you may want to gamble. You may want to get it done. 248-539-9797. Let's talk a little NFL all around the league. We'll do that next. 97.1.
This team it's 4 games, and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is.
Mm-hmm.
They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk.
Right.
They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more towards the middle of the league. So that area can be improved upon. But they're remarkably consistent, and this is how you go from being average to good, and then go from good to great. It's how consistent are you?
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say whatever you want. It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's
Gosh,
I mean, honestly, I would say as good.
Yeah.
If it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now, this one, they obviously beat them, but Kansas City. Now, if they had the Kelsey, Chris Jones equation, but.
Oh, so you're going with the.
No, I'm not saying it's an asterisk, but we're looking at them right now.
What, did you have dinner with Tirico the other
No,
day?
I'd say right now, yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
They are.
Okay.
You didn't say that about Philly, but you said about.
I said the Eagles. I said Jalen Hurts aren't playing that good. Isn't
You heard correctly, Michael. We are at the quarter pole, so I think it's
when you use my full name.
It's a decent time to kind of see where the quarterbacks are and where they rank in the eyes of some of the writers. This is from CBS, but you all can give me your opinion on this. Let's go to the bottom 5 quarterbacks here. They start at 32. They have the combination of Jimmy G and Aiden O'Connell. So basically, the Raiders' quarterback position is 32nd in the league. 31 would be Desmond Ridder.
Yeah, there it is.
30, Kenny Pickett. 29, Zach Wilson. 28, Joe Burrow.
No, I mean, listen, he's hurt. I just think that's stupid. I'm not calling you stupid. I'm saying the list. Anyone who's plugged in remotely to the league, Burrow's operating at 60, 70%. He's trying to gut through this to give his team a chance because, let's face it, if he plays, they have no chance. I think that's stupid. The other stuff I can address, look, I'll say it again to you. The other teams you're listing are not playoff teams. The Atlanta Falcons are a playoff team if they would just bench Ridder. Ridder is horrific.
Yes. I thought that he was maybe if you just play within yourself, Ridder, you could be a ball control type of game manager, but he can't even do game management correctly. You got a tight end that you don't like throwing the ball to. So, but as far as Joe Burrow, I can respect the list because it's like when I do my top 10 based off of how he looks right now. He looks bad. It's not his fault. He shouldn't be playing. Cincinnati should have probably sat him out for the first 2 or 3 games and went bigger picture. A lot of like what the Kansas City Chiefs did with Kelsey, saying, we're not going to rush you back for this first game. We'll take an L if we have to. But yeah, right now, Burrow doesn't look good, but you're kind of pot committed now. You have to play him even at 60%.
See, here's the thing. That's the bottom 5, but there's a lot of bad QB play in the league. There's some guys a little bit ahead that I'm about to mention that probably could have also been in the bottom 5. You have Bryce Young at 27.
Yep.
Mac Jones at 26 looks awful. Daniel Jones at 24 probably could have been in the bottom 5 right now.
Yeah, you know what? But see, the problem with lists like this, and I'm not making fun of you, David. It's fine to talk through. This is stupid because realistically, you can't protect Daniel Jones. So how can I grade the performance? He got sacked 11 times the other night by a team that has no pass rush. Bryce Young's a rookie. I mean, what did I expect? Some of these I value. Other, I think it's like, what's the point of what I'm reading if you're not watching the games? Not you, I'm saying the list. How do you grade Daniel Jones when he's getting pressured on 70% of his dropbacks?
I mean, I guess you grade him based off the performance, not winning, not looking good, and with the O-line not being there, Mike, it's a contributing factor to that. Bryce Young, he looks like a rookie. He looks like the game's going too fast, whereas C.J. Stroud looks as if he's actually making some progress.
Yeah, but they got, again, Stroud has weapons. I'll continue to see this is, listen, I don't even think it's fair to grade Bryce. They have no weapons. Adam Thielen is his weapon. Like, at least at Houston, you got Pierce, and you got Nico Collins, and you have Tank Dell, and you have you know what? I'll let it go. Go ahead. This list is illustrious. Keep it going.
Let's get into the top 15.
Yeah, let's do it.
Here.
Let's do it.
Okay.
I'm sure all the guys who are up high on this list are also on the best teams with the best situation.
At 15, you have Geno Smith. 14, you have Russell Wilson. Not a great situation, but he's there at 14.
They're loaded on offense. What do you mean it's not a great situation? He's just a weirdo.
I was about to say, but he's still Russell.
Unlimited.
13, you have Baker Mayfield. 12, your guy, Trevor Lawrence. And then at 11, you have Dak Prescott.
I think all three of those are way too high. Lawrence has not played well. Baker's not a top 10 QB in this league. You know what? I'm opting. I'm hitting the portal on this list.
But let me ask you this, Mike. Is it possible we're basing Baker Mayfield off his previous years, similar to what we did to Geno Smith last year? We kept saying, yeah, but Geno's going to fall apart. Yeah, but he's going to fall. And he didn't. And he actually went to Seattle, and it was like, wow, this is a different quarterback. He grew up. And
they're both middle-of-the-road guys, and I just can't put him in the top 12.
Yeah, but in the NFL, that's middle of the road.
Nah, not really. There's 32 teams. They're about 5 spots too high. If Baker wants to prove he's really the guy we thought he could be, you gotta keep doing it. Yeah,
I'm saying in 2 weeks when he plays the Lions, that's one of those show me games.
Show me.
Let's jump into the top 10. At 10, you have Kirk Cousins. Yes, they are 0-3, but he is still putting up really good numbers.
David, yeah, he may be on the best. He may be the best 0-3 quarterback out there because
they won last week.
Well, I mean, won, yes, but I'm saying starting off the year 0-3, it was like it wasn't on him. Well, I mean, the final pick in that Charger game, but you know what I'm saying. He's had statistically a great season, just on a bad team.
At 9, you have Jared Goff, your Detroit Lion quarterback there at 9.
This list blows. He's low. How's he 9th?
Well, let's see who the other 8 are.
At 8, you have C.J. Stroud.
No.
Okay.
No.
You just had to wait one spot.
Yeah, just no.
Yeah.
At 7, you have Jalen Hurts.
Hold on. Let's go back to this for a second. Yeah, Stroud, I would probably put back into the high teens for me. You're a rookie. You're playing well. Your team's 2-2. But let's not get beside ourselves. You're not better than Jared Goff right now. There's not too many quarterbacks, I think, better than Jared Goff. So I thought you were going to be like, okay, well, you know what? 9 maybe. Nope. You can stop right there. He at least needs to be 8. Go ahead.
So you would put this quarterback ahead of Jared Goff for sure. At 7, you have Jalen Hurts.
Yes.
At 6, you have Brock Purdy.
No.
Come on.
That's too low.
That's
too low.
That's outrageous.
Come on.
This list stinks. That's way too high.
That's DJ Khaled. All he does is win.
I hate this list.
At 5, you're not going to
suggest that Purdy's a top 10 quarterback in this league is asinine.
Mike, why is he not a top 10 quarterback?
Because everything is spoon-fed to him. You could have a million guys play there and do that.
No, apparently not, because they couldn't all do this. They've gone through quarterbacks, and now
who?
Trey Lance couldn't do it.
Hold on.
Trey Lance couldn't do it.
Right. He's the biggest draft bust in history.
Right. I'm sorry.
Jimmy G did it, and Jimmy G is 32 on the list.
He wasn't the top. He didn't have stats like this guy.
He went to a Super Bowl, Rico.
Well, that did happen.
You're tough.
So you're punishing the man because he's got a team.
It's not a punishment. Everything is spoon-fed. Look at playing the position. He's got the best running game. He's got a trio of unbelievable weapons. 4 if you include McCaffrey.
Still has to make
the best play designer in the league. Oh, there are no reads.
You put Desmond
Brock
Ritter.
Purdy drops back and everyone's open. That's not a read.
You put Desmond Ritter on that team. He's not doing this.
No, you know what? Desmond Ritter would be a Pro Bowler. That's how choice and how beautiful it is in San Francisco.
You know what? I want what he's drinking. Go ahead.
5, Lamar Jackson. 4, Justin Herbert. 3, Josh Allen. 2, Tua. Number 1, Patrick Mahomes.
I don't really have any issues. I'd probably put Allen and Tua ahead of Mahomes, but who cares?
Mahomes doesn't seem the same Mahomes.
That's because he doesn't have Tyreek. It's not the same. He's got a lot of these inexperienced receivers. It takes time.
Are we going to – when are we going to say maybe it's the not having Bieniemy there? Maybe Bieniemy had more of an effect on that offense than we're giving him credit?
I don't.
Because we all just thought it was Andy Reid. And Andy Reid didn't really need him. But now, yeah, taking away those pieces and your OC, that team looks beatable.
Well, they are.
The Lions
We
beat
did
them.
it.
That is.
Where's that list from again?
That's from CBS.
I just can't believe the Brock Purdy slander with you. Like that. No, so he can't do anything right because he's on a stacked and loaded team. is what you're saying.
Well,
Privilege.
when you always get to play from ahead and you always get 200 yards rushing, he's the J.J. McCarthy of the NFL. Everything is spoon-fed to him. He's in a privileged position,
The game
and
is
I don't have to value it.
Game 0-0 to start, okay? He's not always coming.
Not with the 49ers.
Yeah, I'm not listening to
in
this.
football today.
This team it's 4 games, and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is. They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk.
Right.
They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more towards the middle of the league. So that area can be improved upon. But they're remarkably consistent. And this is how you go from being average to good, and then go from good to great. It's how consistent are you?
All right, David, let's get a couple ticket texts before we hand this off to the guys. Hopefully we'll hear them this week.
Someone says, you're right, Rico. He is all steak, no sizzle, but that's what I'll take. Jared Goff all day. Someone else says, yeah, Goff is blue collar, and we should pay Pay him like a blue collar quarterback, not a white collar quarterback, Mahomes.
Oh, no, he's not going to get Mahomes money, but I think he's going to get more than Daniel Jones money. Yeah, he's not going to break the bank and get $250 million. No, but you're going to extend him. You're probably going to be looking to pay him north of $40 million a year.
Correct. 45 probably.
But, hey, that's the going rate. People kill me. First of all, it's not your money. Hey, same with the coaches. Like, well, you can't pay a coach that much money. Why? It's not yours. The schools ain't going broke. Big Ten just released their schedule. They're getting a $100 million check from Fox. Miss me on this whole, well, they're poor, and how are you going to pay this coach? Put it this way. If you paid the next coach $10 million out of that $100 million check, that's less than taxes. Okay? It's 10%. You get to keep the other 90. You can go get a big boy if you want. All right. Go ahead. Sorry, I digress.
QB mobility means QB injury. People have to get a clue. I'm fine with what Jared brings to the team. Someone else says, Jared is a significant upgrade at the QB position. He is a game manager, which is just fine.
It is. You're never going to get the quarterback that people are jealous of. You're never going to have the quarterback where people are like, oh, my God, I wish we had the Lions QB. That's not going to happen. But you're winning. He's 11-3, about to be 12-3. Looking at this schedule, not a whole lot of teams on the rest of their schedule that I don't think that they can beat. As a matter of fact, Baltimore may give you problems. Now, the Bucs game that got flexed is starting to get a little more interesting because I do believe that Baker Mayfield may be this year's Geno Smith, a guy that everybody kind of wrote off and said he's a bust, but new change of scenery, and now he's not that bad. We got him?
Jay and Canton, I'll read one more. They are there, but Jay and Canton, Jared Goff is awesome and a good example to everyone. He came here and didn't cry or whine, but just dug in and is giving his best. Didn't have excuses or blame others for his faults. Great guy.
I mean, I really like the thing that really gets me is after the games, man, the stuff he says to his teammates. I don't feel like he's just doing this to do it. This is him. They know it's him. They get fired up. He wins games. You got something here. He's an 8 out of 10. At the most, maybe he can bump up to an 8.5 out of 10. He's never going to be a 10 out of 10. He's not. But I don't think you need that in order to win in this league. I mean, think about it. Jalen Hurts, maybe you put him at a 9 or 10 out of 10. Brock Purdy ain't a 10 out of 10.
No,
but they win.
Yes, you're right.
You just have to get to the Super Bowl. That's it. And once you're there, now you're flipping a coin. Okay? And yeah, I mean, look, Tom Brady, as great as he was, Tom Brady may have been the greatest game manager out there.
And it's so funny because people never see him that way, but that's exactly what he was.
He was the world's greatest game manager, period. He just got it done. He knew how to take a wide receiver off the street, throw him the ball, and it worked. And that's why they just could plug and play anybody. And I'm seeing that with Detroit. Now, if J-Mo comes in here and does his thing and adds an extra dimension, great. But right now, Detroit probably third or fourth best team in the NFC. That's all you could ask for at the quarter turn. You got the Bucs, you got the Ravens in the next couple of weeks. I don't count this Sunday. You got the Bucs and the Ravens on the road. That's going to tell me a lot about this team. Back-to-back tough games. Because, I mean, let's face it, you had Ritter and Jordan Love, who I thought Jordan Love was going to be a little bit better. Not exactly world beaters. And they were both in, the bottom 5 or so?
Yes, they were.
Now you got to go on the road, and you got to do it against 2 teams. I think this is where he could start to get those signature moments that people want to see. We got the guys.
Yes, they are ready.
They're going to actually join this week. Okay, hey.
Yeah, hello, we're right here.
Can they hear me
hello.
yet? Can they hear me yet? Okay.
Yeah, hello.
Hey.
Check, hello.
Hey,
what's going on? We're here at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Troy, and we're sifting through the new Big Ten schedule. What do you think of it there, Rico? Pretty interesting.
It is going to be very interesting to see. I'm not used to Michigan playing a non-diabetic schedule.
Oh,
my God, here we go.
And it's diabetes is what it is, actually.
Wilford Brimley.
But you know what? With these schedules with USC and Oregon, 9-3 will be the new 11-1. Don't you think? For a record in a given season?
Yeah, yes, I can see. Yeah, if you lose to the right three schools, I would say 10-2.
True.
But yeah, 9-3. Your coach you're not asking for your coach to get fired.
Correct, unless you're Rieger, and I'm going to not allow him to do that.
Well, we will do that for sure. But Rico, I want to hit on something. You guys were just talking about Jared Goff, who's been tremendous for the Lions. But I've also figured out when I was driving in, what I heard from the callers was Jared Goff is the guy we wish we always had, and we wish Matt Stafford didn't waste 12 years of our time, right?
No, Rieger,
That's
stop.
what I got out of the entire conversation.
You're not dragging us into a Matthew Stafford conversation. Rico, a pox on your family for bringing it up. Now Rieger's all hepped up about it.
You know what? Matthew Stafford's name was brought up.
I did not bring it up. And if Rieger wants to go this route, 3, 2, 1.
No.
Matthew Stafford was the problem.
Oh, shut it.
Okay,
248-539.
Mojo, that's not what was said. What you had was a lot of people saying, hey, he's our guy. He may not be as flashy, but we win with him. Now, you did have some people who said he's got to have that signature moment. He's got to win a playoff game. I need just a little bit more. I equate him to Chauncey Billups pre-big shot, pre-championship.
Missed the big shot.
Yeah, that's not a bad way of looking at it.
Yeah, highly.
Yeah,
he was drafted high.
Right.
Kind of became he's not living up to his potential. Comes to Detroit and rejuvenates himself.
I like that. No, that's actually really good.
That's pretty good. I mean, Billups was at like 3 or 4 different teams, and Goff was at one other team, but that still works.
Okay,
sure.
So who's more impressive, Baker Mayfield or Jared Goff?
Chauncey!
It's
Jared
kind of
Goff.
the same story, right?
Well,
Even though Baker's been to more
it's-
than just one team.
I would say right now it's Jared Goff because he's 11-3 last couple games. Baker Mayfield, let's give it a little bit. He's 3-1. That's a little ways to go.
Let's slow the roll.
He
just
did
a
beat
bit.
Seattle last year, but they didn't count that game.
Yeah, no, we're
Last game
gonna
of the season.
we're gonna slow down on Baker Mayfield. Okay.
All right. We'll see when the Lions pummel him next week.
Correct. Or maybe. Or perhaps.
The pummeling comes this Sunday.
I agree with you.
No. Okay, don't make me lecture you two.
Wojo,
Okay?
Wojo,
This is not your first year watching the NFL, is it?
You know what? If you are a big boy team in the NFC, you handle this bum ass team about to come to Detroit and you beat them.
Rico Beard is so correct
But
on this.
handling in the NFL can be like a 9-point win.
No.
Well,
Here's the thing.
That could be handling.
People talk about, did you see how the Niners handled the Cardinals? Okay. Hey, guys, you're not as good as us. We just want to let you know that. Just go ahead and take this beating. Nobody get hurt. Now hop on your plane and go home.
No, Rico, you're so
like
dead
how
on.
Kansas City handled the Jets, right?
Oh, my goodness. You know what? Rico's so dead on, though. This is the first time in my life, though, Wojo, that a Lions team, when they're favored like they are, there's really no thought of them not coming through. We're all pretty damn confident they're going to come through.
9.5-point spreads.
I don't care if they cover. They're just going to win.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. You might only win by 8. That's still fine.
No, it's not.
That's all I'm saying.
No, it's not. I need more.
Yeah.
I need more.
Yeah, we're
Do you
not
need a
looking for
30-point
style
victory?
points.
I need more. Show me you
All right.
belong. Show me you belong with Philly and San Francisco. I need more.
Obviously, you guys are new to this whole thing about the NFL. I'll fill you in later.
Started watching last week. It's really fun to watch these games and gamble on.
Wait,
Rieger thinks he's
NFL. Wait,
watching college
Wojo.
football.
How do you spell that again?
N, and then fun, and then league. Which
Stands for not for long if you
Yeah.
make those plays.
Yeah, we'll talk about that, and we'll talk about the new schedule in college football, and if you're all geeked up about it.
I'm
I
glad
think
there's
people
no
are,
divisions anymore. I love that. All right.
Now, they're not going to sneak a division in on us, are they? Are they still negotiating that or figuring that
but
out? Okay.
I like how they left a little bit of wiggle room for maybe a semifinal before the Big Ten championship game.
Oh.
If you read the language correctly, they left room in there for that.
Yeah, they did. They certainly did.
Can you let me know, are they going to bring back leaders and legends?
You know what? Those were the best two divisions they ever had. People
That was the
mocked it.
greatest.
All right, guys. Wojo
All right,
and Rieger
Rico.
next, 97.1. Hey, if you want a career in radio, TV, graphics design, you've heard me talk about Specs at LTU. Specs located right here in Southfield.